Section 30 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Section 30. Strauss, Der Rosenkavalier, the Rose Bearer. In Vienna, during the early years of the reign of Maria Theresa, love intrigues formed one of the chief amusements of persons of quality, and therefore it was no strange thing that, early one bright summer morning, the Princess von Werdenberg should be enjoying an interview with an ardent lover in her boudoir, whilst her sleepy but faithful lackeys kept watch outside to prevent interruption. The Princess's husband, Field Marshal Prince von Werdenberg, an elderly man, too much engrossed in matters of war and sport to be greatly interested in the doings of his pretty wife, was abroad on a hunting expedition. So what more natural than for the Princess, still young and beautiful enough to be one of Cupid's victims, to invite her young kinsman and devoted lover, Octavian, to visit her and to pour forth into her willing ears the sweet words of love she delighted to hear. Octavian, a handsome youth, sat at the feet of his beloved princess in an adoring attitude, every now and again rising to draw her into his eager embrace, and the princess listened indulgently to his extravagant expressions of admiration and adoration, for, in spite of his extreme youth, she loved the boy dearly and delighted in his ardently responsive passion. Their golden hours of sweet dreaming this morning, however, were doomed to a rough awakening, for there suddenly came the sound of an arrival in the courtyard below, and the princess exclaimed in deep alarm, as she heard approaching heavy footsteps, "Ah, woe! My husband has returned unexpectedly. Quick, conceal thyself, my beloved Octavian." Octavian hastily retired to a cupboard in a recess, and the princess paced restlessly up and down her room, listening to the voices of her zealous lackeys arguing with the newcomer, whom she soon realized was not her husband after all, but a near kinsman, the Baron Ochs von Lerchenau, a middle-aged and dissipated roué, for whom she had little affection and less respect. In a few moments Octavian emerged from the recess, attired in female garments, and entreated the princess to pass him off to her intruding cousin as a new waiting-maid. And his royal sweetheart, delighted with his charming appearance, for he made an extremely pretty girl, and ever ready for a joke, gladly agreed to do so. At this moment the visitor burst into the room, angrily expostulating with the dismayed attendants for having kept him waiting outside so long, and seeing that he was indeed her kinsman, the Baron Ochs von Lerchenau, the princess gave him a gracious welcome, and inquired the reason for his unexpected appearance so early in the morning. The Baron, however, was immediately so struck with the fair, fresh beauty of the dainty waiting-maid that he could scarce take his eyes away, and kept casting languishing glances at her, making frequent inviting signs for her to approach nearer to him, to the secret entertainment of the princess, who more than once had to bid him keep his hands off the girl, whom she addressed as Mariandel. But the flirtatious visitor was at last induced to sit down and state his business while partaking of a cup of chocolate. The Baron now explained to his royal cousin that he had decided to marry, and was, in fact, about to enter into a contract that day with a very young girl named Sophia, the daughter of Faninal, a wealthy merchant who had recently been ennobled. And when the princess expressed surprise that he should stoop to wed with one of such plebeian origin, he airily confessed that the father's money-bags were of more service to him in his present impecunious state than a long pedigree, declaring that enough blue blood flowed in his own veins for himself and his wife. The marriage contract was to be signed later during that day, but in the meantime he required the services of a noble youth to bear to his promised bride a silver rose as the pledge of his love, in accordance with the pretty custom of such ancient families as his own, and he begged the princess to name one of their kinsmen for this important mission. In reply, the princess bade her waiting-maid fetch her a certain jewelled medallion in which was set a miniature of Octavian, and showing the portrait to the Baron, she asked him if he would like the original to perform the office of rose-bearer to his bride-elect, Sophia. The Baron gladly answered in the affirmative, entreating that the matter should forthwith be arranged by the princess, who agreed to the plan. Then, upon gazing more closely at the miniature, he noticed the likeness between the pictured youth and the pretty young waiting-maid, and his royal cousin informed him that they were in fact related, and that though their relationship was not quite canonical, she nevertheless for that reason chose to keep Mariandel always about her own person and away from the other maids. Once more the Baron tried to make advances to the pretty Mariandel, inviting her to sup with him that night, and boldly seeking an opportunity to snatch a kiss, to the increasing amusement of the princess. But Octavian at last managed to make his escape through one of the doors, which he slammed in the amorous Baron's face. A stream of attendants, vendors of goods, suppliants, and servitors now poured into the room through another door, and the princess, seating herself at the toilet table, gave herself up into the hands of her hairdresser, who proceeded to arrange her headdress, whilst she listened to the various petitions that were made to her for charity and patronage. The princess's attorney having entered with the others, the Baron immediately drew the man of law aside, and made arrangements with him for the drawing up of his marriage contract, and very soon he was singled out as a likely customer by a couple of disreputable Italians, an uncle and niece, Valachi and Annina, who earned a doubtful living as panderers and by spying, tale-bearing, and finding proofs of scandals. This shady pair of hangers-on were not long ere they found an opportunity of asking the Baron to employ them in his numerous love affairs, and when, at the end of the reception, he retired with the rest of the company, they followed closely upon his heels, in the hope of proving their usefulness to him. The princess, thus left alone for a few minutes, fell into a pensive mood, reflecting upon the emptiness of the frivolous life around her, and of the only too probable passing of her present happiness. But her reverie was soon broken by the return of Octavian, once more clad in his own male garments, and laughing merrily over the part he had just enacted so cleverly. Soon, however, observing that his beloved one looked sad, he clasped her in his arms in alarm, and begged to know what ailed her. And when the princess admitted that she feared their love would soon come to an end, since he would almost certainly bestow his affections on some fair young girl sooner or later, he passionately declared that he should never cease to love her, his adored princess, adding, in extravagant terms, that she had no equal. The princess, however, dismissed him with quiet tenderness, bidding him to hold himself in readiness to do her will, and to enact the part of rose-bearer for the Baron. But when he had departed, she remembered with a pang that he had forgotten to kiss her as usual, and she sighed deeply as she realized that her sad thoughts were probably nearer the truth than she had imagined. Later in the day, great excitement reigned in the household of the newly ennobled merchant prince, Herr von Faninal, whose gorgeous palace glowed with decorations of brilliant colours, and whose fair young daughter Sophia, attired in elegant garments, awaited the arrival of her fiancé's rose-bearer, a royal alliance for a merchant's daughter being an achievement to be proud of, so that the worthy Faninal's citizens' friends were all envious of what they considered his good luck in having secured so distinguished a son-in-law. Consequently, all the neighbours were agog with excitement and curiosity to see the arrival of the rose-bearer, and in the reception-chamber of the gaudy palace, after the departure of Faninal to meet the bridegroom, the pretty Sophia vainly endeavoured to quell her eager heartbeats by uttering fervent prayers for humility, while at the window her fussy duenna, Marianne, interrupted her every minute by drawing attention to the merry doings in the street below, where little groups of curious neighbours were gathered to watch the arrivals. Presently, loud greetings and shouts announced the arrival of the eagerly expected rose-bearer, and, next minute, Octavian, dressed in dazzling garments of silver and white, entered the reception-room, carrying in his hand a lovely silver rose, which, upon his bended knee, he gracefully presented to Sophia. He was followed by a party of elegant attendants, who grouped themselves around the room, but Sophia saw no one but the handsome young Octavian, whose glowing eyes instantly held her own enthralled. In that first long look, the two young people felt themselves transported, as it were, to another world, a rosy world of joy and love, where they two were the only dwellers. And though they gradually came back to the scene around them and talked of ordinary matters, they both felt the glory of a new happiness and knew that love had dawned, unbidden, in their hearts. Scarcely had they recovered themselves than the doors were once more flung open, and Faninal, with great pomp and ceremony, ushered in the Baron Ochs von Lerchenau, who, in spite of his noble birth, soon showed himself to be nothing but a vulgar boor. He treated the obsequious Faninal first with insolent condescension, and next with downright rudeness, and he quickly offended the modest Sophia with the rough boorishness of his wooing and the leering suggestiveness of his bold glances. His coarse words and manners filled the poor girl with disgust, and when he drew her down onto a seat beside him, and began to fondle her with easy familiarity, she wrenched herself free from his arms with flaming cheeks, full of indignation, and forbade him to touch her again. Her resistance, however, vastly amused the licentious baron, who was now delighted with the loveliness and spirit of his plebeian bride-elect, and he eagerly followed her about the room, in order to force his unwelcome attentions upon her, to the furious anger of Octavian, who only repressed his rage with the utmost difficulty. It was therefore a relief to all when Faninal and the notary called the baron into the adjoining chamber to examine the contract document before the ceremony of signing it took place. The remainder of the guests and attendants followed, and for a few moments Octavian and Sophia were left alone. Full of despair at the now hideous prospect of the marriage which had been arranged for her, the humiliated Sophia turned to the rose-bearer and tearfully entreated him to help her, declaring that she would never wed with the baron. And for answer, Octavian clasped her tenderly in his arms, passionately declaring his love for her, and vowing to spare her at all costs from the fate she dreaded. Now full of joy, Sophia gladly responded to the ardent declaration of Octavian, shyly avowing her own love in return, and for a few happy moments the lovers indulged in sweet converse, oblivious of their surroundings and the awkwardness of their position. They were quickly reminded of this latter fact, however, for whilst they were still in each other's arms, they were disturbed by the sudden appearance of the two Italian scandal-mongers and spies, Velacci and Annina, who had concealed themselves behind a curtain in the hope of hearing something which they could turn to profit. Delighted with the unexpected discovery they had thus made, the pair now rushed into the adjoining room, and excitedly called to the Baron to come and behold his future bride in the arms of a lover. A number of the guests and attendants hurried into the room, together with the Baron, who, however, laughed at the confusion of Octavian and Sophia, rallying them on their hasty love-making, and coarsely declaring himself pleased that his bride should have a lover. He then seized Sophia by the hand, and endeavoured to draw her into the next room in order to sign the marriage contract. And when the indignant girl drew back, declaring she would never wed with him, he tried again and again to drag her into the presence of the notary. Octavian, now beside himself with rage, bade him unhand the girl at once, declaring that she had no intention of marrying him, notary or no notary, and upon receiving merely an insolent laugh in reply, he drew his sword and furiously challenged the Baron to a duel. The Baron instantly whistled for his servants, but Octavian compelled him to draw, and after a couple of passes, wounded him in the arm. The Baron, terrified at his hurt, trifling though it was, dropped his sword at once, and calling for help, made a great fuss, groaning and declaring himself to be nearly killed, as the attendants hastened to his side and led him with obsequious solicitude to a couch. Faninal was soon on the scene, full of perturbation, giving orders for a surgeon to be called, upbraiding Octavian and angrily scolding his daughter, declaring the latter should marry the Baron yet, whether she would or no. He politely entreated the rose-bearer to depart, fearful of offending one of such noble birth, yet anxious to be rid of him, and Octavian, seeing that nothing further could be gained at present by remaining, quietly took his departure, after having whispered to Sophia that she would hear from him again very soon. Sophia was now packed off to her own chamber by her angry parent, and the cowardly Baron, whose cries and groans had diminished somewhat on the arrival of the surgeon, who quickly assured him that he was but slightly hurt, desired to be left alone a while in peace. The fussy Faninal, therefore, drove all his servants and guests out of the room, and the Baron was left alone. His rest, however, was almost immediately disturbed by the entrance of the little Italian, Annina, who crept in upon tiptoe, and with an air of great secrecy handed to him a note, which she declared came from Mariandel, the princess's waiting-maid. The note stated that Mariandel had been better pleased with his lordship's attentions that morning than he supposed, and that she would now gladly accept his invitation to supper that night, naming a certain inn as the rendezvous, and the time she would be there. Quite cheered at the thought of having made another conquest, the vain Baron gleefully decided to keep the assignation. But when Annina importunately demanded payment for the zeal she had already shown in his interests, he testily bade her begone, saying he would settle with her later on. Annina departed therefore sulkily enough, shaking her fist at this unsatisfactory patron, and the Baron was left to rest and indulge in eager anticipation of his coming intrigue, and to make arrangements later with the landlord of the inn for the carrying out of his plans. Now young Octavian was blessed with an excellent sense of humour, and on thinking matters over, he determined to gain his own ends, and to get the better of the Baron by playing on him a merry trick, which should lead to the undoing and ridicule of the vainglorious libertine. He therefore engaged the services of the 2 Italian spies, and after having dispatched Annina to the Baron with the note from the imaginary Mariandel, he proceeded to the inn named therein, where he made elaborate arrangements for the carrying out of his joke. He hired several rascally-looking loafers, and hid them in various parts of the room he had engaged, giving them instructions to show their villainous faces at signals from himself. And having also sent messengers to Faninal and the princess, begging them to appear at the inn at a certain time, and made further plans with Annina to enact a part in his little farce, he proceeded to array himself once more in the clothes of Mariandel, the pretended waiting-maid, and then sallied forth to meet the amorous Baron. In a few minutes he returned to the inn, leaning on the arm of the latter, and pretending to be pleased with his foolish remarks and maudlin love-making. They seated themselves at the supper-table, but the Baron was so delighted at his seeming conquest of the pretty and saucy Mariandel that he preferred to make love to her rather than to feast. But the enticing waiting-maid, after partaking, under protest, of a glass of wine, pretended to grow sleepy, and when the Baron presently tried to draw her into his arms, he was startled and alarmed by the sudden appearance of strange, evil-looking faces staring at him from various parts of the darkened room. The apparitions vanished as suddenly as they had appeared, but the Baron soon had another bad fright. Annina now appeared, disguised as a middle-aged lady in deepest mourning garments, and accompanied by 4 young children, also garbed in black, and as she flung herself into the arms of the amazed Baron, declaring herself to be his deserted but still loving wife, the little ones clung around his legs and hung on to his coat-tails, calling out plaintively, "Papa! Papa! Papa!" The Baron was furious at this interruption to his pleasure, but it was at the same time confused, not remembering which of his many victims of amorous intrigues this particular one could be, and thinking to bluster the matter out, he ran to the window and called loudly for the watch. When, however, in answer to his calls, the chief commissary of police appeared, he found himself in a worse predicament than ever, for the commissary insisted upon asking him many awkward questions, and accused him of having the young girl Mariandel at the inn without the consent of her guardians. As the now bewildered Baron tried to find a way out of his difficulty, his confusion was still further increased by the arrival of Faninal with Sophia, for he had tried to appease the commissary by declaring his supper companion to be his fiancée. On hearing this statement from the commissary, Faninal became so furiously angry at the Baron's conduct that he fell down in a fit and had to be removed to another chamber, where he was attended by Sophia. Meanwhile Octavian, having found an opportunity of whispering secretly to the commissary, retired to a curtained recess, where he hastily discarded his female garments, and presently reappeared in his own garb, just as the Princess entered the room. The Baron was now completely nonplussed, for, at this moment, Sophia also returned, to announce to him that her father was so disgusted at his loose behaviour that he withdrew his consent to the marriage which had been arranged, and refused to have anything further to do with so disreputable a suitor. The Princess next stepped forward and explained that the whole of the evening's proceedings had been a hoax, a diversion which had been planned by the young Octavian, his own kinsman and rose-bearer, who had also enacted the part of the pretty Mariandel. And finally, the Baron, covered with confusion and ridicule, was obliged to beat a hasty retreat and retire from the neighbourhood altogether. The Princess now sadly realised that young Octavian's fancy for herself, which she had so foolishly returned with interest, had been swamped by the real love which he had conceived for the fair and charming Sophia, and generously she bade him woo the latter, whilst she retired to the inner chamber to secure the consent of Faninal to their union. Gladly Octavian clasped Sophia in his arms, and poured forth his love vows once more into her willing ear, and soon the joy of the lovers was crowned by the ready approval of Faninal, who was delighted to have thus secured a husband of noble birth for his daughter after all. All the party now retired from the inn to join in the rejoicings for the betrothal of Octavian and Sophia, and if, in the midst of the revels and gaieties that ensued, the heart of the Princess was sad, she did not complain, but only sighed regretfully because she had awakened from a fair and rosy dream that had been too sweet to last. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilkie Mills. Strauss, Elektra. After the murder of Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, by his own queen Clytemnestra and her paramour Aegisthus, dark days fell to the lot of the princesses of the land. For their unnatural mother, after marrying her guilty lover, was determined not to endure the just reproaches of her children, and therefore degraded them to the rank of slaves, so that they might be kept out of her sight. Her son, the young prince Orestes, she had tried to slay at the time of the king's murder, but he had been saved from sharing the same terrible fate by the timely help of his sister Elektra. He had, however, been forced to leave the country, and had taken refuge in Phocis, where he remained for 7 years, awaiting a favorable opportunity to return to Mycenae and take vengeance upon his mother and her lover by slaying them both. Meanwhile, his sisters, Elektra and Chrysosthemis, were enduring great hardships in the palace at Mycenae, where after being degraded to the level of the slaves, they were subjected to many indignities. But worse than their own personal sufferings was the grief in their hearts, not only for the untimely death of their beloved father, but for the banishment of their brother, for whose return they longed passionately. In the heart of Chrysosthemis, grief and the longing for freedom only reigned, but in the heart of Elektra, the desire for vengeance against her mother had obsessed every other natural feeling, and she only lived for the consummation of the vengeance she believed the gods would surely grant her. She longed even more than did her sister for the return of their brother Orestes, whom she intended to use as her instrument of justice. But when 7 years had gone by, she began to lose hope of his assistance. Her thirst for revenge, however, had not diminished one iota, but had increased with the years, having grown to be so completely a part of her being that she lived only to see it accomplished. And when at the end of 7 years Orestes was still absent, she determined to carry out her fell design without him. Though for the purpose of her intended crime she endeavored to hide her savage passion from the curious eyes around her, she could not altogether conceal it, and the light of burning hate which shone in her eyes when she gazed upon the guilty king and queen was seen and marked by many. She was carefully shunned by her slave companions, all save one, who still kept to her allegiance and suffered the blows of her fellows for so doing, who despised her for the degraded position she had been forced into and spoke against her haughty behavior and denunciatory words. And Clytemnestra herself went in secret fear of her wrathful daughter, and avoided her presence as much as possible. One day, when 7 years had gone by, and still there came no signs of Orestes, Elektra's passionate feelings so far overcame her that she at last resolved to carry out vengeance upon the murderers of her royal father, ere another son should rise. And to this end she sought the assistance of her sister, who was physically stronger than herself and could, therefore, use a weapon with surer effect. Chrysosthemis, however, was of a far gentler nature, and instead of having nursed feelings of vengeance in her heart during the 7 dark years that had passed, she only desired freedom from her enforced servitude and the protecting care which a husband's love would give to her, and, full of horror at Elektra's bloodthirsty designs, she entreated her to put away such terrible thoughts from her mind, declaring that their guilty mother already suspected her designs, and would presently cause her to be cast into prison. Hearing the queen even now approaching, Chrysosthemis departed, entreating her sister to accompany her. But Elektra was not afraid, and she determined to disarm suspicion from her mother's mind by holding flattering talk with her. When Clytemnestra presently appeared, therefore, she addressed her in respectful tones, as though speaking to a goddess, and the queen, completely deceived, desired her attendants to withdraw, that she might talk alone with her seemingly humbled daughter, heedless of their whispered words of warning to her against the latter. When the slaves had retired, Clytemnestra, who had a hunted, frightened look in her eyes, told the ragged princess that she had been troubled with terrible dreams, and asked advice for recovering her peace of mind. And Elektra, in a tone of deep mystery, declared that this could only be attained by the sacrifice of a woman, the deed to be done by a man who must be of noble nature and not base, as was Aegisthus. Immediately Clytemnestra guessed who was in the mind of Elektra, her own son, Orestes, of whom she went in constant fear, believing him to be still alive, and Elektra, realizing from her mother's sudden look of fear that she had never received definite news of the death of Orestes, though she had caused false reports of the same to be given to her daughters, now flung off her pretended mood of mildness, and once more furiously denounced the queen as a murderess, and declared that vengeance would surely fall upon her. Clytemnestra shrank back in terror before her daughter's torrent of passionate words, but at that moment one of her attendants returned and informed her that a messenger had just arrived and had brought with him a report that Orestes was indeed dead. Relieved by this, to her, welcome news, Clytemnestra retired to her own chamber with a laugh of triumphant scorn, and soon afterwards Chrysosthemis ran weeping to Elektra, telling her of the report of their brother's death, which had been given to her by the slave who had been sent by the queen to inform Aegisthus of the fact. Though stricken with woe at this confirmation of her own fear, Elektra once more earnestly entreated the help of her sister in carrying out her scheme of vengeance against the murderers of their father, telling her that she had already in hiding the great axe with which the guilty pair had done the fell deed. But though she promised her great honours and many gifts afterwards, and even offered to become her slave, Chrysosthemis only trembled with horror at the idea of slaying her own mother, and, utterly refusing to take part in so terrible a crime, she rushed away, followed by the curses of Elektra, who, obsessed by her one desire for vengeance to the exclusion of every other natural emotion, now resolved to carry out her purpose alone and unaided. As she moved away stealthily to unearth the hidden axe with which she intended to deal the fatal blow, she was accosted by a stranger who, noting her ragged and humble attire, mistook her for one of the slaves, and addressed her as such. And when the princess haughtily demanded his business, he informed her that he was the messenger who had come to announce the death of the young prince, Orestes, declaring that he had been servant to the latter, and had witnessed his end. Full of grief and anger, Elektra passionately reproached the travel-worn messenger for being so poor-spirited as to be yet alive himself to bring news of the death of the prince, for whom he should have been ready to give his own life. And the stranger, realizing from her noble bearing and poignant grief that she could be no slave, but must be of some kin to the person of whom they spoke, now asked her name. On learning that it was the Princess Elektra who stood before him, the stranger seemed deeply moved, and he drew closer and whispered into her ears the words, "Orestes lives." At this moment a party of the late king's own body servants appeared, and, kneeling before the stranger, greeted him as their prince and master. Thus, realizing that it was her own long-absent and dearly loved brother Orestes who stood before her, Elektra greeted him joyfully. And the young prince's brow darkened with deep anger when he learned from her of the degradation to which she and her sister had been subjected during his enforced absence. Orestes also desired above all things to avenge the death of his father, having, in fact, spread the false reports of his own death in order to deceive Clytemnestra and Aegisthus into a mistaken sense of security from him, their most dreaded enemy, and he gladly agreed to Elektra's eager request for him to assist her by slaying the guilty pair. Producing the great axe which her own weak arms would have failed to wield, the princess quickly led Orestes to their mother's chamber, and as, next moment, Clytemnestra's screams brought forth her attendants and the Princess Chrysostomus upon the scene, Elektra stood aside with a triumphant air upon her face, gloating over the fact that the vengeance for which she had lived was at last accomplished. Aegisthus, rushing into the chamber as the queen's dying groans pierced the air, was himself met by the avenging Orestes, who instantly dealt him his death blow. And thus were the murderers of Agamemnon brought to justice by his own son. The people of Mycenae all rejoiced greatly at the deaths of the guilty king and queen, who had ruled them with much tyranny, and they hailed Orestes at once as their new king with the wildest enthusiasm, greeting him lustily as he presently appeared in their midst. Chrysostomus at once joined her brother as he received the acclamations of the people. But Elektra, in her passionate exultation at the consummation of her long-desired vengeance, sang first a hymn of thanksgiving to the gods, and then began to execute a marvelous dance of triumph. All the people ceased their greetings to Orestes, and watched the exultant princess with bated breath, held spellbound as they followed her wild and fantastic movements. But, heedless of them all, Elektra worked herself up into a mad frenzy of triumph, her dance growing ever wilder and wilder, until at last, utterly exhausted and spent, she fell lifeless at the feet of the new king. End of section 31.
Section number 32 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thomas Mignon. One festal day, a lively scene was taking place in the streets of a certain little German country town, for gay crowds of holiday-makers had all turned out in their bravest attire to make merry from morn till night. A troop of gypsy mountebanks had just arrived in the town, and seeing that a holiday was in progress, they had quickly set about regaling the idle populace with an impromptu entertainment. A merry crowd soon gathered round them, and loud bursts of applause greeted the efforts of the gypsies, who accompanied their wild songs and fantastic dances with the twanging of guitars and tambourines. Amongst these spectators was one who seemed almost regardless of the gay scene before him, a noble-looking old man with long grey elf locks, whose shabby, way-worn garments, and a harp which he carried, proclaimed him to be a wandering minstrel. There was a look of unutterable grief in this old man's eyes, together with a strange restless spleen, as though the soul within sought constantly for some beloved object it never could find. And every now and again he would break forth into wild snatches of song, full of heartbroken sadness, which was received by the bystanders with good-humoured indulgence. For old Lothario the harper, was a familiar figure to them, and it was known that some great sorrow had rendered him half-crazed. The gypsy mountebanks found their audience an appreciative one, and seeing that the impromptu entertainment was likely to prove profitable, the chief, a fierce-looking rascal named Giarno, announced that Mignon, the fairest and most talented of their gypsy maidens, would now give an exhibition of the famous egg dance. So saying, he thrust forward a beautiful young girl, in whose soft dark eyes fear and scornful resistance seemed struggling for the mastery, and it was soon plain to all that she regarded the lusty Giarno as a cruel tyrant, whom she was at last determined to defy, for, upon being bidden by him to commence her dance, she utterly refused to do so. Alas, poor Mignon! Of noble birth, she had been stolen from her home in early childhood by the gypsies, with whom she had been brought up, and Giarno the mountebank, seeing in her beauty and grace a means of attracting audience and securing gain, had compelled her to dance in the streets of every town and village they passed through, frequently beating her cruelly when, through fatigue or misery, she failed to please him. For many years the poor child, through fear of her harsh master, was forced to obey his will, but as she advanced to maidenhood, all her natural high-born instincts of refinement and modesty revolted against the publicity of the life she was compelled to lead, and now at last she determined to resist. Outraged by the free glances of admiration cast upon her by the careless gallants in the crowd, she shrank back and tried to escape. But when Giarno roughly seized her by the arms and angrily ordered her again to dance, she announced boldly that she would not perform. Enraged at her refusal, the fierce Giarno seized his stick and declared that he would beat her unless she obeyed him instantly. But in spite of his threats, brave little Mignon still declined to do his bidding. The old harper Lothario had been watching this scene with eager interest. Feeling himself drawn to the pretty Mignon by some unaccountable attraction, and on seeing the poor girl shrink back from the upraised arm of her tyrant master, he hurried forward, calling out as he approached, "Courage, maiden! I will protect you." Before he reached her side, however, a second defender arrived upon the scene, a handsome youth who, rushing forward and snatching the stick from Giarno's hand, bade him promise instantly not to harm the gypsy girl, as he valued his life. Cowed by this sudden onslaught, the bully drew back, muttering apologetically that he did but seek additional gain by the performance of his dancing girl, but upon receiving from his assistant a few coins in compensation for his loss, he was contented and withdrew with Mignon from the crowd. The bold cavalier who had thus so timely come to the rescue of the pretty gypsy maid was a Viennese student, by name Wilhelm Meister, who, being young, rich, and gay, was for the time being amusing himself by travelling from place to place, being eager to see the world and engage in the excitements of youth. His natural generosity and kindly pity had led him to interfere on Mignon's behalf, and now, as he strolled away to a refreshment garden near by, he felt elated by his encounter and longed for further adventures. Now it happened that the whole of this little scene had been witnessed from a balcony opposite by two strangers to the town, an actor named Laertes, and Filina, his leading lady, an actress of much beauty and fascinating but coquettish manners. And being greatly struck by the handsome appearance and gallant behaviour of Wilhelm Meister, the lady desired to make his acquaintance, hoping to add him to her already long list of admirers. Consequently, the two made their way to the refreshment garden, and here Laertes soon entered into friendly conversation with Wilhelm, telling him of the misfortunes of the strolling theatrical company to which he belonged, and of the attractive charms of the lovely Filina. Wilhelm was greatly amused by the exaggerated conversation of the actor, and when he was presently introduced to Filina, he was so delighted with the sparkling looks of the fair actress that he quickly fell under the spell of her fascinations. He walked about with her for some time, and when she at length left him, he determined to see her again, in spite of the fact that Laertes had warned him that she was a born coquette. As he came away from the garden, he met the gypsy troupe once more, and suddenly catching sight of her defender, the grateful Mignon sprang forward at once, and kissing his hand began to pour forth heartfelt thanks for his protection of her. Wilhelm was touched by her simple gratitude, and began to question her, being struck by her refinement and ethereal beauty. And then Mignon told him her pitiful little story, how she had been stolen by the gypsies when scarcely more than a babe, and how harshly she had been treated by them since. She could remember little of her early life, except that one terrible day, when playing near the brink of a clear blue lake she had been suddenly seized and borne off by the lawless Bohemians. But her memory being stirred by the questions put to her, she presently broke out into a rapturous recollection of her native country, describing it as a land of orange trees and roses, of soft breezes and everlasting blue skies, from which Wilhelm gathered her home to have been in Italy. Whilst they were talking together, the mountebank Jarno approached, and remarking that Wilhelm seemed to have taken a fancy to Mignon, he suggested that the young student should buy the girl's freedom, paying him a ransom for her, upon receipt of which he would renounce all rights in his favour. Eager to rescue the poor girl from so harsh a master, Wilhelm gladly agreed to the proposal, paying over to the gypsy 100 ducats at once, and Jarno quickly departed, rejoicing at the good bargain he had made. Mignon, delighted at the thought of her freedom, again poured forth grateful thanks upon her benefactor, for whom a passionate love, excited by his generosity and pity, was already springing up in her maiden heart, and then, turning to old Lothario the harper, who was also hovering near, still attracted by some deep feeling he could not fathom, she begged him to rejoice with her. Leaving the now happy girl with Lothario, Wilhelm strode back to the gardens, where he was soon joined again by Filina and Laertes, who announced that they had just received the news of an important engagement. A certain Baron Rosenberg, who was entertaining a company of noble guests at his castle in the neighbourhood, had instructed the strolling players to perform at a splendid fête he was giving in their honour, and Filina, determined not to be parted from her new admirer, now suggested that Wilhelm should accompany them as poet, attached to the company. Wilhelm, just ripe for such an adventure as this, and dazzled by the charms of the coquettish Filina, with whom he already fancied himself in love, readily agreed to the proposal, promising to join them at the fête, and when the two players had departed, he returned to Lothario and Mignon, telling the latter that he intended to place her with some worthy people in the town who would watch over her welfare. But Mignon, already passionately devoted to her benefactor, whom she persisted in regarding as her master, implored him not to send her away from him, and she begged hard to be permitted to accompany him on his travels in the disguise of a page, that she might serve him wherever he went. Wilhelm shook his head, gently removing her clinging hands from his arm, and the old harper now came forward and offered to be her guardian, declaring that if she would roam with him, he would watch over her with loving care. Then Wilhelm, seeing the look of disappointment and grief upon the sweet face of the gypsy girl, relented, and, touched by her devotion, said that she might remain with him for the present if she chose. So when, some days later, the young student, after completing his preparations, set off for the castle of Rosenberg, Mignon joyfully accompanied him in the garb of a page, and old Lothario, determined to keep a watch over the beautiful maiden whose appearance so strangely moved him, followed to the same neighbourhood, that he might be near at hand should harm befall her. Upon arriving at the castle, Wilhelm quickly obtained admission to the suite of handsome apartments that had been allotted to the fair Filina, who, as favourite star of the theatrical company, was receiving every mark of attention and admiration from the Baron and his distinguished guests, and the charming actress greeted him with such evident pleasure that the young student, intoxicated by her subtle witcheries, was filled with delight. The timid Mignon, after being received with coldness and laughing scorn by the actress, retired to a recess at the far end of the boudoir, and as she heard her beloved benefactor's protestations of admiration and regard for the gay pleasure-seeker before him, a dull, hopeless pain came into her heart, for she felt that she, the poor gypsy maid, could never hope to share in the sunshine of his love. She wondered childishly whether she could ever make herself sufficiently like Filina to attract him, and when the pretty actress presently departed to the salon with Wilhelm, she determined to try the experiment. Finding herself alone in the room, she drew forth one of Felina's gorgeous robes and arrayed herself in it, and then, sitting before the mirror, she began to enhance her delicate complexion with the various accessories to beauty used by the artful coquette, laughing with delight at her altered appearance. Suddenly, however, she heard the sound of approaching footsteps, and fearing to be discovered in her borrowed finery, she sprang into an adjoining room, just as the intruder entered the boudoir. The newcomer was a foppish youth named Frederick, nephew to Baron Rosenberg, who, wishing to pose as an admirer of the fascinating Felina, had now come to pay his court, expecting to find her alone, but no sooner had he entered the room than he was followed by Wilhelm, who had returned to speak with Mignon, whom he was about to send back to the town at the request of Felina. Recognizing in Frederick a young gallant whom he had seen before in the town with the pretty actress, Wilhelm demanded to be told his business, and Frederick, knowing the handsome student to be his most formidable rival, instantly provoked a quarrel with him, and furiously drew his sword. Wilhelm, to humour the youth, who was little more than a boy, and whose attempted gallantry amused him, playfully drew his sword also, but at this moment Mignon rushed from the inner chamber and flung herself between them. Quickly seeing that a duel had never been seriously intended, Frederick having already sheathed his sword in evident relief, Mignon, suddenly remembering her borrowed plumes, began to make a shamefaced apology for her folly, but Wilhelm gently took her aside, and told her that they must now part, since he had quite decided to send her back to the town. Felina, who had followed her admirer into the room, mockingly added that since the gipsy maid had taken a fancy to the dress she adorned herself with, she might keep it. But Mignon, stung by the laughing scorn of her rival, and rendered desperate by Wilhelm's decision, furiously tore the gauzy robe to ribbons, and rushed away in a tempest of tears and angry feelings. Wilhelm, astonished at this outburst of jealousy on the part of Mignon, whom until now he had regarded as a child, suddenly felt an awkward interest in her, and began to wonder at the depth of passion she had betrayed. But as the evening fête was now about to commence, he departed to witness the performance. The play chosen for representation that night was A Midsummer Night's Dream, and Felina, in the character of Titania, won golden opinions from one and all. In her dainty fairy garments she bewitched the hearts of her audience by her charming acting and fascinating coquetry, and the old castle walls rang with the loud bursts of applause that were constantly accorded to the lovely actress. Meanwhile, poor Mignon, having passionately torn off her borrowed finery, and donned her own old gipsy garments once more, had flown from the castle, and made her way to the bank of a lonely lake in the grounds, and here, overcome by the grief of her hopeless love, and rendered frantic by the bursts of applause in praise of Felina that ever and anon reached her, she was just about to throw herself in the water, when she suddenly heard the sad yet entrancing sounds of a harp, played close at hand. Turning round, she beheld Lothario the harper, who had been hovering in the castle grounds all evening, and thus saved her from her terrible resolve by his timely appearance. The unhappy girl calmed herself, and poured forth the whole story of her grief into the sympathizing ears of the old man. Leading her gently back to the illuminated grounds, Lothario soothed his companion as best he could, feeling strangely that her sorrows were his own, and when, carried away by her jealous emotions on hearing another loud burst of applause ring out upon the evening air, Mignon uttered a rash wish that the building in which her rival now triumphed might suddenly burst into flames. A curious gleam came into the old harper's wild eyes, and he left her side at once. In a few minutes he returned, and told her exultingly that in accordance with her desire he had set the castle on fire, and that the flames would soon burst forth. But before Mignon could fully grasp the meaning of what her half-witted friend had done to prove his zeal on her behalf, the festive entertainment came to an end, and guests and performers alike came out into the illuminated grounds to refresh themselves in the cool evening air. The praises of Felina were being sung on every side, and as the triumphant actress came forth on the arm of Wilhelm, she was received with great enthusiasm. Wilhelm soon noticed Mignon standing in the gloom with Lothario, and hurrying forward he greeted her with tenderness, for, alarmed at her prolonged absence, he had been searching for her. Helena, hating to see the two together, soon joined them, and desired Mignon to return to the theatre and fetch a bouquet she had left upon the stage, and Mignon, her despair brought back by the voice of Wilhelm, hurried into the doomed castle at once, remembering Lothario's words, and hoping to be overcome by the fumes within. The interior of the castle was already burning fiercely, and as the startled guests suddenly saw flames bursting out from the building they had just left, they rejoiced at their own safety. But Mignon was within the burning castle, and quickly realizing her danger, Wilhelm, with a cry of horror, dashed through the smoking doorway to seek for her. Struggling against the fumes and suffocating heat, he made his way to the theatre, and, finding Mignon lying half-dazed upon the already burning stage, he snatched her up in his arms, and, despite her frantic pleading that she might be left to her fate, bore her triumphantly through the blinding smoke into the safety of the grounds beyond. Upon whom he saw that the recent excitement had had the effect of restoring his reason to its normal balance and clearness, for, to his surprise, the old harper presently announced in cool, decided tones his intention of conveying the unconscious girl to the palace of Cipriani in Italy, where he had influence to secure her every attention and care. Seeing that Lothario was in earnest and would not be diverted from his purpose, Wilhelm agreed to help the old man in conveying Mignon to Italy, for he now felt drawn to the beautiful young girl more closely than ever, and already his passing fancy for the frivolous coquette Helena was dying away. So with every care and tenderness, the old man and his young companion bore the hapless Mignon to Italy. But upon arriving at the palace of Cipriani, a stately building upon the borders of a beautiful lake, the poor girl fell into a fever brought on by the dangerous excitement and mental suffering she had lately endured. Wilhelm found to his astonishment that the directions and commands of Lothario were all obeyed by the servants of the palace, as though the old harper were their master. But he scarce found time even to wonder at this, for all his thoughts were now centred on the suffering Mignon. In her delirium, the poor girl constantly breathed his name, thus betraying her passionate love for him, and as Wilhelm gazed upon the sweet pale face of the fair maiden he had rescued, and remembered her wonderful devotion and gratitude to him, an answering passion, deep and tender, gradually awakened within his own breast. So one day, when at last Mignon had sufficiently recovered to be brought into a large sunny room overlooking the sparkling lake, the young student told her of his love, and Mignon's faithful heart was filled with joy and sweet content. Whilst the two lovers were rejoicing together, Lothario entered the room, but instead of his old familiar way-worn garments, they saw to their surprise that he was now clothed in rich attire, and moved with the proud bearing of a noble. He greeted them in courtly tones, and in answer to their astonished looks, introduced himself as the owner of the palace in which they now resided, the Count of Cipriani, whose only child, Sperata, had been stolen away from him many years ago. He then told them that, half crazed with grief at the loss of his child, he had wandered forth in the garb of a harper from city to city and country to country in search of his darling, and for 15 years he had never once given up the hope of finding her at last. From the first time of seeing Mignon, he had felt unaccountably drawn to her, for her features had reminded him of his dead wife, and now, after having heard from Wilhelm the story she had told to him of her early recollections, he had come to prove that the gipsy girl was indeed his own long-lost child. As he spoke, the Count produced a casket and drew from it a girdle, which he said had been almost constantly worn by his little Sperata, and at the sound of this name a chord of memory was struck in the heart of Mignon, and she eagerly drew forth another relic from the casket. This was a little prayer book, from which the Count said his lost child had always spelled her evening prayer, and Mignon, in whose breast a stream of sweet recollections now rushed, closed her eyes, and repeated from memory, in soft, clear tones, the same simple childish prayer that was contained in the book. Satisfied at having thus proved beyond a doubt that the beautiful girl before him was indeed his own beloved daughter, Count Lothario clasped her in his arms with great joy, and then, placing her hand in that of Wilhelm, he bestowed his blessing upon them both. The soft breezes and warm sunshine of her native land soon brought Mignon back to health once more, and then, restored to the arms of a devoted parent, and enraptured by the possession of Wilhelm's love, she quickly forgot her troubled past, and looked forward to a future of happiness and peace. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emma Charlotte. Tchaikovsky, Eugene Onegin. It was a warm evening in the late autumn, and Frau Larina, a wealthy landowner in Russia, was sitting in the garden of her beautiful country house, busily engaged upon the homely task of peeling fruit, in which she was assisted by an old nurse named Philippina. Through the open windows of the mansion close by came the sound of the sweet singing of her two fair young daughters, Olga and Tatiana, and as she listened to their song, the mother's heart was filled with sympathy and tender recollection, for the song was one she had herself sung in the days of her youth. Darkness was fast closing around, and presently a band of merry peasants came trooping into the grounds, carrying sheaves of corn, which they presented to Frau Larina, for today was the last of the harvest, and they had come to lay their customary tribute at the feet of their lady benefactress. Frau Larina received the peasants with great kindness, inviting them to sing and dance before her, and to partake of the refreshment she had ordered to be prepared for them. So the lively youths and maidens, in spite of their weariness after their long day's toil, began to go through the mazy figures of a country dance upon the moonlit lawn, singing a merry harvest song as an accompaniment. On hearing the song of the peasants, Olga and Tatiana came out into the garden and stood beside their mother, listening to the singing and watching the dance with interest. The two sisters, though both fair to look upon, presented a great contrast to each other. For whereas the elder, Olga, was light-hearted, matter-of-fact, and frivolous, loving gaiety and amusement, Tatiana, on the other hand, was dreamy, romantic, and retiring, caring little for the usual excitements of youth, but preferring to wander off alone to read in solitude, or indulge in daydreams. This difference in disposition was shown now, as they emerged from the house, for Olga, exhilarated by the lively music, was ready enough to join the peasants in their merry dance. But Tatiana, in whom the music had awakened more romantic thoughts, retired to a quiet corner of the terrace to read a favourite book, and to enjoy the beauty of the night. Seeing that her young daughter was more than usually quiet and dreamy this evening, Frau Larina, with motherly solicitude, approached to inquire if all was well with her, but Tatiana declared that nothing ailed her, and that she was but deeply interested in her book and musings. When the peasants had finished their dance, they trooped away again to partake of their patroness's hospitality, and immediately after a carriage drove up, from which alighted two gentlemen who lived in the neighbourhood. These were Vladimir Lenski, a young nobleman who was betrothed to Olga, and his friend Eugene Onegin, who, although he owned land in the neighbourhood, yet was unknown to Frau Larina and her daughters. At sight of the stranger, the shy and timid Tatiana would have retired to the house, but was detained by her mother, and a few moments later Lenski came forward to greet the ladies, at the same time introducing his friend. Onegin was a handsome man who had seen much of the world, and possessed an interesting and fascinating personality. And as the impressionable Tatiana lifted her timid eyes and gazed shyly upon him, she was strangely attracted by him, feeling that he was the very impersonation of the romantic hero of her girlish dreams. Onegin, too, was interested in the pensive girl, who was more to his taste than the laughing Olga, and entering into conversation with her, they presently strolled into the garden together, leaving Lenski and his fiancée to their own sweet devices. Lenski was overjoyed at finding himself alone with his beloved Olga, and poured forth passionate protestations of devotion into her ear, which, although she received them with merry bantering, were nevertheless pleasing to his fiancée, and the time passed all too quickly for the happy lovers. Presently, however, Frau Larina interrupted this pretty scene by bidding them to the evening meal, which was now ready, and as the lovers retired to the house, Tatiana and Onegin emerged from the garden, deep in conversation, and passed in after them. Tatiana, in spite of her shyness, had found intense enjoyment in the society of Onegin, and although his conversation revealed him to be a world-weary cynic, with a little belief in human goodness, yet his personality thrilled her to her utmost being, and her heart throbbed wildly with a strange delirious joy that would not be suppressed. As the night advanced, this sudden passion grew more and more intensified, and when at last she retired to her chamber, her agitation was so great that she could restrain her feelings no longer. The old nurse who had accompanied her to attend to her wants endeavoured to soothe the young girl, seeing that she was overwrought, but she found her task a hard one, for Tatiana insisted on hearing the story of Philippuna's own love and betrothal, and was not to be diverted from this all-enthralling subject. So, to satisfy her young mistress, the old nurse described the events connected with her marriage, which were prosaic and unromantic enough, since, according to the usual custom of the Russian peasantry, a husband was chosen for her, and she was bidden to wed him, the short courtship being a mere matter of form, and the question of love having nothing whatever to do with the transaction. Tatiana, however, paid little heed to the story she had asked for, being too much engrossed with her own conflicting emotions, and as the recital came to an end, she desired the old nurse to bring writing materials into the room and then retire. Philippuna, thinking it best to humour the young girl, obeyed her behest at once, and having placed writing materials on the table, she kissed her nursling tenderly and left the room, hoping that sleep and pleasant dreams would restore her to calmness by the morning. But sleep was very far from the thoughts of the agitated Tatiana, for, unable to restrain her feelings any longer, she had determined to write a letter to Eugene Onegin, to confess the passionate love she had conceived for him, and to ask him to grant her a meeting in the grounds next day. For a long time conflicting thoughts assailed her, maidenly modesty and natural reticence struggling with her new-born love, and the longing desire to have it returned. But at length the intensity of her passion overcame all other feelings, and, seizing a pen, she began to write. But even now, when her decision was made, she found it a difficult task to put her overwhelming thoughts upon the paper, and many were the sheets she destroyed and the new attempts she made. The night crept on, but Tatiana was heedless of the passing hours, and at length, as the first signs of dawn appeared, she finished the letter, and with trembling hands and much misgiving, placed it in an envelope ready to be delivered. The letter was characteristic of the girl's disposition, and every line breathed of the sweet trustfulness that had prompted its writing. It was the simple outpouring of a generous, beautiful nature, and the depth and intensity of passion it revealed but proved the value of the gift offered, the gift of a pure young maiden's heart. Having sealed the letter, Tatiana went up to the window, and, drawing aside the curtains, pensively watched the rosy dawn of another beautiful autumn morning. And a short time afterwards Philip-Una came in to awaken her, according to her usual custom. Amazed to find her young mistress already risen, the old nurse hurried forward to greet her, noticing with alarm that the bed had not been slept in. But Tatiana, scarcely waiting for her greeting, hastily placed the letter she had written in her hands, and nervously entreated her to have it conveyed to Eugene Onegin without delay. At first the nurse hesitated, knowing that this was an extraordinary request, but seeing that the girl was still in a state of nervous excitement, she again thought it best to humour her, so took the note and promised to have it delivered at once. As soon as Philip-Una had left the room, Tatiana buried her face in her hands, half regretting that she had sent the letter, and wondering if Onegin would grant her the appointment she had asked for, first hoping that he would come, and the next moment praying that he would not. However, later in the day, as the time appointed for the meeting drew near, she gathered her courage together and went out into the grounds, with doubt and longing in her heart, trembling at the thought of what the result of her interview would be, fearing lest her love should be scorned, yet equally full of shy fears should it be returned. As she appeared in the grounds, she found that a group of village maidens were continuing their harvest festivities by indulging in further merry songs and dances on the lawn. But presently they departed to another part of the grounds, leaving Tatiana alone, and a few moments later Eugene Onegin appeared and hurried towards her. At the sight of the man she loved so passionately, Tatiana's little stock of courage entirely forsook her, leaving her trembling like an aspen leaf, and she would certainly have run away again, had not Onegin imperiously bidden her to remain. Then, drawing nearer to the agitated girl, he told her gently that he had received and read her letter, and since she had been so frank with him, he would, in return, be frank with her. He then went on to declare in passionless tones, yet half regretfully, that he was too world-weary to accept the fresh young love she had to offer, and was neither worthy to receive so generous a gift, nor had he a like passion to offer in return. As the trembling Tatiana listened to these cold yet truthful words, each one of which stabbed her to the heart, she felt crushed to the earth, and, overcome with grief and shame, she buried her face in her hands. Onegin, sorry for the pain he was thus inflicting upon the heart of this romantic girl, now bade her, in a more tender tone than he had yet used, to restrain her feelings, since another, less conscientious than himself, might use such impulsiveness for his own selfish ends. And then, taking her by the hand, he led her into the house as though she had been a little child. A short time after this, Frau Larina gave a splendid ball in honour of Tatiana's 18th birthday, and all the élite of the neighbourhood were invited to join in the festivities, prominent amongst the guests being Lenski and Eugene Onegin. The entertainment was an elegant one, and the assemblage brilliant, but Onegin found it dull and was frankly bored. He passed most of his time with Tatiana, for the romantic girl still interested him. But Tatiana was restless and silent, and at last he left her to her own reflections, seeing that she seemed ill at ease with him. Being now more bored than ever, he felt annoyed with Lenski for having persuaded him to come, and presently the spirit of mischief suggested a means for paying off this small grudge against his friend. Seeing the pretty, smiling Olga approaching at the moment, he invited her to dance with him several times, including the cotillon that she had promised to her fiancé. And Olga, being by nature a daring coquette, gaily accepted his attentions with such evident pleasure that Lenski's brow grew black with disappointment and jealousy, for he loved her passionately, and could brook no rival in his affections. Full of gloom, he watched the pair as they danced through the intricate figures, noting with increasing anger the many roguish glances bestowed by the coquettish Olga upon her partner. And when the cotillon came to an end, unable to restrain his feelings any longer, he openly accused Onegin of endeavouring to steal away the affections of his fiancée, and before all the guests he furiously challenged him to give him satisfaction and fight with him on the morrow. At first Onegin tried to laugh the matter off, declaring that he had no thought of doing his friend a wrong, and Olga, now frightened and full of remorse that her giddy conduct should have thus been the means of causing strife, also implored her fiancé to calm himself and think no more of the matter. But Lenski's jealous passion would brook no interference, and he continued to pour such angry reproaches and stinging taunts upon Onegin, that the latter at length lost control of himself also, and, goaded beyond bearing, angrily accepted the challenge. The guests, alarmed and dismayed, at once took a hurried departure, and the ball, which had commenced so brightly, ended in confusion and gloom. Early next morning Lenski and Onegin, with their seconds, met in a retired part of the grounds, and there, with all the usual ceremonious etiquette, the duel was fought. Both felt sad at the thought that their long and happy friendship should end in this terrible way, and longed to utter the one word that would have reconciled them. But pride kept their lips sealed, and when the signal was given, they raised their pistols and fired instantaneously. Lenski fell to the ground at once, and when Onegin, who was untouched, ran forward with the seconds, and clasped him in his arms, he found to his horror that he was dead. Full of grief and remorse that he had thus, for the sake of a foolish code of honour, slain the dearest friend of his youth, Onegin, dazed and miserable, left the neighbourhood at once, and for several years afterwards he wandered restlessly from country to country, in the vain endeavour to drown the tormenting regrets and harrowing recollections that haunted his brain. But neither change of scene nor wildest adventure could succeed in bringing any comfort or peace to his wounded and remorseful heart. And at last, overruled by an irresistible longing to return to the scene of his trouble, he travelled to Russia once more, and upon arriving in St. Petersburg, was sought out by his old friends and induced to remain there for a while. On receiving an invitation to a magnificent ball from one of his near relations, Prince Gremin, a nobleman of high position and honours, he was persuaded to accept this, and when the evening arrived, he proceeded to attend the function, though very much against his will. But even such a brilliant scene as this could not bring distraction to the torn and weary heart of Eugene Onegin. And as he wandered restlessly from room to room, his self-accusing thoughts still haunted him, and the memory of the fatal duel was again pictured in his mind as vividly as ever. Presently, however, he noticed a stir among the guests, and a subdued murmur of admiration, and, following their gaze, he saw that the centre of attraction was a beautiful young woman, richly clad and sparkling with jewels, who was passing from one group to another with easy dignity, bestowing smiles and gracious words on all. A second glance told Onegin that this brilliant figure was Tatiana, the young daughter of Frau Larina, the romantic maiden who had so impulsively offered him her fresh girlish love a few years ago. Tatiana, no longer a dreamy child, grown up into a lovely, soulful woman, gracious and self-controlled, a very queen even amidst this dazzling array of fair women. It was indeed Tatiana who had been taken from her quiet country home to become the admired wife of Prince Gremin, who, though many years older than she, yet loved her tenderly, and did all in his power to make her happy, and the fair young girl, though she could not give him love, yet made him a dutiful and devoted wife, and soon learned to bear her exalted position with becoming dignity. Now, as Onegin gazed once again upon Tatiana, always interesting to him, but doubly so in her matured beauty, with all her natural charms of mind, body, and disposition intensified 100-fold, his heart suddenly throbbed with a new and strange feeling of exultation, and he who had thought himself dead to all passion, felt his pulses quicken and a thrill of the keenest joy pass like an electric current through his whole being. His emotion increased presently when Prince Gremin brought his beautiful young wife forward, and introduced her to him with pride and affection. For although Tatiana greeted him with easy calm and even coldness, making no attempt to hide their former acquaintance, yet the intense look of repressed passion in her deep, tender eyes told him plainly that her feeling for him had not altered, but had deepened with her growth. As she moved away again on the arm of her husband, Onegin felt the sharp pangs of jealousy for the first time in his life, and knew that he loved this woman with his whole heart, and he was seized with a passionate desire to possess the love he had once refused. Unable to restrain his overwhelming feelings, he determined to declare himself at all costs, and, making his way to a retired spot, he waited until Tatiana came by alone, and then, hastening towards her, trembling with emotion, he told her of his love, and implored her to grant him with hers in return. But Tatiana reminded him bitterly that he had slighted her proffered affection in former years. treating it as the mere fancy of a sentimental girl, and even blaming her for her boldness. Cut to the quick by this just retort, Onegin sank to his knees and begged her with increasing emotion to have pity and to grant him the love he now longed for above all things. And his pleading was so powerful that Tatiana, unable to keep up her pretence of coldness any longer, admitted that her passion for him was still the same, and for a few moments a feeling of delirious joy filled her heart at the thought that her love was at last returned. But when Onegin next entreated her to leave her home with him, that they might be yet happy together, since theirs was a love that would not be denied, then the young wife declared in broken accents that she would not be untrue to her husband, no matter how hard it might be to refuse the pleading of the man she loved. Again and again Onegin passionately besought her to obey the dictates of her heart, and to fly with him. But Tatiana, though tempted almost beyond endurance, still brokenly, yet firmly refused. And at last, fearing to remain longer lest her resolution should break down, she fled away from his presence with a last distracted look. Then Onegin, full of despair, and feeling that happiness could never now be his, drew forth a pistol that he had carried with him on his travels, and, since he cared no longer to live, he drew the trigger and fell lifeless to the ground. End of section 33. Recording by Emma Charlotte.
Section 34 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilkie Mills. VERDI, Ernani. In the wild mountainous districts of Aragon in the year 1519, a large company of bandits and mountaineer rebels were gathered together one day in their stronghold, for they had been summoned thither at the command of their chief, who, though in reality a noble fallen under the ban of the King of Castile, was known to them only by the name of Ernani. These lawless folk gave their leader unquestioning obedience and loyal service, for Ernani had won their fierce hearts, not only by his noble and commanding presence, but by his just dealings, his faithful heart, and his unimpeachable honor. Never had the bandits known their chief to break his word, to betray a friend, or to deceive even an enemy, and it was with eager sympathy that they now listened to his appeal for their help. Ernani told them that he had conceived a passion for a certain beautiful lady of Aragon, whose name was Elvira, and who returned his love, since they had already met on several occasions. But, unhappily for the lovers, Elvira had been betrothed against her will to Don Silva, a grandee of Spain, who, though advancing in years, was so eager to be united to her that he had already found means to convey her to his castle, where the nuptials were to be celebrated next day. The bandit chief implored the help of his friends to rescue this fair lady from her unhappy position, and to assist him to carry her off from the castle, and the merry rebels gladly agreed to do so. Having thus made his arrangements with his followers, Ernani betook himself to the castle of Don Silva, where he managed to effect an entrance unobserved, and then, concealing himself in an alcove near the apartments of Elvira, he awaited a suitable moment for revealing himself to her. The captive Elvira was in a most unhappy state of mind, for though her bandit lover had assured her that he would rescue her from her fate, she feared lest he should come too late. As the day wore on, Don Silva was called away for a time, and during his absence Elvira was surprised and dismayed by an unexpected visit from the young King Carlos of Spain, who, though she knew him to have professed admiration for her, she had hoped would be too much engaged with the conspiracies and difficulties arising upon his recent accession to the throne to find time to press his attentions further. The young king, however, could not quell his youthful passion so easily, and knowing that Elvira was at the castle of Don Silva, he had made this surprise visit in order to declare his love for her, and even to invite her to share his throne. But Elvira's heart was already given to Ernani, and she begged the king not to press his suit further, since she could not love him. And this reply enraged Carlos, who had heard of her preference for the bandit chief, so that he seized her by the hand and would have compelled her to follow him, had not her cry for help quickly brought forth Ernani from the alcove. An angry altercation now took place between the rivals, but, as they were about to engage with their swords, Elvira flung herself between the pair and besought them to desist. At this moment Don Silva returned, and was filled with grief and indignation at thus finding his betrothed speaking with two lovers in her apartment, and, calling for his weapons, he furiously challenged both the intruders, vowing vengeance for the insult. The royal attendants, however, now arrived on the scene, and when Don Silva thus discovered that it was his king whom he had challenged and addressed so cavalierly, he was filled with dismay, and knelt for pardon. Carlos, who was at that time eager for the support of his chief nobles, could not well refuse, but as he departed, he warned Ernani to fly from his wrath, since it was his intention to exterminate the bandit hordes of which he was the chief. Elvira now begged her lover to escape whilst he could, assuring him that she would remain faithful to their love until he could return and claim her as his own. And since Ernani's honor would not permit him to desert his bandit friends in their hour of peril, he was thus compelled to leave her, though with many misgivings. The rebels and bandits, however, met with no success, for the king pursued them with pitiless zeal, and did not rest until he had dispersed the band. And presently a report of Ernani's death was brought to Elvira, who was filled with despair at the news. In spite of her grief, however, she was compelled to listen to the suit of Don Silva once more, and upon the old nobleman now insisting upon her fulfilling her betrothal with him, she was thus forced to consent, being too much dazed and overcome with grief for the loss of her lover to resist. All arrangements for the celebration of the nuptials were accordingly made, and on the day of the wedding splendid festivities were held at Don Silva's castle. But Ernani was not dead, though he had been for some time a fugitive, and having at last made his way back to the neighborhood of his beloved Elvira, and hearing of revels to be held at the castle, though he knew not the cause, he disguised himself as a poor pilgrim, and asked for admittance and hospitality. Don Silva, who took a pride in his hospitality to high and low alike, gave the pilgrim welcome, treating him as an honored guest, and inviting him to join in the festivities. He informed him that they were in honor of his own marriage, which was about to be celebrated. At this moment the bridal party entered the hall, accompanied by a gorgeous train of pages, high-born ladies, and grandees of Spain, and, to his utter woe, Ernani saw that the bride was none other than Elvira herself. Filled with anger and despair at her seeming unfaithfulness, Ernani flung aside his pilgrim's robe, and recklessly revealed himself to the company, demanding to be given up to the king for execution, since he no longer desired to live. Don Silva, however, though furious at the intrusion of his hated rival, refused to give him up to justice, declaring that it was a particular point in his code of honor to regard the person of one whom he had received as his guest as sacred from harm or betrayal." With these proud words, the old noble retired with his followers to give directions for the extra guarding of his castle, fearing lest a party of fugitive bandits might be lurking near their leader. Ernani and Elvira were thus left alone for a few moments, and as her angry lover began to pour forth reproachful words upon her, the unhappy lady related to him how he had been reported to her as dead, and how she had been compelled to accept Don Silva's suit, declaring, however, that it had been her intention to destroy herself afterwards. Finding, therefore, that Elvira's heart was still faithful to him, Ernani clasped her in his arms once more, and the wretched pair bemoaned their sad fate together, knowing that they were in great peril. At this moment Don Silva returned to the hall, and thus, seeing that Elvira still loved the proscribed bandit, his jealousy was roused again, and he vowed vengeance upon Ernani. When, however, the proud bandit declared once more that he was willing to die, Don Silva still refused to give him up, hoping for a more subtle and terrible revenge. The attendants now announced that the king and a company of soldiers were clamoring at the gates for admission, and when Ernani had been hastily concealed in a secret chamber, and Elvira had retired to her own apartment, Don Carlos was admitted. The young king announced that he had scattered the bandit hordes, and now sought their chief, and adding that he had tracked Ernani to Castle Silva, he sternly demanded that he should be delivered up to him. This command Don Silva stubbornly refused to carry out, whereupon the king gave orders for the castle to be searched. The soldiers, however, being unacquainted with the secret chamber, were unable to find the bandit, and then Carlos, furious at being defied, declared that if Ernani's head were not forthcoming, he would take Don Silva's. Whilst the nobleman was still protesting against betraying one who had been his guest, hoping thus to reserve Ernani for a more cruel fate, Elvira hastily entered the hall, and falling on her knees before the king, she besought him not to engage in strife, but to have mercy on his foes. On beholding the beautiful Elvira again, the king's suppressed love for her burned fiercely once more, and taking her gently by the hand, he declared that he would now hold her as a hostage for the good faith of Don Silva, until Ernani should be delivered up to him. It was in vain that Don Silva protested against such a proceeding, and the weeping Elvira was at once taken away by the king to his palace. When Ernani was at length led forth from his hiding-place, and learned that his beloved one was held as a hostage by the king, he was furious, and now regarding Don Silva as a companion in misfortune, he offered to join him in a scheme of vengeance against Carlos, who was their mutual enemy and rival in the affections of Elvira, regarding his life, however, as forfeited to Silva, to whom he was grateful for having protected him so long. Ernani declared his willingness to die whenever his rival should desire it, and as a pledge of his solemn promise, he gave the nobleman his hunting horn, saying, quote, "By this token, in the hour when thou wilt have Ernani perish, sound this horn, and I shall know it is the hour for me to die." Close quote. Don Silva, thus recognizing that he had Ernani in his power, gladly accepted him as a colleague in taking vengeance on the king, and the pair immediately sought out a band of conspirators who were at that time seeking to assassinate Carlos, who had not yet been unanimously accepted as king, and offered to join them in their enterprise. They were eagerly welcomed by the conspirators, and it was arranged that they should meet on a certain day in the catacombs of Aquisgrano, and by drawing lots decide who should strike the fatal blow. Meanwhile, Carlos had received information that a conspiracy had been formed against him, and as he was now almost certain of being accepted as king by the majority of the people, he bravely determined to face his secret foes and denounce them. He therefore bade his esquire to cause 3 salutes of cannon to be sounded should he be accepted as king at the final meeting of electors to be held that day, that he might be sure of his regal power before denouncing his foes. And he also gave orders for the ministers of state, together with the Lady Elvira, to be brought to him in the conspirators' meeting place. He then made his way alone to the catacombs of Aquisgrano, and took up a position beside the mausoleum of his illustrious father, Charles the Great, and here many solemn and noble thoughts passed through the mind of the young prince. The sacred responsibility of his high position impressed itself upon him for the first time, so that a sense of his own frailty and weakness made him humbly conscious of his utter dependence upon a higher power than his own. And he solemnly registered a vow that if his kingship should be accepted that day, he would forego the careless pleasures and passions of youth, and devote himself loyally to the service of his country and people, and thereby win for himself a glorious name and virtue's, quote, crown of deathless fame, close quote. Having made this sacred resolve, the young king now concealed himself in the royal mausoleum, from whence he could see and hear all that passed without being observed, and a few minutes later the conspirators entered, all wrapped in long dark cloaks. Don Silva and Ernani had established themselves as the leaders, and after reciting their hatred of the monarchy, they drew lots for the privilege of killing the young Carlos. The name drawn was that of Ernani, and Don Silva, greatly disappointed, entreated the bandit to resign the right in his favor. Ernani, however, refused to forego his privilege, and in spite of Silva's angry warnings that his vengeance should quickly follow, he firmly declared that he alone should kill his royal rival. Just as the lot had been thus decided, the conspirators were startled by the sound of a cannon shot repeated 3 times from the fortress of the city, and this being the signal for Don Carlos, he stepped forth from the mausoleum with a stern and regal air. At the same moment there entered from another door 6 electors and the ministers of state, followed by royal pages who bore the crown and regalia. And after these came a retinue of splendidly dressed lords and ladies, amongst whom was the pale and drooping Elvira. At the bidding of the electors, the crown was placed upon the head of the young king, and he was solemnly hailed as the sovereign. And Carlos, with equally dignified solemnity, accepted the charge laid upon him. Then, turning to the discomforted conspirators, he exposed their plot, and denouncing them as traitors, he condemned the nobles to the block, and the plebeians to prison. Ernani was herded with the latter, but refusing to bear such an insult, he now disclosed his true identity as a duke of ancient family, and haughtily claimed the death of an aristocrat. Carlos readily granted this plea, but Elvira, in despair at thus losing her lover forever, fell on her knees and passionately implored the king to pardon Ernani, adding as her plea, quote, "Virtue sublime is mercy in kings." Close quote. As Carlos listened to the pleading voice of the beautiful Elvira, he was reminded of the sacred vow he had so recently made, and desiring to win the affection of his people by ruling them with love and clemency, he now magnanimously proclaimed a gracious pardon for all the conspirators. Further than this, he steadfastly quelled the longings of his youthful heart, and resigned all further thoughts of Elvira, and knowing that her love was given to Ernani, he declared it to be his royal will that the pair should be united. So the faithful lovers were wedded at last, and Ernani and his fair bride retired to the ex-bandit's ducal palace, where a noble company had assembled to bid them welcome and join in the bridal festivities. But amongst the merry company of wedding guests there glided a masked stranger, who greeted no one, and held himself aloof from all, and this was none other than Don Silva, who, less noble than his king, was consumed with fierce jealousy at the happiness of his favoured rival, and had now come to indulge in a cruel vengeance. When the guests had departed, and Ernani and his bride were alone, they embraced each other with great joy, thankful that their troubles were over, and wondering at the unexpected happiness which lay before them. But suddenly they were startled by the loud, lingering blast of a hunting horn. Ernani became pale as death, and his heart stiffened with horror, for he remembered his vow to Don Silva, and knew that this was the signal for him to die. Elvira was filled with alarm at his altered looks, but Ernani declared that he was unwell, and bade her fetch him a cordial, that in her absence he might brace himself for his fearful act. Full of grief that his cup of happiness should be thus snatched from him as he was about to enjoy it, he thought wildly for a moment of escape. But just as he was about to follow Elvira, Don Silva himself entered the room, and calmly bade him fulfill the solemn promise he had made, adding, with fiendish triumph, that one so nobly born and of such high character could not stoop to forswear himself. Well did Ernani know this, for never yet had he broken his word to any living soul, nor could his high sense of honor permit him to do so now. Just as he drew his dagger, however, Elvira returned to the room, and now hearing of the fearful compact which had been made between the two rivals for her hand, she knelt before Don Silva and besought him with distracted sobs to release her beloved husband from his vow. But Don Silva had steeled his heart to withstand this piteous appeal, and coldly announced that he awaited the fulfillment of his rival's vow, and Ernani, knowing well that he could expect no mercy from such a remorseless foe, and too proud to tarnish his honourable name by forswearing himself, clasped the weeping Elvira in a last embrace. Then, quickly grasping his dagger, he resolutely stabbed himself to the heart, faithful to the fatal promise he had made. And as Elvira, with a terrible cry of woe, fell senseless beside him, he expired, and Don Silva's vengeance was accomplished. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Verdi's Rigoletto. During the 16th century, there reigned over the fair city of Mantua a handsome young duke, whose brilliant court was one of the gayest and most licentious of its age. For the youthful ruler cared little for the responsibilities of state, and, instead of seeking the welfare of his people, he chose to gather around him a band of careless nobles of his own age, and to pass his time amidst the excitements of wild excesses and love intrigues. Susceptible, ardent, and inconstant, his amours were frequent, passionate, and short, and there was scarcely a lady at his court, not to mention various pretty maidens of more humble birth, with whom he had not, at some time or other, fancied himself in love. In all his intrigues the Duke was constantly aided by his jester, Rigoletto, a hunchback who was the most privileged person at court, for beneath the cap and bells the buffoon possessed a fertile, scheming brain that never failed to devise cunning ruses to gratify the lawless passions of his unscrupulous master. For this reason Rigoletto had gained many enemies, for, besides exciting the jealousy of the courtiers by making himself the favourite of their royal master, he was also hated by many haughty nobles whose honour had been assailed by his intrigues. The jealous lords constantly vented their spleen upon the hated jester by scornful taunts and slights, all of which Rigoletto returned with interest, making the proud courtiers the subjects of his spiteful wit and stinging raillery, whilst inwardly he triumphed in a joy they knew naught about. For Rigoletto had a beautiful daughter named Gilda, whom he loved passionately, and fearing lest the maiden's loveliness should lead to the ruin of her innocence, he had ever kept her existence a secret, even from his most intimate acquaintances. To this end, on coming to Mantua, he placed her in a humble house in a quiet part of the city, under the care of her old nurse, Giovanna, and every evening after dark he went to receive the sweet caresses of this darling child, a stolen happiness that more than compensated him for the scorn of his enemies. Little did the poor jester guess that the precious treasure he guarded so lovingly was doomed to become the prey of the very person whose notice of her he most dreaded, his royal master. Yet it was so ordained. For every morning Gilda attended matins in the neighbouring church, and here she was at length seen by the young Duke, who quickly became enamoured of her beauty. Every day he stole into the church to watch her at her devotions, and Gilda, though she scarcely dared return the ardent glances bestowed upon her by the handsome cavalier, soon felt an answering thrill in her own heart. Yet, fearing her father's anger, she kept this new, sweet joy a secret, and since the Duke did not need his favourite's help in such a simple enterprise, it came about that Rigoletto remained in ignorance that his happiness was at stake. But in spite of the care he took, his secret visits to the humble house at length became known to the jealous courtiers, and this discovery was made soon after the Duke had first seen Gilda at church. One evening a splendid entertainment was being held at the ducal palace, and in an anteroom a group of courtiers, freshly smarting under the spiteful wit of Rigoletto, were gathered together venting their grievances, and listening to the special complaints of one of their number, Count Soprano, whose pretty wife was for that evening the Duke's plaything, thanks to the machinations of the hated jester. While they were talking angrily together, they were joined by another noble named Marullo, who declared that he had great news for them, and in answer to their eager questions he told them he had discovered that Rigoletto had a sweetheart, since he went nearly every evening after dark to pay a visit at a humble house in a certain quiet street, a sure sign that his mistress dwelt there. The courtiers all laughed derisively at the idea of the ugly hunchback being in love, but Soprano, seeing in the incident a means of revenging himself upon the scheming jester, quickly proposed a plan to them. He suggested that they should repair to the humble dwelling pointed out by Marullo, and forcing an entrance, carry off the fair lady who dwelt therein, and by this means they would punish the hunchback for the insults he had piled upon them. The courtiers eagerly fell in with the plan, and having promised to meet Soprano late next evening in order to carry out the enterprise, they returned to the brilliant salon. Here dancing, feasting, and merriment were being indulged in with an utter absence of restraint, for it was the delight of the Duke of Mantua to pursue his pleasures with an extravagant recklessness. But suddenly the revels were strangely interrupted, for after a loud altercation with the servitors at the door, who tried vainly to detain him, an uninvited guest dashed through the careless throng in the salon, and quickly made his way to the spot where the Duke was standing. The intruder was an aged noble, the Count of Monteroni, whose beautiful daughter had lately been stolen from her home to gratify the evil passion of the libertine Duke, and in a voice trembling with scorn and anger, the outraged father demanded the restoration of his child, calling down vengeance upon her betrayer. But Monteroni's appeals and threats were drowned in derisive laughter, and the Duke, impatient at such an unpleasant interruption to the revels, instantly ordered his guards to imprison the Count in a cell beneath. Rigoletto, taking up his cue from his master's humour, made merry over the poor father's despair, and uttered mocking quips at his expense. But soon he regretted his words, for as Monteroni was being led away by the guards, he turned upon the jester and cursed him with great fury. Now, Rigoletto was very superstitious, and so was filled with fear as he realized that a father's curse had fallen upon him, and though the revels went on as before, the incident took such a hold on his imagination that he felt some terrible woe was in store for him. Late next night, these disturbing thoughts were still in the jester's mind as he hastened towards the humble abode of his beloved daughter, and when he was presently accosted by a begging bravo, he stopped to converse with him, thinking that he might have occasion later on for the services of some such desperate rogue. The bravo, who gave his name as Sparafucile, declared that for gold he would dispose of any enemy who lay in the jester's path, stating that his abode was an outlying lonely inn, where intended victims were easily lured by the attractive looks of his pretty sister, a gypsy girl named Maddalena. Having agreed to seek the bravo's aid should he need it, Rigoletto hurried into the courtyard of his house, and here he found the beautiful Gilda already waiting for him with her attendant Giovanna. Now Gilda had been kept in complete ignorance of her father's name and profession, and tonight, after greeting him with her usual joyful embraces, she begged him to reveal his true identity, being weary of the mystery that so constantly surrounded her. But Rigoletto firmly refused her plea, gently bidding her to love him only and ask no questions. And then he turned to Giovanna, sternly demanding whether she guarded her charge with the strictness he had commanded. Gilda trembled at this question, remembering the gallant whom she met each day at church, and whose admiring glances had aroused love in her heart. But Giovanna, less fearful, boldly answered her master's question, and assured him that he had no cause for alarm. Then Rigoletto bade his daughter a loving farewell and departed, for he never dared to remain long with her, for fear his absence from court should be noticed. No sooner had he gone than the young Duke of Mantua suddenly appeared in the courtyard, having at last discovered the abode of his new love, and determined to seek an interview with her that night. And rushing forward, he clasped Gilda in his arms, declaring that he loved her. Giovanna, having secretly received a purse of gold from the Duke upon his entrance, quietly departed into the house, and the pair were thus left alone in the courtyard. Gilda was at first alarmed at finding herself alone with the stranger, whom she quickly recognised as the handsome cavalier whose ardent glances had thrilled her at morning devotions. But, utterly unable to resist the passionate wooing of the Duke, she at length submitted willingly to his caresses, and admitted that she loved him in return. The cunning gallant described himself as a poor scholar, who would nevertheless make a humble home for her, and Gilda was filled with rapture at the thought that no barrier of rank would thus separate her from her lover. Presently, approaching footsteps in the street beyond warned them that this sweet interview must end, and the Duke, fearful of discovery, bade the maiden a hasty but passionate farewell, and quickly hurried away. Then Gilda, gazing lovingly after his retreating figure, reluctantly entered the house, but not before she had been seen by the newcomers, who were none other than Count Soprano, Marullo, and their companion plotters, who, masked and cloaked, had come to carry out the plan of vengeance on Rigoletto which they had arranged the night before. They were astonished at the beauty of the jester's supposed mistress, but ere they had time for further comment on the matter, they were suddenly confronted by Rigoletto himself, who, being uneasy in his mind, had returned to take another look at his daughter's sanctuary. Marullo, quickly seeing additional zest for their scheme in this unlooked-for interruption, gaily accosted the jester, and making himself known, invited him to join in their enterprise, for to deceive the poor hunchback further, he declared that they were about to carry off the wife of Count Soprano, and take her to the Duke. Rigoletto, thus imagining that his own secret treasure was not sought, quickly fell into the trap, for Soprano's palace was situated on the opposite side of the street, a circumstance which gave credence to the story, and delighted to assist in bringing dishonour upon one of his most hated enemies, he readily agreed to join the ravishers. Marullo then declared that since the others were all masked, Rigoletto must also have his face hidden, and seizing a scarf, he bound it so tightly over the jester's eyes and ears that he could neither see nor hear. Next, he made his victim hold the ladder they had brought against the wall of his own house, and then he and his companions, hardly able to restrain their mirth at the trick they were playing, climbed up to an open window above and made their entry. Rigoletto, holding the ladder below, still imagined that it was his enemy's house that was being entered, and when the ravishers presently returned, bearing Gilda in their arms, he rejoiced, thinking that the victim was Soprano's wife. His hearing being dulled by the tight bandages over his ears, he did not catch the stifled cries of the poor girl as she was quickly borne away, and it was not until the maskers were far out of his reach that he discovered he had been left alone. Then, tearing off his bandage with difficulty, he saw that the ladder was leaning against the wall of his own house, and realizing the cruel trick that had been played upon him, he was filled with rage and despair. He rushed madly down the street toward the palace, trembling for the fate of his beloved child, and forcing his way to the anteroom adjoining the Duke's private chamber, he found his enemies already there. For the plotters had immediately brought their prize in triumph to their royal master, declaring her to be the mistress of Rigoletto, and the Duke had received her with joy on recognizing the lovely features of his own new lady-love. When Rigoletto reached the anteroom, he passionately demanded to have his precious daughter restored to him, being filled with woe on learning that she was even now in the power of the Duke. But the courtiers, though astonished to know that she was his child, only met him with derisive laughter, utterly disregarding his frantic appeals for mercy. But at that moment Gilda herself rushed forth from the Duke's room and flung herself in her father's arms, having heard his voice in the anteroom. And as the jester quickly hurried her away, she poured forth into his ears the whole story of her infatuation for the handsome cavalier who had admired her in church, of his visit to her that evening, and of her despair on now discovering him to be but a base libertine, who only desired to use her as his plaything. Yet even in spite of this knowledge, the poor girl loved him still, and when Rigoletto swore vengeance on the false betrayer, she entreated him to spare her lover, whom she had already forgiven for the wrong he had done her. But Rigoletto's anger against his royal master was so furious that nothing but death would satisfy his longing for revenge, and quickly sending for Sparafucile, the bravo, he bargained with him for a sum of gold to entice the Duke to his lonely inn and murder him there. A few days later, Sparafucile returned, saying that his sister Maddalena had already brought herself before the Duke's notice, and enticed him into a promise to visit the inn that evening, when his murder would be easily accomplished during the night. And Rigoletto determined to take Gilda to the spot also, that he might convince her of her base lover's faithlessness, and so cure her infatuation for him. So when dusk fell, the jester and his daughter quickly made their way to a wild spot on the outskirts of the city, and on arriving at the bravo's lonely inn, Rigoletto drew the maiden into the shadows near a window, from whence they could see and hear all that took place in the room beyond. A few minutes later they saw the Duke, in disguise, enter the inn, and as Sparafucile left the room after serving the guests with wine, his pretty gypsy sister Maddalena took his place. The Duke at once began to make love to the girl, who, however, only laughed and teased him in return. And when Gilda thus saw for herself how soon her fickle gallant had forgotten her, and heard him utter the same sweet love speeches to the gypsy girl that he had whispered into her own delighted ears only a few evenings ago, she was filled with deepest grief. Rigoletto, seeing that his daughter was at last convinced of her lover's faithlessness, was now eager to get her away from the inn, not wishing her to know of the tragic end in store for the false betrayer, and bidding her hasten home at once, he told her to disguise herself in the garments of a youth, which he had provided for her, and then fly on horseback to Verona, where he would meet her later on. At first Gilda could not bring herself to leave the spot, but when her father sternly repeated his command, she hurried away at once to obey his will. Sparafucile now came out to learn his final instructions, and Rigoletto told him that after murdering the Duke he was to place the dead body in a sack, that it might be ready for him to throw into the river Minchino that flowed close by. He then gave the bravo half the money agreed upon between them, and promising to return at midnight with the remainder of the money, when he should expect to find the deed accomplished, he departed. Throughout the evening the unsuspecting Duke amused himself with the pretty decoy Maddalena, and the gypsy girl at length became so fascinated with him that she could no longer bear to think of taking his life, and a feeling of pity for his fate took sudden hold of her heart. She was therefore filled with repulsion when her brother next appeared, and invited the guest to retire to rest in the upper chamber set apart for him. And when, after a last tender glance at her, the Duke had mounted the rickety stairs, and stretched himself on the couch above, she besought Sparafucile to spare the young man's life, declaring that she felt a tender interest in him. But Sparafucile muttered angrily that the hunchback's gold was more to him than the gay cavalier's life, and it was not until Maddalena again passionately implored him with tears in her eyes to grant her request, that he at length agreed on a compromise. He promised to spare the cavalier only on condition that some other stranger called at the inn before midnight whom he could slay instead, and pass off to the hunchback as his victim. And with this, Maddalena was forced to be content, though she felt little hope of gaining her wish, since it was a stormy night, and no strangers were likely to call. Now the whole of this conversation between the brother and sister had been overheard by Gilda, for though she had been to her home and changed her garments for male attire, according to Rigoletto's orders, she had been unable to resist the temptation to return to the inn, that she might look once again upon the features of the man she still loved so dearly. She arrived just in time to hear the gipsy girl pleading for the life of the Duke, and realizing that he was about to be murdered, she was overcome with horror. But on hearing the condition by which he might yet be saved, a wild enthusiasm filled her heart, and she resolved heroically that since her own life was ruined by a hopeless passion, she would sacrifice herself for the sake of her faithless lover. Having commended her soul to heaven, she calmly approached the door and knocked, and instantly there was a dead silence within. Maddalena trembled on hearing the sound, but Sparafucile drew his dagger, and upon a second knock being heard, he flung open the door and fiercely stabbed the supposed youth standing there. Gilda fell to the ground without a single word, and hastily producing a sack, the brother and sister fastened the body within it. It was now midnight, and a few minutes later Rigoletto entered, and paying down the remainder of the money promised, demanded his victim. Sparafucile produced the sack, and, not wishing his trick to be discovered, suggested that the body should immediately be thrown into the river, and offered his assistance for this purpose. Rigoletto, however, declined the offer, desiring to gloat over his victim alone, and when the bravo had reluctantly relinquished the sack, he dragged it a few yards distant, and then sat down to rejoice over his fallen enemy. But at that moment he heard the sound of a voice singing in the upper chamber of the inn, for the Duke had been awakened by the talking below, and was now indulging in gay snatches of song. Instantly recognizing the voice as that of the Duke, Rigoletto was filled with amazement and angry disappointment, and furious at having been thus cheated of his prey, he tore open the sack, and by the light of the moon beheld the beloved features of his own beautiful daughter. Horror-struck, the poor hunchback lifted his child in his arms, and wildly implored her to speak to him once again. And Gilda, who was still breathing, opened her eyes and murmured a few words, saying that she had willingly given her life to save that of her lover. She then sank back, dead, in her father's arms, and Rigoletto, suddenly remembering the curse that had been laid upon him for having mocked at a distracted parent's grief, realized that his retribution was just, and with a despairing cry of woe, fell senseless beside the prostrate body of his beloved child. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Il Trovatore, or The Gypsy's Vengeance. The Troubadour. During the Middle Ages there lived, in the kingdom of Aragon, one of the powerful divisions of Spain, a proud nobleman, known as the Count de Luna, whose 2 young sons were the joy and pride of his heart. The Count loved his children so dearly that he could not bear to think of ill befalling them, and so when he was told one day that the youngest child, who was still but a babe, had suddenly fallen sick, he was much alarmed, although the ailment was only a trifling one. Thus it happened that when darkness fell, the devoted nurse of this high-born babe was bidden to keep watch over her charge throughout the night, and when the anxious Count and his household had retired to rest, the faithful attendant began her vigil. Gently she soothed the sick child until he fell asleep, and then, through the long hours of darkness that followed, she kept a patient watch in the silent chamber. The babe slept peacefully all through the night, and at last the grey dawn appeared. Then, quite suddenly, the nurse heard a sound as of someone moving in the room, and knew that she was no longer alone, and quickly springing to her feet, she beheld a strange and alarming sight. Standing close beside the sleeping child was an old zingara, or Spanish gypsy woman, clad in curious, fantastic robes, gazing with fierce, dark eyes upon the little one, who was now moving restlessly in his sleep. With her skinny arms upraised as though uttering an incantation, and her piercing eyes fixed upon the slumbering child, the old Zingara looked such a malevolent figure that the startled attendant shrieked aloud with terror, and her cries very soon aroused the whole household. Quickly the servants seized the old hag and dragged her from the room, and in spite of her explanations that she had but come to read the fortune of the sleeping child, they roughly thrust her from the castle, saying that she was a witch and meant mischief. Their fears were confirmed the next day, when the sick babe was found to be somewhat worse. And then, according to the superstitions of those times, the Count, full of grief and rage, declared that his child had been bewitched and spellbound by the intruder of the night before. All his friends and servitors were of the same mind, and after searching in the neighboring countryside, they at length found and seized the old Zingara, and hurried her off to be burnt as a witch. In vain the poor creature begged for mercy, and protested her innocence. With kicks and cuffs she was dragged roughly along, and bound to the stake that had already been set up for her. Quickly the faggots were piled around and set alight, and as the cruel flames leaped up, and the victim's shrieks rose to the skies, her tormentors answered with mocking taunts and howls of rage. Amongst those in the crowd gathered round the pile was Zingara's own daughter, a beautiful young gypsy named Azucena, who had followed in the crush with her babe in her arms, trying vainly to get a last word with her doomed mother. But the clamoring crowd, mad with eagerness to see the witch burn, roughly pressed her back, and when the poor girl at length came upon the dreadful scene, the flames were already raging fiercely around the stake, and the wretched victim was almost dead. The old Zingara, however, cast a dying glance upon her grief-stricken child, and with her last breath cried out, "Avenge me, my daughter! Avenge me!" Full of rage and despair, Azucena rushed away from the terrible scene, and, determined to take a speedy revenge, she entered the Count's deserted castle, and, snatching up the sick child, who was already recovering, she ran back with him to the place of execution, intending to burn him in the same fire that had consumed her mother. The mad crowd had departed by this time, and stirring up the dying embers into a blaze once more, the young gypsy was just about to fling a second victim into their midst, when the Count's child uttered a plaintive cry. The child's wailing softened the heart of Azucena for a moment, and putting him down on the grass beside her own babe, she sank to the ground in a semi-conscious state. Suddenly, however, a vision of her poor mother writhing in the flames and calling out for vengeance arose before her troubled imagination, and starting up in a delirium of rage, she seized the wailing infant and flung him into the midst of the flames with a triumphant cry. But her triumph was quickly changed to horror, for, on turning to pick up her own sweet babe, she found that the Count's son was still alive. In the moment of blind frenzy, she had snatched up her own child in mistake, and cast him into the devouring flames. Stunned by this terrible blow, Azucena was now filled with remorse and woe, and tenderly lifting the helpless babe who had been the innocent cause of two such dreadful deeds, she bore him away to the mountains of Biscaglia, to be brought up as her own son in the gypsy tribe to which she belonged. But though Azucena soon grew to love her adopted son with all her heart, she could not forget the past, and she still nursed a deep desire for vengeance against the murderers of her mother. When, after the burning of the supposed witch, it was discovered that the Count's sick child had been stolen, a great outcry of grief arose, and as the young Zingara, Azucena, who had been observed to rush away during the burning of her mother, had now disappeared from the neighborhood, it was plain to all that she had taken the missing babe with her, out of revenge. The Count, in despair, sent out search parties in every direction, but all their efforts were in vain, for no traces could be found of the lost child. Now it happened that during the evening after the old Zingara's terrible death, one of the Count's followers, Ferrando, came past the place of execution, and noticed upon the heap of ashes the charred bones of a little child amongst those of the gipsy woman. And at once he came to the conclusion that Azucena, in revenge, had stolen away his lord's babe in order to burn him upon the same pile with her mother. He was filled with horror as the certainty of this grew upon him, but he decided to say nothing about it to the Count, thinking it more merciful to let the distracted father imagine that his stolen child was still living. However, he stored up in his memory the picture of the young Zingara's features, that he might know her again, and he determined that if ever he should discover her whereabouts, she should also suffer death by burning for her dreadful deed. But, in spite of Ferrando's caution, the Count de Luna never recovered from the loss of his little one, but died of grief a short time later, and, as he lay dying, he besought his elder son to still continue the search for the stolen child. The young Count remembered his father's wish, and as he grew up to manhood, he never ceased to make inquiries for his missing brother in every place he visited. Meanwhile, the stolen child was living the free and happy life of a gipsy in the mountains of Biscaya. He was given the name of Manrico, and as he was led from the very first to look upon Azucena as his mother, he had no idea of his true and exalted birth. He loved his supposed mother with great devotion, and as the years went on, and he grew up into a handsome and noble youth, Azucena felt as proud of her adopted son as though he had indeed been her own. Manrico, being both brave and daring in disposition, very early had the craving for adventure, and as soon as he had learned how to wield a sword with skill, he left the gipsy band and went off to the wars to seek glory and renown. Success smiled on him from the first, and the brave youth, after distinguishing himself in several campaigns, was spoken of with honor and respect wherever he went. After many wanderings, Manrico at length found himself with the army he had joined, whose cause he felt to be a just one, engaged in settling a dispute with the powerful kingdom of Aragon, and learning that a grand tournament was to be held in this very country, he determined to enter the lists himself. So, having donned a suit of black armour, with an unblazoned shield, he rode off to the tournament, where he soon covered himself with glory. For his valour and skill was so great that he carried all before him, and none could overcome him in a single combat. When the tournament came to an end, Manrico was consequently awarded the victor's wreath of laurel, and the brave youth knelt to be crowned by the fair hands of the lovely Lady Leonora, who had been chosen to give away the prizes. Now this Lady Leonora was the most beautiful of all the fair and noble ladies in attendance upon the Queen of Aragon, and as Manrico gazed upwards into her tender dark eyes, a thrill of love and admiration ran through his whole being, and he felt that she would reign in his heart for ever. When he returned to his camp, he thought of her constantly, and at last the longing to see, or at least be near her once again, became so strong within him that, although he well knew, being of humble gipsy birth, as he supposed, he could not aspire to the hand of a high-born lady, he determined to let her know of his love and devotion. So every evening, clad in the garb of a troubadour, he made his way to the palace of Aliaferia, where the Queen of Aragon held court, and there, beneath the window of his lady love, he sang a sweet, passionate serenade to the accompaniment of a soft-toned harp. Nor was Leonora insensible to these tender strains that nightly swelled beneath her window, for she, too, had constantly thought upon Manrico, whose valour and noble appearance had won her heart at the tournament. When she heard the sweet tones of the bold serenader for the first time, she remembered his voice, and a thrill of joy went through her as, flying to the open lattice, she recognized in the troubadour below the form of her brave hero. Manrico was filled with rapture when he found that Leonora did not despise his love. And after this the lovers frequently met for a few blissful moments in the palace gardens after darkness had fallen, caring naught for the risk they ran. But Leonora had another suitor, who quickly grew madly jealous of the mysterious troubadour who was known to haunt the palace grounds, though none had yet beheld him. This was none other than the young Count de Luna, who, upon attaining to manhood, had risen high in favour at the court of Aragon, and having fallen in love with the beautiful Leonora, he had early offered himself as a suitor. And even when the fair lady-in-waiting, having no thoughts for any other than her beloved troubadour, refused to smile upon him, the Count still continued to press his suit, and full of haughty anger against his unknown rival, he also went to walk in the palace gardens at night, in the hope of encountering the favoured troubadour, whom he little dreamed was his own long-lost brother. So it happened one night, as he stood beneath Leonora's window, he heard the soft strains of a harp, and following the sounds, presently beheld the noble form of the young troubadour standing in a secluded dell, with the moonlight shining upon him. At the same moment, Leonora herself appeared, and, addressing her lover in tender tones, declared that she loved him with her whole heart. Full of jealous rage, the Count de Luna sprang between the lovers, and haughtily called upon the troubadour, and on hearing that his hated rival was none other than the renowned Manrico, the enemy of his country, he at once challenged him to mortal combat. In fear for her lover's life, Leonora begged them not to fight, but rivals in love and war, the pair were not to be put asunder, and rushing off to a more distant spot, they began a passionate duel. Although, as the swords clashed together, the proud Count boastfully taunted his youthful rival with lack of courage and skill, he soon discovered that he had met his match. For in a few minutes Manrico had disarmed his enemy, and held him at his sword's point. Some strange inward power and a sudden feeling of mercy restrained him, however, from striking the fatal blow, and sheathing his sword, he allowed the dazed Count to rise and depart. Soon after this event, the war was continued, and in a great battle, the army in which Manrico served was defeated. Even when he saw that all was lost, the brave Manrico still tried to rally his forces, but at length, in a desperate struggle against a mighty charge of the enemy, led by the Count de Luna, he fell, badly wounded, and was left upon the field for dead. But it happened that Azucena, the gypsy, was camping in the neighbourhood with some members of her tribe, and hearing that her brave Manrico had been slain in the battle, she went to look for his body amongst the dead. After a long and weary search, she at length found the poor youth, covered with wounds, but, to her joy, still alive. After binding up his hurts, she had him carried away to his old home in the mountains of Biscaglia. Here, with great tenderness, she nursed him back to health and strength once more, and since Manrico had been absent at the wars a long time, the reunion was very sweet to her, for she had grown to love him as her own son. Yet, when Manrico told her of his 2 meetings with the Count de Luna, all her old desire to avenge her mother came back with renewed force, and she implored him to slay the young Count the next time he had him in his power. She then told him the story of how her mother had been so cruelly burned as a witch, and of the dreadful mistake she herself had made when seeking vengeance. But as she did not inform Manrico that he was that same stolen child, he still regarded himself as her son. Whilst they were talking of these things one day, a courier arrived from the wars with a message for the young soldier, announcing that his arms had again met with success, and that the prince in command now desired Manrico to take over the defence of the fortress of Castellor, which was about to be stormed by the enemy. The message had been written by a friend of Manrico's, an officer named Ruiz, and at the end he stated that the Lady Leonora, hearing that her troubadour lover had been killed in battle, was now about to enter a convent near the fortress. Full of despair at the thought that Leonora might even now be lost to him forever, Manrico ordered his fleetest horse to be saddled at once, and heedless of the pleading of Azucena, who feared for his scarcely healed wounds, he rode off in hot haste for Castellor, praying that he might yet arrive in time to prevent his beloved one from taking the vows of a nun. Now, the Count de Luna had also been told that Leonora meant to enter a convent, and as his desire to possess her was still as strong as ever, he laid a cunning plan for carrying her off even from the threshold of the altar itself. On the evening upon which Leonora was to take the vows, he secured a small body of soldiers to help him, and hid amidst the bushes beside the little chapel that adjoined the convent. And just as the procession of nuns approached, with the beautiful maiden in their midst, he rushed forth to stop their passage. Leonora trembled at the sudden appearance of the Count, whom she had always disliked and feared, and when he declared passionately that he meant to carry her off by force to be his bride, she shrieked and repulsed him indignantly. At this critical moment, Manrico suddenly rode up, and springing from his horse, rushed between the pair, who stared at him with utter astonishment. But surprise was quickly changed to joy and relief on the part of Leonora, who clung to her restored lover with trusting arms. When the Count realized that the hated rival, whom he had left for dead upon the field of battle, was still alive, he was filled with disappointment and jealous despair. Wildly, he ordered his men to attack the newcomer, but at the same time a large troop of the enemy's soldiers, led by the officer Ruiz, rode up to the help of Manrico. Seeing that further resistance was useless, the Count was compelled to retire, and since Leonora had no longer any desire to take convent vows, now that her lover was restored to her, Manrico joyfully led her away to the fortress of Castellor, which he had been bidden to defend. Here, for a short time, the lovers were very happy, and, hand locked in hand, they walked daily upon the battlements of the castle, talking of the sweet time to come when they would be free to live together in peace and joy. But heart-rending grief was yet in store for them, for the Count de Luna, as leader of the storming party, was determined that the attack on the castle should meet with success, and that Manrico should be utterly defeated. With this object, he sent for additional men, and arranged all his plans with great care. And, as he stood with the encampment just before the attack, he knew that Castellor was doomed. Yet he felt little satisfaction in this thought, for he could not get away from the taunting fact that even when he had parted the lovers forever, Leonora would never care for him, since her whole heart was given to Manrico. These galling thoughts were quickly interrupted by the sounds of a disturbance in the camp, and a few moments later the Count's old follower, Ferrando, entered the tent, saying that a gipsy woman had been found hovering in the neighbourhood, and seized as a spy. A number of soldiers immediately afterwards entered, dragging with them the Zingara, Azucena, who had followed her adopted son to Castellor in the hope of being able to serve him, but had now fallen into the hands of his enemies. On questioning the gipsy, and learning that she came from the mountains of Biscaglia, the Count at once demanded whether she remembered how the young child of the Count de Luna had been stolen away and carried thither, and when the Zingara replied that she had heard the story, he eagerly asked if she had any tidings of the lost one, who was his own brother. On hearing this, Azucena trembled with excitement, knowing now that she was in the presence of the man upon whom she wished to revenge herself for the death of her mother, and at the same moment, Ferrando, who had been gazing at her intently, suddenly remembered her features, and declared to the Count that this was the very same gipsy woman who had stolen his brother years ago and burned him upon the witch's pyre, relating, for the first time, how he had seen the child's bones amongst the ashes. Full of horror at what he heard, the Count ordered the Zingara to be kept a captive, declaring that she should burn at the stake after the storming of the castle, and on learning from poor Azucena's disjointed cries for mercy and help that she called upon the name of Manrico as her son, he exulted cruelly, knowing that he could now give his hated rival additional suffering through the torture of his mother. No sooner had the Zingara been dragged away than the storming of the castle began, and although Manrico and his followers defended the fortress with utmost bravery, they were at last overwhelmed by the enemy's superior numbers, and were enforced to yield. Manrico was taken prisoner, but Leonora, with the help of the faithful Ruiz, managed to escape to a place of safety. The Count de Luna, immediately after the conflict, returned to the royal castle of Aliaferia with his captured rival and Azucena the gypsy, and having thrust them together into a strong tower, he quickly made arrangements for their early execution. He gave orders that Manrico should be beheaded as a state prisoner, and the Zingara burnt as a witch. Yet even this triumph over his hated enemy could not compensate him for the loss of Leonora, of whom he had heard nothing since the fall of Castellor. But Leonora was in a safe hiding place, and on the night before the execution she made her way, protected by the darkness, into the palace grounds, and standing beneath the tower in which Manrico lay, she began to sing softly to let her lover know that she was near him. Presently, Manrico, who had recognized her voice with joy, answered in the same fashion, but it was a passionate song of farewell that he sang, for he knew that he was to die at daybreak. On hearing this sad song, Leonora was filled with grief and despair, but determined to make a last effort to save her lover's life even at the sacrifice of her own. And as the Count de Luna a few moments later happened to come past that way, she rushed wildly forward, falling on her knees, implored him to spare the life of the man she loved. The Count, though amazed at her sudden appearance, greeted her gladly, but when he found that she was pleading for her lover, he was filled with jealousy once again, and refused her request, even though she offered to give her own life in exchange. Then, seeing that nothing else would avail the inexorable Count, Leonora, though she scarce could utter the fatal words, offered to become his bride, if he would only promise to spare the life of Manrico, and de Luna, triumphant now, agreed gladly, and bade her set the captive free at once. Quickly Leonora went to seek the guards, but on the way she sucked some deadly poison from a ring she wore, for having gained her ends, she was determined to die rather than be wed to her lover's rival. The captives in the tower had been passing a restless night, for Azucena was filled with terror at the thoughts of the sufferings she must endure on the morrow. To soothe her, Manrico persuaded her to sing with him, that they might be reminded of their old happy life in the mountains of Biscaglia, where music had been a constant delight to them. And in the midst of the singing, the bolts were drawn, and Leonora entered the room. With surprise and joy, Manrico clasped his beloved one in his arms. And then Leonora, explaining hurriedly that she had secured his freedom, besought her lover to fly at once before his enemy had time to relent. But Manrico, suspecting at once that Leonora had obtained his freedom by giving herself to his rival, would not stir, and instead he began to pour forth reproaches upon her, deeming her false to him. By this time, however, the poison she had swallowed was taking a quick, deadly effect upon Leonora, and sinking to the ground, the poor girl told her lover, between dying gasps, that she had preferred to die rather than yield to his rival. Overcome with despair and woe at the terrible sacrifice she had made for him, Manrico sprang forward to receive her in his arms as she expired, and at that moment the Count de Luna entered the room. On seeing how he had been cheated of his expected bride, the Count, full of rage, ordered Manrico to instant execution, and seizing the Zingara by the arm, he dragged her roughly to the window to see her son die. Azucena was half dazed with grief and terror, but when the axe had fallen and the brave Manrico was no more, she turned upon the taunting Count, and telling him in frenzied tones of the true birth of her adopted son, she ended her story by shrieking out, "Thou hast slain thine own brother!" On hearing these terrible words, de Luna's gloating exultation was turned into the deepest horror, and thus at last was the gipsy avenged for the murder of her mother. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Verdi's La Traviata. One night, towards the end of the reign of Le Grand Monarque, no more lively party could have been found in the whole of gay Paris than that which was assembled in the salon of the beautiful and fascinating courtesan Violetta Valérie. For, with her accustomed extravagant generosity, the fair hostess had provided an entertainment upon the most lavish scale, so that the guests, feasted thus royally and freed from conventional restraint, found it an easy matter to be merry and to exercise their wit for the benefit of one another. It was a brilliant company, too, for Violetta numbered amongst her admirers many scions of the nobility, besides the devotees of art, and since all were bent on pleasure, a constant flow of sparkling humour and joyous mirth on every side made it impossible for anyone to be dull. The beautiful Violetta herself was one of the merriest of all that merry throng, for pleasure was as the very breath of life to her, and such a scene as this was her delight. Yet, in spite of natural inclination, her gaiety was not without physical effort, for indulgence in pleasure had developed inherent seeds of consumption with alarming rapidity, and already her frail form showed signs of the advance of the dread disease. Every now and then a sudden faintness would seize her, and the effort of moving amongst her guests was almost more than she could bear, and so, for the most part, she was compelled to recline upon her couch, from whence, however, she rallied her guests with all her accustomed light-heartedness, and around which they circled as the centre of attraction. Amongst the guests present tonight was a handsome young man of noble family, Alfred Germont, who, although he had not yet confessed his passion, had given his whole heart to the lovely courtesan, and had adored her secretly for many months. And Violetta, who, though she had had many lovers, had never yet given her heart to anyone, had always felt a thrill of joy when Alfred approached her, and knew that it was love she felt at last. She had, however, tried to treat him with careless indifference, and to conquer the passion that was slowly but surely enveloping her whole being, for though she had not exercised any such scruples with her former admirers, for his own sake she felt it better that he should not become her lover. But Alfred was not to be discouraged by any such assumed coldness, and since he had determined to declare himself that very evening, it was not long before he found an opportunity to do so. Violetta presently suggested to her guests that they should crown their carousal with dancing, and upon this suggestion being received with acclamation, she invited them to repair to the dancing salon beyond, and springing from her couch, declared merrily that she would lead them. No sooner had she spoken, however, than a sudden faintness seized her, and she fell back upon her couch, pale and trembling. But though her friends crowded round in anxious sympathy, she would not allow them to interrupt their pleasure on her account, bidding them with laughing carelessness to begin the dance without her, and to allow her to rest alone for a few moments. No sooner had they gone than Violetta rose slowly and looked anxiously at herself in the nearest mirror, sighing deeply at the sight of her pale face, and at that moment Alfred returned to the room, and hurrying to her side besought her to take more care of the life that was now so precious to him. He then went on to declare how passionately he loved her, and to entreat her to accept him as her lover. And though Violetta at first tried to treat the matter lightly and with gentle banter, she could not long struggle against the wild throbbing of her own heart, which told her only too plainly that she loved him in return. She therefore at last gave way to his pleading, and letting him now see that his love was returned, she determined to forego all her former scruples on his behalf, that they might both experience that deep, wondrous happiness that only comes once in a lifetime. After this, the lovers met constantly, and at length became so enthralled in their passion that they could not bear to be separated, and at last, impatient of the society of their friends, they retired to a country house owned by Violetta some little distance out of Paris, where they could enjoy their bliss undisturbed. Here they spent 3 months of perfect happiness, falling more deeply in love every day, and thus wrapped up in each other's sweet presence, they lived for one another alone, and seemed oblivious of the whole world. But such absorbing joy could not last for ever, and at length the dream was broken. One day, on returning to the house after a few hours' absence spent in hunting, Alfred met Violetta's maid, Annina, and noticing that the girl appeared travel-stained and somewhat disturbed, he stopped to inquire the reason of her flustered state. Annina replied that she had just returned from Paris, whither she had been sent on business for her mistress, and upon being questioned further, she revealed the fact that she had been making arrangements for the sale of all Violetta's property and possessions, since the luxurious manner in which they had been living of late was expensive, and more means were needed to keep it up. Filled with compunction that his own selfish enjoyment should have made him forgetful of such mundane but necessary matters, and horrified that Violetta should be about to make such a sacrifice on his behalf, Alfred declared that he would also go to Paris at once to settle the difficulty by paying over a large sum of money to prevent the sales, and bidding Annina say nothing to her mistress about the matter, he set off for Paris immediately, saying that he would return in a few hours. Violetta soon afterwards came from her room, and entering a pretty salon that opened out on the garden, she began to look through a number of papers relating to her business affairs, and to read her letters, and amongst these latter she found a note from her most intimate friend Flora Bervois, requesting her presence at a masked ball that evening. As the happy Violetta was reading this note, and laughingly reflecting that Flora would look in vain for her that evening, a stranger was ushered into the room, and upon turning to greet her visitor, she beheld a gentleman of advanced years and of haughty, aristocratic appearance, who immediately announced that he was the father of Alfred Germont, her lover, whom, he added in the same breath, she was bringing to ruin. Then, as Violetta drew back indignantly at these words, Monsieur de Germont, though greatly impressed by her dazzling beauty and proud bearing, went on with the difficult task he had come to perform, that of persuading her to renounce his son and leave him for ever, and in eloquent but gentle tones he declared that not only was she ruining Alfred's own social position as heir to one of the proudest names in France, but she was also the means of his sister's hand being refused in marriage, since her aristocratic suitor refused to enter their family, whilst her brother was held in thrall by the lovely courtesan. At first, Violetta hoped that her separation from Alfred was only desired to be a temporary one, in order that his sister's marriage might be arranged. But when she found it was required that they should never meet again, she was overcome with grief, and declared passionately that this could never be, since she could not bear to be parted from the only man she had ever loved. Though truly grieving for the pain he was inflicting upon one so lovely, Monsieur de Germont still continued his pleading, and he now implored Violetta to reflect upon the good deed she would be doing by renouncing a lover to whose worldly welfare she was a stumbling block, reminding her that in the years to come, when her beauty should have faded, it would be a consolation to her to remember that she had thus restored peace to one home. By this time, Violetta was weeping bitterly, for she knew only too well that Monsieur de Germont spoke the truth, and that Alfred's position was ruined by his connection with herself, and her love for him was so great that she determined for his sake to make the sacrifice that was required, and in a broken voice declared that she would leave him that very day. Monsieur de Germont, overcome with gratitude and admiration for her noble resolve, embraced her tenderly, as though she were his own daughter, half regretting the harsh course he had felt compelled to take with one who possessed so generous and brave a heart. And he then retired to another room, there to await the return of Alfred, to whom Violetta promised to write a farewell message at once. Having written this heart-rending note, Violetta was about to leave the room, when Alfred himself entered, having finished his business in Paris, and seeing her sad looks, he hurried to her side at once, inquiring anxiously for the cause of her gloom. Violetta, however, though terribly agitated, only declared that she wished to hear him say once again that he loved her, and when Alfred had amply satisfied her request, and embraced her tenderly, she retired to the garden without informing him of her new resolve. Here she gave her note into the hands of a servant to deliver to his master, and then, entering a carriage that was already waiting for her, she drove away to Paris with great speed, firmly resolved to keep her promise of renouncing her lover for ever. By the time the servant delivered the note, she was already far away, and when Alfred read her farewell message, and realized that she had left him with the intention of severing their connection, he was filled with despair. His grief, however, presently turned to jealousy on perceiving on the table the note from Flora Bervois, which Violetta had forgotten in her haste, for he immediately drew from this the mistaken conclusion that she had left him to attend Flora's ball that night, with a view to meeting a former admirer, the Baron Dufault, whom he had always regarded as a rival. It was in vain that his father, who entered the room at this moment, endeavoured to calm the agitated young man, entreating him tenderly to think no more of Violetta, but to return to his own ancestral home, where a glad welcome awaited him. For Alfred, now consumed with bitter jealousy, declared that he would also attend the ball at the house of Flora Bervois that night, to learn the truth and avenge his wrongs. Heedless of his father's continued pleadings for him to return to his home, he set off for Paris at once, and Monsieur de Germont, now afraid to leave his headstrong son, when in such a disturbed state, followed him, hoping that he might yet be able to curb his passionate outburst in some measure. That evening a brilliant company of gay pleasure-seekers met at the house of Flora Bervois to enjoy the extravagant entertainment which she had prepared so lavishly, and amongst these guests was the Baron Duphol, together with other admirers of the beautiful Violetta. A grand new masque of gypsies and Spanish matadors and picadors was one of the chief features of the entertainment, and it was shortly after this had taken place that Alfred entered and mingled with the maskers and other guests at the gaming tables. Violetta also arrived about this time, and in company with the Baron Duphol, who immediately took her on his arm on seeing her unescorted, moved from room to room until the gaming tables were reached, and here, on beholding the very man she most wished to avoid in order to keep her promise to the elder de Germont, the poor girl was so overcome with conflicting feelings that she drew back, pale and trembling, afraid of what his greeting would be at seeing her in the company of his most detested rival. Alfred was indeed strung up to a high pitch of excitement, and his jealousy and anger was increased tenfold at thus beholding the two together, his suspicions of Violetta's desertion of himself now being confirmed, but assuming for the time being a careless tone, he challenged the Baron to play with him, which Duphol haughtily accepted. The stakes were very high, and were doubled each time, and to the amazement of all, Alfred won again and again, his luck being so phenomenally great that the announcement of supper came as a relief to all. Violetta, who had watched this contest between her lover and the Baron with the greatest anxiety, feeling that their scarcely suppressed passion would break forth on the slightest provocation, and that a duel might be the result, now found an opportunity of attracting Alfred's attention, and having succeeded in drawing him apart from the guests, she implored him to leave the house, and thus avoid the danger she feared should a quarrel take place between himself and the Baron. But Alfred, mistaking her motive, and thinking she only wished to save her new lover from his wrath, repulsed her with scorn. And now, quite beside himself with jealousy, he called the guests from the supper table and openly insulted her before them all, declaring that the favours he had accepted from her when she had professed to love him, he now repudiated, and flinging his heavily weighted purse at her feet, he called them to witness that he had now paid her for all that she had been to him. Overcome with grief and wounded to the heart at hearing these cruel words from one whom she loved so passionately, and for whom she had just made so great a sacrifice, poor Violetta fell back fainting into the arms of the sympathetic Flora, and the Baron Duphol immediately demanded satisfaction for the insult that had been put upon the lady he honoured with his attentions, a challenge which Alfred eagerly accepted, reckless of what might happen to him, but full of despair. Monsieur de Germont, who had also witnessed this terrible scene with much grief, now led his agitated son away, and the entertainment ended in confusion and dismay. Violetta now sank quickly, and grew weaker from day to day, for the dread disease that held her in remorseless grip had been accelerated and alarmingly developed by the terrible mental anguish she had been called upon to suffer, and her end grew rapidly nearer, for the doctor could give no hope of her recovery. One day, however, as she reclined in bed, being no longer able to rise, she received a letter from Monsieur de Germont, which revived her drooping spirits and made her feel almost better for the time being, for the proud aristocrat, who had once desired her to renounce his son's love, now entreated her to accept it, for her heroic sacrifice and generous nature had completely won his heart, and he now desired above all things to see them united. He wrote that the duel had taken place, and that though Duval had been wounded, he was recovering, and he added that Alfred was even now on his way to visit her, and to entreat her pardon, having been told of the noble part she had played, and realizing the mistake he had made in supposing that she had accepted Duval as a lover. She had scarcely finished reading the letter when Alfred himself was announced, followed shortly afterwards by his father, and hastening forward with eager steps, the young man clasped his beloved one in his arms, and the two rejoiced together with full hearts. But the delight of seeing her lover once more was too much of an effort for the enfeebled Violetta, who soon fell back fainting and in a dying condition, and with anxious haste the doctor was summoned immediately. Alfred, full of horror at now beholding the frailty of the suffering girl's appearance, fell on his knees beside her, passionately imploring her to revive and live for his sake, and his father also added his entreaties, encouraging her by declaring that he hoped to call her his daughter yet. Violetta, rejoicing at thus finding herself to be so greatly beloved, tried to make an effort to cast off the terrible faintness that constantly seized her, and upon the arrival of the doctor, in spite of the latter's look of pity, she declared that she must now live, since such perfect happiness awaited her, and with a bright smile announced that she already felt better. But scarcely had she spoken thus bravely than she fell back upon her pillows with closed eyes, and as Alfred bent tenderly over her, he uttered a cry of grief and despair, for he saw that his beautiful and beloved Violetta was dead. End of section 37. Recording by Tom Denham.
Section 38 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. VERDI, The Masked Ball, Un ballo in maschera. In the city of Boston, Massachusetts, during the early colonial period, disturbances were constantly occurring between the two contending parties, Royalists and Puritans. And at a reception held one evening at the palace of the governor, Richard, Earl of Warwick, a party of conspirators had mingled amongst the guests in order to gather information as to the forthcoming movements of the viceroy, against whose life they were plotting. Amongst these conspirators were two Negroes named Sam and Tom, who were the ringleaders in the affair. But though they and their friends regarded Richard as a tyrant, and hated him as such, they found that he was very strongly guarded by a large majority of devoted adherents, and that their chances of making an attack upon him were small. The Earl's chief supporter and most trusted official was his own private secretary, a Creole named Renato, who served his leader with a wholehearted devotion, loving him as his dearest and most honored friend. But, though Richard returned his secretary's affection, and was sincerely grateful for his devotion, he had avoided him of late, and had seemed to shrink from their customary intercourse. The reason for this was the fact that Richard had unfortunately conceived a deep and overmastering passion for Renato's beautiful young wife, Adelia. And though torn with remorse for the wrong he thus did to his friend, he yet could not conquer the love that had grown up in his heart. In spite of the fact that he had refrained from declaring his passion, he had not succeeded in hiding it from the fair Adelia, who soon as ardently returned it, although she also felt deep remorse at the circumstance. And the unfortunate pair were thus wretchedly situated at the time of the Puritan conspiracy. On the night of the reception, Richard was too much occupied by his tender thoughts of Adelia to notice that many of his avowed foes were actually present in his own house. And in spite of the whispered warnings of the devoted Renato, he continued to regard the strained political position as exaggerated, and merely scoffed at the idea of serious trouble. During the meeting, a petition was presented to the governor for the transporting of an old negress named Ulrica, who was reported to be a sorceress and dealer in the black art. And utterly regardless of his own personal danger, Richard laughingly declared that before the witch was driven away, he would himself consult her on the morrow under a disguise, and urge her to predict the fate in store for him. The Negro conspirators overheard this arrangement, and, hurrying away, they proceeded to gather their party together to plan the assassination of the governor at the abode of the sorceress, since he would probably be unattended. In spite of Renato's eager entreaty for him to abandon such a mad scheme of playing into the hands of his enemies, Richard still determined to carry it out, and on the morrow, in the disguise of a sailor, attended only by his faithful page Edgar and a few followers, he proceeded to the hut of Ulrica. Here, surrounded by the usual weird appurtenances of a dealer in magic and sorcery, he found the old hag, who was already granting audiences to certain superstitious folk who had come to have their fortunes told. As the disguised earl hung back a while in the gloom of the smoky hut, he observed a veiled lady approach the so-called witch, and ask in a low tone for a potion to cure a guilty love. And to his surprise he recognized the soft voice as that of his beloved Adelia, and was filled with joy to thus learn for certain that she returned his passion, even though she sought a remedy to destroy it. In reply, the hag bade her cull at midnight a certain herb, which grew only in a desolate spot outside the city, where murderers were hanged. And as Adelia hurried away, after declaring her intention to seek the herb that very night, her listening lover vowed in his heart that he would follow her thither in order to protect her from harm. It was now Richard's turn to have his fortune told, and to the alarm of his attendants, Ulrica, with dramatic intensity, declared that he would shortly meet his death by violence, and that the fatal blow would be struck by the person who should next take his hand. Laughing at the prediction, Richard held out his hand to his friends in turn, who, however, all drew back superstitiously. But when Renato presently appeared on the scene, in order to draw his master away before his disguise should be penetrated by his enemies, the earl deliberately seized his hand in defiance of the witch's words, well knowing that his secretary was devoted to him. Late that evening, as midnight approached, Adelia, in fear and trembling, yet firmly resolved in her purpose, made her way with hurried steps to the murderer's gibbet outside the city boundary. And in this wild and lonely spot, which was shunned by all as haunted, she sought the magic herb with which she hoped to quench a love she knew to be disloyal to her husband. And here she was closely followed by Richard, who, as she suddenly uttered an exclamation of terror at the sound of his footsteps, hurried to her side and revealed himself to her. Then, as the moonlight showed him the relief and joy in her face at his greeting, he could no longer retain control of his long-repressed feelings, and, folding her passionately in his arms, he declared his love for her. And Adelia, though still announcing her resolve to banish him from her heart, could not but admit that she returned his love. This brief moment of supreme happiness was soon rudely interrupted, for angry shouts and approaching flashing lights showed that some disturbance was afoot. The terrified Adelia just had time to drop a heavy veil over her face, when her husband, Renato, dashed up to Richard and eagerly besought him to return with all haste to the palace, declaring that the Negro conspirators, Tom and Sam, had tracked him to this spot, and were now approaching quickly with a party of adherents to assassinate him. At first Richard flatly refused to make his escape, fearing for the fate of the hapless Adelia. But upon Renato promising to escort the lady back to the city, he agreed to fly from the certain danger that threatened him, binding his friend, however, to a solemn promise not to attempt to penetrate the secret of his charge's identity. Renato, not having the slightest suspicion as to who the veiled lady might be, and anxious only for his revered chief's safety, gave the required promise. Whereupon Richard dashed away into the darkness, and reached the palace in safety. When he had gone, Renato took the trembling Adelia by the hand, and hurried her away also. But the pair were quickly spied by the approaching conspirators, who rushed forward to capture them with cries of triumph, believing that they had secured the prize they sought. When, however, they discovered that instead of the tyrant governor it was Renato they had seized, they were filled with angry disappointment, and upon their indulging in coarse jests and taunts at the expense of the veiled lady, the secretary, eager to defend his master's sweetheart, drew his sword and furiously defied the howling mob. At this, Adelia, afraid for her husband's life, hurried to his side, entreating him not to anger the people, and, in her agitation, her veil became disarranged so that her identity was revealed to all. When Renato thus saw that it was his own beloved wife he had surprised in the company of the governor, whom he consequently supposed to be her accepted lover, he was almost stunned with the shock of discovery, and in his rage and despairing grief he could scarcely refrain from killing Adelia, as she now fell on her knees before him. However, her piteous entreaties to be at least permitted to bid farewell to her little child, and her passionate declaration of innocence, restrained him for the moment, and sternly bidding her return home with him, he resolved to take vengeance upon the governor, for whom the love and devotion he had borne was now turned to hate. With this purpose in view, he quickly pacified the angry conspirators by declaring that he intended to join their ranks, and during the succeeding days he held secret interviews with them in order to arrange a successful opportunity for the assassination of the governor. Meanwhile, Adelia was plunged in the deepest despair, fearing that her husband's jealous anger would lead him to some desperate deed, and, full of anxiety for the safety of the man she loved, she endeavored to learn all she could of the plot, which she guessed was being hatched against his life. One day, on suddenly entering a room in which Renato was consulting with the negroes, Sam and Tom, she was coldly commanded by her husband to draw one piece of folded paper from 3 which had been placed in a vase. For the 3 conspirators, having now arranged to assassinate the governor at a splendid masked ball he was to give in a day or 2, had determined to draw lots as to who should deliver the fatal blow. Adelia, fearing to disobey her husband's command, drew forth a paper from the vase, and, horrified by Renato's exultant tone as he announced that it bore his name, she hurried away to her chamber, full of terrifying thoughts. she now felt assured that her husband intended to kill Richard, and suspecting that he hoped to accomplish his fell purpose on the night of the masked ball, she determined, though in no mood for festivity, to attend the function, in order that she might seek an opportunity to warn her lover. In spite of the deep passion he had conceived for Adelia, Richard had never intended that his love should injure her in any way, and after a mighty struggle with himself, he had determined that they should be parted from each other. And to this end he made arrangements for the appointment of Renato to a high official position in England. He therefore caused the necessary document making the appointment to be duly drawn up, and on the night of the masked ball he carried it with him, intending to hand it to Renato during the evening. His friends, knowing that the conspirators had been actively engaged of late, endeavored to persuade him not to attend the ball, but Richard, ever careless of danger, laughed at their fears, as usual, and, donning a black domino and mask, boldly mingled with the merry dancers. Renato, attired in the conspirators' chosen colors of azure and scarlet, also mingled with the dazzling throng, seeking for the governor. But not knowing his disguise, he was getting impatient of the delay in his plans, when he happened to meet the giddy young page, Edgar, from whom he gained the information he sought. Meanwhile, Adelia, masked and enveloped in a white domino, also sought for Richard, and at last, to her joy, she heard his voice and recognized him, in spite of his mask and black domino. Quickly making herself known to him, she eagerly besought her lover to leave the ballroom at once, declaring to him her suspicions of the danger that threatened him. But Richard, still careless of his own safety, would not hurry away, but, instead, proceeded to tell her of the plans he had made for their safety from temptation by the appointment in England he had arranged for her husband. He then took a tender farewell of her, resolving not to see her again. But even as he still held her by the hand, Renato, having at last tracked him, dashed forward in a passion of jealousy and stabbed him to the heart. As Richard fell back dying, he painfully drew forth the document making the new appointment, and held it towards Renato. And then, as the horrified guests gathered round with his last gasping breath, he declared that Adelia was entirely innocent and pure, and that in his love for her he had never designed her hurt nor aimed at her peace. With these words he expired, and Renato, now filled with agonizing remorse, realized too late that in his jealous frenzy he had slain a man who, so far from being base, had faithfully respected the honor of his friend under a terrible temptation. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. VERDI, Aida. During the reign of one of the great pharaohs of Egypt, Amonasro, king of Ethiopia, declared war against the Egyptians and invaded their country. In spite of their daring, however, the Ethiopians were beaten time after time, for the Egyptian army was then at the height of its glory and was victorious wherever it went. After one of the most crushing defeats, Amonasro had to bear yet another bitter blow, for amongst the many captives carried away by the all-conquering Egyptians was his own fair young daughter, the Princess Aida. Although unaware of their lovely captive's high rank, the conquerors guarded her with special care, because of her dazzling beauty and gentle grace, and, upon her arrival in Memphis, the great pharaoh presented her as a slave to his daughter Amneris, The Princess of Egypt was so pleased with the sweet charms of the girl captive, that she refused to regard her as merely an ordinary slave, but treated her instead with the familiarity and affection of a sister. And so, for a time, Aida's bonds rested but lightly upon her, and except for a natural grief for the sufferings and wrongs of her beloved country, and her own enforced exile, she had little to trouble her. But after a while, when the joy of a great love came into her life, a change took place, and then for the captive maid black storm clouds of woe quickly gathered around. Radames, a handsome young officer in the king's guards, owing to his high position, had frequent access into the presence of the princess and her attendants, and from the very first moment his eyes rested upon the beautiful and gentle Aida, a passionate love for her sprang up within his heart, which deepened and strengthened daily. His love was quickly returned by the captive maid, and although at first her conscience blamed her for loving the enemy of her country, she could not long struggle against a passion that would not be subdued, and so resigned her heart unreservedly into the keeping of the handsome young Egyptian. Their joy, however, though they tried to keep it secret, was not long permitted to remain unclouded, for the noble Radames was also beloved by the Princess Amneris, whose proud and passionate nature could brook no rival in her affections. For long the fair Amneris had cherished her passion, and had vainly longed to have it requited, but Radames, though he quickly guessed her secret, refused to meet her open advances, for he was too noble to accept favours from one whom he could not love. Yet, in spite of the young officer's coldness, Amneris had always hoped to win his affection in the end. But with the advent of Aida, her hopes were quickly dashed to the ground. For although Radames and the beautiful slave at first tried to hide their love, the jealous eyes of the princess speedily detected it, and then, determined that her passion should not be slighted, she still used all the means in her power to obtain her heart's desire. War was soon again declared between the rival countries, the king of Ethiopia having once more gathered a large army together and already invested Thebes, and the Egyptians having also massed their mighty forces. Instructions were given to the priests of Isis to learn the will of the goddess as to who should lead them against the foe. On a certain day, the priests declared that the dread goddess had spoken, and Pharaoh then called together all the officers of his forces, that he might announce to them the name of their chosen leader. The young Radames, who had already proved himself brave and fearless in battle, had great ambition to distinguish himself in the coming campaign in a greater degree, and upon hearing that the goddess had named the champion of Egypt, he was filled with eager anticipation, hardly daring to hope that the chosen one might prove to be himself, yet longing above all things that it might indeed be so, for he now had a greater incentive than ever to win renown, because of the exquisite joy of laying his laurels at the feet of his beloved Aida. And as he wandered early into the vast hall of the royal palace on the day on which the announcement was to be made, his mind was full of this sweet, delirious thought. But his happy reflections were presently interrupted by the entrance of the Princess of Egypt, who, quickly noting his rapt expression, desired him to tell her of his pleasant thoughts, and Radames, on his guard at once, replied that, carried away by his ambition, he had been daring to hope that he might be the leader chosen to head the Egyptian army. But Amneris was not satisfied with this, and softly asked if his mind were not rather occupied with some fairer attraction to be found in Memphis. And as Radames was vainly endeavouring to frame an answer to this pertinent question, the object of his happy thoughts, the beautiful Aida herself, came into the hall with sad, downcast looks, for she had been weeping for the sufferings of her country. As the young officer's eyes fell upon the fair form of his beloved one, he could not repress an exclamation of delight, and this, coupled with the tender glances unconsciously exchanged between the lovers, confirmed the former suspicions of the princess, whose heart was straightway filled with a consuming jealousy. The entrance of Pharaoh with his ministers, officers, and guards, together with the priests of Isis, prevented any outburst of passion at that moment, and as soon as the court was assembled, the great business of the day went forward. After the king had scornfully reminded the company of the presumption of the Ethiopian monarch in daring to invade their land, and when the warriors had answered his proud call to arms with eager cries of vengeance, the name of the champion chosen by the goddess Isis to lead them to victory was declared, and amidst a sudden hush of breathless expectation, Pharaoh announced in a clear, ringing voice, "The chosen leader of our host is Radames, the brave." A wave of overwhelming joy swept through the heart of Radames at this glad fulfillment of his dearest wish, and as he breathed a prayer of gratitude to the goddess who had thus favored him, a thunder of applause burst from the assembled company, for though but young in years, the chosen warrior was honored and beloved by all. The Princess Amneris then came forward, and placed the royal standard of Egypt in the hands of Radames, bidding him in a voice that trembled with emotion to bear it ever into the paths of victory and renown, for she was filled with exultation that the man she loved was chosen for this honor, and already looked ahead to the time when he should return, covered with glory, a hero for whom even the hand of a princess of Egypt would not be too great a reward. But Aïda was filled with despair, being torn by conflicting feelings, and when all the resplendent company had departed to the temple of Vulcan to witness the investiture and dedication of Radames to his heaven-chosen office, she remained behind, that none might witness her sorrow. "How dare I wish victory to my beloved one, when that means defeat and bondage for my native land?" she murmured in anguish. "Shall I desire my own royal father, my brothers, and my people to be destroyed? Yet, if they are victorious, my lover will be dishonored and ruined. Alas, why am I so tormented, unhappy maid that I am, to love the enemy of my country?" Overcome by these torturing thoughts, poor Aïda crept away to her own chamber, where her tears might flow unhindered, for she dared not trust herself where curious eyes might witness her emotion. Meanwhile, the dedication service was taking place in the temple of Vulcan, and here, amidst great pomp and the performance of many strange and mysterious rites, Radames was solemnly invested by Ramphis, the high priest, with the sacred arms pertaining to his position as leader of the Egyptian army. When the investiture was over, the priests and assembled warriors broke into a sacred song of dedication and encouragement, and as Radames went forth from the temple, he was filled with enthusiasm for the great cause he had embraced and eager anticipation of success. Nor were these anticipations vain, for the Egyptian forces again carried all before them, and defeated the Ethiopians on every side. Thus it came about that, after driving the enemies of his country away from the land, the young Radames returned to Memphis a victorious hero, covered with glory and honor, and followed by a long train of captives to make his triumph complete. Amongst these captives, though unknown to all, was Amonasro, king of Ethiopia, himself, who having gone into the field disguised as an ordinary officer, had escaped recognition, and though his proud spirit revolted against the degradation of being thus taken prisoner, he yet went to Memphis with the hope that he might there meet with his lost daughter, and also learn something of his enemies' plans. On the day on which Radames was to make his triumphal entry into the city, great preparations were made to receive him with all the pomp and magnificence usually associated with such a pageant. And within the royal palace, the Princess of Egypt commanded her slaves to sing the praises of her hero, that the weary waiting time might pass the quicker. For Amneris was filled with joyous expectation, for she felt that the victor's reward would certainly be her own hand in marriage, and thus her dearest hopes be realized. She therefore listened to the laudatory songs of her slaves with unrestrained joy. But upon the entry of Aida, her brow grew dark, for the beautiful slave's presence at that moment revived the jealous feelings which had remained dormant during the absence of Radames. In order to prove whether Aida's love was still the same, Amneris, in the course of conversation, announced that Radames had been killed in battle, and her frown grew deeper still when Aida, full of grief at this terrible news, broke forth into a tearful lament. As a further proof, however, she added immediately, "Nay, I did but wish to fright thee. Calm thyself, for the brave Radames lives yet." Upon hearing this, Aida, her face transfigured with joy, sank upon her knees, and uttered a prayer of gratitude that her beloved one had been saved. And then Amneris, unable to restrain her jealous anger any longer, sprang forward with blazing eyes, crying with haughty fury, "What, thou, a slave, to dare to aspire to one whom the daughter of Pharaoh deigns to love? Know, rash maiden, that the Princess of Egypt will brook no rival." Then, unheeding Aida's gentle plea for mercy, the passionate princess bade her prepare to meet her doom, since she was determined to humble her to the dust for her presumption. But at that moment, hearing sounds which told her that the festival was about to commence, her mood suddenly changed to expectancy again, and she went to join her father upon the throne which had been set up at the city gates, through which the triumphal procession had to pass, bidding Aida attend her. Radames was received with great kindness and favour by Pharaoh, who showered praises and thanks upon him for the mighty deeds he had performed, and as the young conqueror knelt, overcome, at the foot of the throne, the Princess Amneris with her own hands placed the crown of victory upon his brow with gentle tenderness. The king now desired to see the prisoners who had been taken in battle, and as the captives one by one passed the throne, Aida uttered a cry of surprise and grief, and, running into the arms of Amonasro, who was one of them, greeted him tenderly as her father. Amonasro, however, whispered to her not to disclose his true identity, and so when the company gathered round, on hearing that he was the beautiful slave girl's father, the disguised king related a feasible story as to his capture, describing himself as an ordinary Ethiopian officer, which was readily enough believed. Pharaoh now desired Radames to name any favour he pleased, which should be immediately granted, and the young victor, whose heart was as yet unhardened by the fortunes of war, besought the king to set all the captives free as his reward. But Ramphis, the high priest, and the other councillors declared that this would be an act of folly, and when they saw that Pharaoh would not deny the request that had been made, they entreated that at least it would be better to retain Aida's father as a hostage of peace. To this Pharaoh agreed, giving orders that all the other captives should be set free, and then, leading Amneris forward, he placed her hand in that of Radames, declaring before all the people that the Princess of Egypt was the prize he had destined for the deliverer of the country. Amneris was radiant with joy, having thus secured her dearest wish, and feeling that she need no longer fear Aida as a rival. But Radames was plunged in despair, for he was determined to wed no other maid but Aida, whom he loved so passionately, and for whose sweet sake he had crowned himself with laurels. Aida, too, was filled with grief, for Radames wed naught remained to her but death. Radames, however, saw that nothing was to be gained just then by refusing to accept the reward offered to him, and so he prudently permitted himself to be regarded as the affianced husband of Amneris, trusting to find some means of disentangling himself later on, He still saw Aida from time to time in the palace, and sometimes found means to address a few words to her, but these opportunities were few and far between, and at last, despairing of ever securing a sufficiently long interview in which to talk over their plans, he invited her to meet him on the eve before his wedding day, outside the temple of Isis. Now, Amonasro, who was also lodged in the palace, had quickly observed the love that existed between Aida and Radames, and having learnt from the soldiers that the scattered forces of Ethiopia had once more been banded together to invade Egypt, he determined to make use of his daughter's love as a means of securing information as to the Egyptians' war plans. For this reason, having overheard the arrangement made for the lovers' meeting, he managed to creep unseen by the guards from the palace, and made his way to the temple of Isis. As it happened, the Princess Amneris had also arranged to visit the temple of Isis that night, in order to offer prayers and incense to the goddess, on this the last evening of her maidenhood, in accordance with an ancient custom, and attended by women slaves and guards. She arrived soon after darkness had set in, and was immediately conducted by Ramphis, the high priest, into the temple, where she began her vigil. No sooner had the princess and her party retired within the sacred building than Aida, alone and unattended, drew near, trembling with fear, and almost immediately she was joined by her father, who had awaited her arrival in a hiding-place close by. Quickly reassuring the frightened maiden, Amonasro informed her of the service he wished her to do for him, and after declaring that his reassembled forces were already prepared and waiting for battle, reminding her also of the wretched condition of their people, he entreated her to discover from her lover by what path the Egyptians intended to surprise their enemies, a fact which, in the hands of the Ethiopians, meant success to their enterprise. At first, Aida refused indignantly to ask her lover to be disloyal to the arms he bore, but upon Amonasro declaring reproachfully and angrily that he would no longer regard her as his daughter if she thus refused to help her country, she reluctantly promised to seek the information needed. Amonasro now retired to his hiding-place, and as he departed, Radames came up to the meeting-place and clasped Aida in his arms in a passionate embrace. When the first joy of meeting was over, Aida asked her lover to tell her of his plans, for since his nuptials with the princess were now so near at hand, it seemed well nigh impossible for him to avoid the step, which was the express command of the king and the wish of the people, and the hopelessness of the situation made her have misgivings whether he would care to make so great a sacrifice for her sake. Radames, however, declared that not all the wealth of Egypt could make up to him for the loss of Aida's love, and, with eager enthusiasm, he declared to her that early next morning he would join the Egyptian forces now under arms, and after leading them once more to victory, he would return triumphant to the city, and then, telling the king of his love for the Ethiopian maid, beseech him of his mercy to grant him her hand in marriage as a reward. But Aida was not satisfied with this, knowing that the rage and jealousy of Amneris would never permit them to marry, and she cried eagerly, "Nay, there is but one course, my beloved. Let us fly tonight, and in a far-away land, where we are not known, we may pass our life in perfect joy together." Then, seeing that Radames hesitated at this suggestion, which meant his resignation of all the glory and renown he had won, she thrust him from her, exclaiming passionately, "Ah, then you love me not! Return to the Princess of Egypt, and in the enjoyment of her embraces forget poor Aida, who would now gladly seek death." This was more than Radames could endure, and, clasping Aida in his arms once again, he declared that they would indeed fly that night, since her love was more to him than anything else the world could offer. Intoxicated with the intensity of their passion, the lovers prepared to carry out their resolve at once, but, as they were about to depart, Aida, remembering with a pang her father's command, said in a trembling voice, "How shall we escape being seen by the Egyptian soldiers?" "All will be well," returned Radames reassuringly, "if we avoid the pass of Napata, where they lie hidden." No sooner had he spoken these fatal words than Amonasro, having thus learnt the secret he had longed to possess, sprang from his hiding place, and boldly approaching the lovers, announced to the young Egyptian that he was the king of Ethiopia. Radames was now overcome with dismay that he had, though unconsciously, betrayed his country's cause into the hands of her enemies, but Amonasro, declaring that no blame could ever attach to him, entreated him to join the Ethiopian ranks, where glory awaited him, and the hand of Aïda should be his reward. At that moment, however, the Princess Amneris and Ramphis, the high priest, emerged from the temple, having heard all that had passed, and calling to the guards, they bade them seize the 3 offenders at once. Radames, calling to Amonasro and Aïda to fly for their lives, engaged the attention of the guards until he knew that the Ethiopian king and his daughter had escaped to a safe distance. And then, nobly scorning to avoid the just wrath of the monarch whom he had so unwittingly betrayed, he yielded himself without a struggle into the hands of the high priest, and was carried away captive to await his doom. A few days later, Radames was brought to the hall of judgment within the royal palace, to be tried as a traitor, and to receive the sentence of death. But as the guards were conducting him thither, they were accosted by the Princess Amneris, who imperiously demanded to speak with the prisoner. The guards having fallen back respectfully, Amneris addressed Radames, asking him if he was prepared to die the death of a traitor, or if he desired to live, for the proud princess was still unable to repress the love which consumed her, in spite of her anger that it was not returned, and she was determined to offer the object of her affections a means of saving his life. Radames, however, answered sorrowfully that he had no further desire to live, since Aïda was lost to him for ever, for he believed her to be dead, and in his grief he even accused the princess of being the cause of her death. But Amneris declared that this was not so, since Aïda still lived, for though her father had been slain in the battle that had just taken place, his daughter had managed to escape, though none knew of her whereabouts. Then, with passionate earnestness, Amneris besought Radames to renounce all thought of Aïda for ever, thus hoping that she might herself reign in his heart at last, and she added that if he would do so, she would intercede for his life with the king, who loved her so well that he would grant her even so great a request as this. But Radames declared staunchly that no power on earth could ever induce him to thrust the dear image of Aïda from his heart, and since his beloved one was now lost to him, he should welcome death with gladness. "Go, then, and die," cried Amneris, enraged that her love should be thus slighted yet again. And then, as Radames passed into the hall of judgment, she burst into a wild paroxysm of weeping, knowing that nothing could now save him, since once in the presence of his judges, his doom was sealed. Full of remorse that she had not called him back, she crouched near the portal, and listened to what passed within, for though in her heart she realized that Radames was innocent, yet she knew that he would be condemned, since he had done, though unwittingly, a traitor's deed. To the accusations made against him, Radames answered not a word, for in spite of his clear conscience, he also knew that defense was useless, and when the high priest pronounced the doom of living incarceration as the traitor's sentence, he bowed his head in resignation, having no longer the desire to live. Amneris, however, was filled with rage on hearing the cruel sentence passed upon the man she still loved, and when the priests issued forth from the hall of judgment, she passionately commanded them to revoke their judgment. But Ramphis, the high priest, whose might and sacred power could not be encroached upon even by a princess of Egypt, sternly replied, "The traitor's doom has gone forth, and none can alter it. Then, heedless of the wailing curses that followed him, the relentless priest passed on, and the despairing princess was left alone with her sorrow and remorse. Meanwhile, Radames was conducted to the temple of Vulcan, and ushered into the subterranean vault in which he was to be buried alive, and as the stone that covered the opening was gradually lowered, the priests broke into the sacred hymn of death. Radames stood resigned and unafraid upon the bottom step of the crypt. But just as the stone was falling into its socket, he heard a soft sigh behind him, and, turning, beheld, ere the last ray of light faded, the trembling form of his beloved Aida. Filled with amazement and horror that one so young and lovely should thus be entombed with him, Radames pressed and beat frantically upon the roof of the vault, but the stone had now fallen into its place, and he was powerless to dislodge it. As he sank despairing upon the step, Aida groped her way through the darkness to his side, and in a sweet, exultant voice, bade him gently to be comforted, since, having foreseen his doom, she had of her own free will crept unobserved by the priests into the vault, preferring to die with him rather than to live on alone. Filled with gratitude at this wonderful proof of love and devotion, Radames passionately embraced the triumphant Aida, and thus clasped in each other's arms, the lovers calmly awaited their end, rejoicing that though in life they had been forced asunder, yet in death they were not divided. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Verdi's Othello. A handsome Moor named Othello, a man of noble nature and high intellect, had risen by his own ability and prowess to the envied position of a general in the Venetian army, and because of his honourable reputation and excellent skill in relating stories of the battles and adventures he had engaged in, he was a welcome guest in many of the great houses of Venice. But Othello himself cared only to visit at the house of a certain Venetian gentleman named Brabantio, who had a fair daughter named Desdemona, for the beauty, gentleness, and virtue of this lady had completely enslaved the heart of the handsome Moor, who grew to love her with all the strength of his passionate nature. And as the fair Desdemona listened to the glowing tales of peril, adventure, and victory related by the dusky visitor, she hung upon his words with eager interest, weeping for his woes and rejoicing at his escapes, and at last she grew to love him so dearly that all her thoughts became bound up in him. Othello knew that Brabantio would be horrified at the mere thought of giving his daughter to a Moor, and so he very easily persuaded Desdemona to enter into a secret marriage with him. Brabantio was filled with great indignation when he was afterwards told of their union, and accusing Othello of having resorted to magic spells in winning the affections of the maiden, he took the whole matter before the Duke of Venice. But when the royal judge had listened to Othello's simple tale of love and Desdemona's sweet declaration of trust in her husband, he announced that their mutual affection had come about in a perfectly natural way, and that no magic had been used. So Brabantio was obliged to give his daughter to her lawful husband, and almost immediately after the case had been settled, Othello, as leader of the Venetian army, was sent on a military expedition to the island of Cyprus. The Moor departed first, leaving Desdemona to follow in the care of his lieutenant, Cassio, and upon their arrival in Cyprus great rejoicings were held. Now Othello had another confidential officer, whose name was Iago, and who served him as his ancient, and this Iago, who was of an envious, cruel, and bitter nature, had a grudge against Cassio, because the latter had been made lieutenant, a post he coveted himself. He also envied the happiness of Othello, for he himself had cherished a passion for Desdemona, and had been filled with bitterness at her preference for the noble Moor. He therefore determined to bring Cassio quickly out of favour with his master, so that he himself might be advanced, and with this object he devised the cunning and cruel plan of making Othello believe that Cassio was the lover of Desdemona, and thus, by bringing misery on all, to satisfy his vengeful and envious nature. He first of all led the unsuspecting Cassio into the folly of drinking too deeply one night when on guard in the camp, and then, as squabbling arose in the consequence of this, he brought Othello upon the scene to learn the cause of the disturbance. The Moor was so displeased with the foolish conduct of Cassio that he would not permit him to be his lieutenant any longer, but the cunning Iago was not yet satisfied, and he determined to use the disgraced officer still further, in order to bring woe upon Othello himself, whose happiness in the possession of the lovely Desdemona he was so eager to destroy. He therefore now pretended to be Cassio's friend, and advised him earnestly to ingratiate himself with the lady Desdemona, who might be induced to intercede with her husband on behalf of the erring officer. And as Iago's own wife, Emilia, was chief lady-in-waiting to Desdemona, it was quite easy for the necessary interviews to be arranged. The gentle Desdemona, with never a thought of evil, received Cassio very kindly, and promised to plead for him with her husband, saying, "Assure thee, if I do vow a friendship, I'll perform it to the last article. Therefore be merry, Cassio, for thy solicitor shall rather die than give thy cause away." Unfortunately, just as Cassio bent to kiss the lady's hand in gratitude as he departed, Othello himself appeared, accompanied by Iago, who cunningly drew his attention to this little scene. The first faint shadow of jealousy thus crept into the mind of Othello, and when Desdemona presently began to plead for Cassio, although he answered her with fair words, he had already begun to doubt her in his heart. After Desdemona had retired, Iago ruthlessly continued his wicked scheme of sowing the seeds of doubt in Othello's passionate heart, and the Moor quickly began to suffer the sharp pangs of jealousy, and to cherish a secret wrath against his innocent wife. "Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse, steals trash. 'Tis something, nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed," said Iago in a careless tone, and with such enigmatical, subtle words did he set the poison of doubt to work in his master's mind. Encouraged by the quick success of his villainy, Iago now bade his wife, Emilia, to procure for him a certain richly worked handkerchief belonging to Desdemona, which had been Othello's first gift to her during their courtship. And Emilia, having no suspicion of treachery, but humbly obedient to her husband's wishes, secured the pretty trifle for him without the knowledge of her mistress. Iago then found an opportunity to make Othello believe that he had discovered this handkerchief amongst the belongings of Cassio, and that it had been given to the ex-lieutenant by Desdemona. And he also added casually that he had often heard Cassio murmur the name of Desdemona with loving emphasis in his sleep. This announcement filled Othello with such rage that he rushed furiously at Iago and flung him to the ground, and when next he met Desdemona he broke out into such a stormy tirade that the gentle lady was terrified. As the days went on, the poison of jealousy so artfully administered by the ruthless Iago began to permeate the whole being of the unfortunate Moor, to such an extent that he put an evil construction upon the most innocent remarks of Desdemona, and the bewildered wife became very unhappy as she noted the altered behaviour of her husband, being quite unable to account for such a change, since her love for him was as deep and true as ever. One day there came ambassadors from Venice with letters on state matters for Othello, in which he was bidden to return home. And upon the messengers asking for the absent Cassio, who was to be deputed to the Moor's place, Desdemona replied that the lieutenant had been disgraced, but that she was constantly pleading for his restoration to favour, since she had much regard for him. On hearing these words, spoken in all innocence and kindly feeling for one in trouble, Othello's mad jealousy was roused again, and in a wild outburst of rage he struck Desdemona a rough blow, and then fell to the ground in a convulsive fit brought on by his deep emotion. That night, as Desdemona retired to rest, she was filled with sad thoughts and strange forebodings of ill, and as Emilia helped her to disrobe, she sang a low, plaintive song, which she declared had been sung to her mother on her deathbed, and which had haunted the unhappy lady all day. These were the words of the song. The poor soul sat singing by a sycamore tree, sing all a green willow. Her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee, sing willow, willow, willow. The fresh streams ran by her and murmured her moans, sing willow, willow, willow. Her salt tears fell from her and softened the stones, sing willow, willow, willow. When this sad ditty came to an end, Emilia left her mistress in bed, and the troubled Desdemona at length fell asleep. Presently Othello entered the chamber with his sword in his hand, intending to kill her, but she looked so fair and tranquil as she slept that he could not bear to shed her blood, though he did not mean to go back from his resolve. He still loved her tenderly in spite of the overmastering jealousy which had eaten into his heart, and his firm belief that she had permitted Cassio to be her lover, and bending over the bed, he kissed her sweet lips passionately, murmuring softly, "O balmy breath, that dost almost persuade justice to break her sword, one more, be thus when thou art dead, and I will kill thee, and love thee after, one more, and that's the last. So sweet was ne'er so fatal. I must weep, but they are cruel tears. This sorrow's heavenly, it strikes where it doth love." The hot kisses of Othello awakened Desdemona, who was much startled at finding her husband bending over her with such a fierce look in his passionate eyes, nor was she reassured when Othello asked sternly, "Have you prayed tonight, Desdemona?" The poor lady assured him that she had offered up her prayers as usual, and asked him the meaning of such a strange question, and then Othello declared that it was his resolve to kill her, again fiercely denouncing her as untrue to her wifely vows. It was in vain that the hapless Desdemona protested her innocence and pleaded piteously for mercy. So firmly was Othello convinced of her perfidy, owing to the false insinuations of Iago, that nothing could now make him believe in her innocence, and in a paroxysm of jealous passion he seized the pillows and bed coverings and pressed them over his victim until she was stifled. Just then Emilia's voice was heard calling loudly for admission, and thinking she had come to bring news of Cassio, whose death he had already ordered, Othello opened the door and let her into the room. But Emilia reported that Cassio was not dead, though wounded, and as she related this news, the weak voice of the expiring Desdemona murmured softly, "A guiltless death I die." Emilia hurried to the bedside, just as her beloved mistress breathed her last, and filled with horror as she thus understood that Othello had slain his fair wife, she uttered loud cries of grief and alarm, so that a number of attendants hurried into the room, amongst them Iago and the Venetian ambassadors. Othello defended his conduct by relating the false tales of Desdemona which he had heard from Iago, more particularly dwelling upon the incident of the embroidered handkerchief. But when Emilia heard this, her husband's treachery dawned upon her for the first time, and she declared stoutly that she herself had procured the handkerchief for Iago at his own command. It was in vain that Iago endeavoured to prevent his wife from telling what she knew about this incident, and from proclaiming Desdemona's innocence, which was now plain to all, and finding that she would not be silenced, and that her accusing words had brought his villainy to light, he rushed upon her in fury and stabbed her to the heart. The ambassador immediately ordered his arrest, and then, turning to Othello, who was now filled with agonizing remorse and despair on learning that he had slain his beloved wife without cause, since she had been innocent after all, he said, "O thou, Othello, that was once so good, what shall be said to thee?" And Othello replied, humbly and sorrowfully, "When you shall these unlucky deeds relate, speak of me as I am, nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Then must you speak of one that loved not wisely but too well, of one not easily jealous, but being wrought, perplexed in the extreme, of one whose hand, like the base Indian, threw a pearl away richer than all his tribe, of one whose subdued eyes, albeit unused to the melting mood, drop tears as fast as the Arabian trees their medicinal gum. Set you down this, and say besides, that in Aleppo once, where a malignant and a turbaned Turk beat a Venetian and traduced the state, I took by the throat the circumcised dog, and smote him thus." With these words the unhappy Moor seized his sword and stabbed himself to the heart. Then, as the attendant sprang forward in horror, he fell back dead beside the corpse of his beloved Desdemona. End of section 40. Recording by Tom Denham.
Section 41 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Newton. Section 41. Wagner's The Flying Dutchman. Der Fliegende Holländer. There was once a Dutch sea captain who was so brave and fearless that no amount of danger seemed to daunt him. Battling with the wild winds and waves was the greatest joy to him, and his light-hearted daring carried him through many a difficult passage. But at last the crowning test of his courage came, for on a voyage round the coast of Africa there arose the most furious tempest that had ever been known in those seas. All prudent seamen at once sought refuge in harbors and sheltering bays, casting their anchors until the storm should abate. But the Dutch captain only laughed at the fears of his crew when they implored him to do likewise, and casting prudence to the winds, he swore that in spite of the raging hurricane, he would double the Cape of Good Hope without delay, even if he kept on sailing forever. Now it happened that this foolish vow was overheard by the evil one, who was in the very heart of the tempest, and as a punishment for his vain boast, he condemned the rash captain to sail the seas until the day of judgment. The only hope of release held out to him was to find a pure and lovely maiden who would be willing to love him faithfully until death, and for this purpose he was allowed to go on shore once in every 7 years to seek for such a savior. Full of remorse and despair, the unhappy captain began his ceaseless voyage, and the mad recklessness of his speed soon won for him the name of the Flying Dutchman. The fame of his terrible plight, and of the evil influence surrounding him, became worldwide, and all good sailors tried to avoid the doomed ship, crossing themselves devoutly whenever its blood-red sails and black masts appeared in sight. Once in every 7 years the Flying Dutchman went on shore, but he always returned disappointed and despairing, for no maiden could be found willing to share his fate and to be loving and faithful to him until death. And so, for years and centuries, the ill-fated man sailed the seas unceasingly, and though he daily courted death, yet death came not to him, and every danger passed him by. At length, after many hopeless centuries had gone by, the Flying Dutchman steered his ship towards the rugged coast of Norway, and as another 7 years' term was just now at an end, he determined to go on shore and begin his hopeless quest once more. By this time his vessel was laden with gold and jewels gathered from the sea and coasts of many lands, and by bestowing his treasures lavishly, he knew he would soon gain acquaintance with someone. As he drew near the shores of a lonely bay, he found a Norwegian vessel already there before him, having sought shelter from a passing storm, and presently he entered into conversation with the captain and tried to make friends with him. The Norwegian captain, whose name was Deland, welcomed the stranger very kindly, and he told him that he only waited in this dreary spot until the storm abated, when he should eagerly make for his home, a few miles further along the coast, where his fair daughter was watching for his return. When the Flying Dutchman heard that the Norwegian had a daughter, he was very glad, and presently he eagerly offered to Deland the whole of his vast treasures, if he would give him in return a few days' hospitality, and his daughter as a bride. Now Deland, who was somewhat greedy of gold, had long desired to find such a wealthy husband for his beautiful daughter, and though he knew nothing of the stranger before him, he felt somewhat afraid of his weird looks and mysterious crew. He could not resist the desire to possess the wonderful treasures described to him. So he gladly gave the Dutchman permission to woo the maiden, and a short time afterwards, the storm having passed away, the two ships set sail for Deland's home. In the meanwhile, the household of the Norwegian captain had been eagerly awaiting his return for some time, and on the day of his expected arrival, his fair daughter Senta was spinning with her maidens in the principal room of the house. Dame Mary, the old nurse who was in charge of the work, and under her directions the pretty maidens were kept busily employed, singing merry songs to the hum of their spinning wheels. Only one of the maidens was idle, and this was the beautiful young mistress, Senta herself, who sat with her hands folded, pensively gazing at a picture upon the wall. The picture was a portrait of the Flying Dutchman, who had been once seen by an artist years ago, and whose story, told in ballad and legend, was well known in Norway. And as Senta looked upon that pale, sad face, a great pity for the poor wanderer's terrible fate arose within her. This fate had such a wonderful fascination for the tender maiden that a great love and devotion grew up in her heart for the tortured soul she longed to comfort. And on this day of her father's return, she gazed upon the picture with more intentness than usual, for she had dreamed many times of late that its subject stood before her as a real, living lover. But Dame Mary did not care to see her sweet young mistress gaze so frequently upon the face of one whom Satan had claimed for his own, and presently she called out sharply to her, "Thou careless girl, wilt thou not spin?" Then the other maidens begged her also to join them in their spinning, and not to waste her sighs and thoughts on one who could never be her lover. But Senta said she was tired of the hum of the spinning wheels, and asked Dame Mary to tell them again the legend of the Flying Dutchman. But Dame Mary would not do so, and then Senta herself sang the whole ballad through from beginning to end in her sweet, soft voice. She described the rash vow of the daring captain, and the awful doom it had brought upon him, and the song excited her to such passionate depths of pity that, at the end of it, she stretched out her arms and cried aloud, as though the spectral seaman himself stood before her, "I am the one who through her love will save thee. Oh, may the angels hither guide thee! Through me may new-found joy betide thee." As she uttered these wild words, which caused Dame Mary and her maidens to cry out in horror, a handsome young huntsman named Eric entered the room and heard all, and having loved the fair Senta from childhood, and believed himself beloved in return, he rushed to her side in alarm, imploring her not to forsake him. He then announced that Deland's ship had just arrived, accompanied by another and unknown vessel. And when Dame Mary and the maidens had hastily departed to set food ready for their master's welcome, he turned again to Senta, and begged her to assure him once more of her love, and to help him to gain her father's consent to their marriage, knowing full well that Deland desired a wealthier suitor for his daughter than a poor huntsman. The beautiful Senta only laughed at his doubts, and when he reproached her with gazing so constantly at the picture on the wall, she declared it was but pity that filled her heart for the subject of it. But Eric was not satisfied, and he went on to describe a vision he had had lately, in which he had seen Senta give her hand to this very phantom captain, who embraced her rapturously and led her to his vessel. And when Senta heard this, the glamour of her strange fascination came over her again, and she cried out wildly, "He seeks for me, and I for him. For him will I risk life and limb." Eric rushed away, wringing his hands with grief, feeling now that Senta must be under some strange and evil spell. And at this moment Deland entered the room with his mysterious guest, whom as yet he did not know to be the Flying Dutchman. He held out his arms lovingly, expecting his daughter to rush forward and embrace him, as she had always done before on his return from the sea. But Senta, with wide-open, intense eyes, was gazing fixedly beyond him at the stranger in the doorway. There, in the living flesh, she beheld the face that had fascinated all her maiden days, and spellbound with astonishment, she turned to embrace her father, as in a trance, saying, "My father, say, who is this stranger?" Then Deland explained how he had met with the strange captain and taken pity on his loneliness, and he eagerly added, "Wilt thou, my child, accord our guest a friendly welcome? And wilt thou also let him share thy kindly heart? Give him thy hand, for bridegroom it is thine to call him. If thou but give consent, tomorrow his thou art. Look on these gems, look on these bracelets. To what he owns, trifles are these. Dost thou, my child, not long to have them? And all art thine when thou art his." As he spoke, Deland, with the gleam of avarice in his eyes, spread out on a table the jewels and gold the Flying Dutchman had already given him from the big treasure-laden ship. But seeing that Senta did not even glance at them, he thought it wiser to retire and leave the stranger to plead his own cause. When he had gone, the Flying Dutchman, with trembling hope, seized the hands of Senta and implored her to share his lonely fate, declaring that he had seen her in visions long ago, and believed her to be the one who should save him from his woes and bring him peace and rest at last. And Senta, with rapture, consented to be his bride, telling him that she had also seen him in her dreams, and had longed to release him from his sorrows. When the Flying Dutchman thus knew that Senta was acquainted with his sad story, and willing to break the evil spell that had been cast upon him, he was transported with joy, and yet he nobly begged her to think of the sacrifice she was about to make by sharing his lot. To which the fair maiden replied heroically, "Him whom I choose, him I love only, and loving even till death. Here is my hand, I will not rue, but into death will I be true." At this moment Deland returned, and full of joy at seeing that Senta was willing to accept the stranger he had chosen for her husband, he gladly joined their hands. He then invited them to return with him to the shore, for it was always his custom at the end of a voyage to give a feast to the crew on board his ship. When they arrived upon the shore, a gay scene was already taking place. Dame Mary and her merry maidens had brought food and wine on deck, and the jolly sailors were soon greeting their pretty sweethearts, and feasting, laughing, and singing with thankful hearts. In strange contrast to this merriment, complete silence reigned on board the Flying Dutchman's ship, for though food and wine had also been brought out for the stranger's crew, they kept down below, and gave no sound of life at all. It was in vain that the maidens tried to attract their attention, and at length, alarmed at the strange looks of the silent vessel, they desisted altogether. And then, when the Norwegian sailors, in their own enjoyment, had almost forgotten the presence of the strangers, the mysterious crew of the Flying Dutchman suddenly roused up and began to sing, in harsh, unearthly tones, a wild song, in which they told the story of their ill-fated master. And at the same time a dark, bluish flame gleamed around them, and loud rumblings of a storm were heard. At first the startled Norwegians looked on in wonder, and tried to drown those weird sounds with their own gay singing. But after a while they grew alarmed, and overcome by the dreadful scene and full of horror, they hurriedly crossed themselves and retired to the cabin. On seeing this, the crew of the phantom ship burst into a peal of shrill, demoniacal laughter, and then the ghastly flame died slowly away, the stormy rumblings ceased, and silence reigned once more. The Norwegians now knew that the dreaded and shunned Flying Dutchman and his evil crew from the abodes of darkness were in their midst, and Eric the huntsman, shocked and horrified, rushed towards Senta, and implored her to renounce the stranger whose evil fate she had agreed to share. He passionately pleaded with his own faithful love, begging her to accept it once again, and he reminded her of the old sweet days when she had been contented to love him, saying, "Hast thou forgot that day when thou didst call me to thee, yon pleasant vale within, when, counting not what labor might befall me, fearless I climbed, gay flowers for thee to win? Bethink thee how, upon the headlong standing, we watched thy father from the shore depart. He, ere we marked his gleaming sail expanding, he bade thee trust my fond and faithful heart. Why thrilled my soul to feel my hands clasped in thine? Say, was it not that it told me thou wert true?" These tender pleading words were heard by the Flying Dutchman, who was hovering near, and the wretched man, full of disappointment and despair, believing that Senta was about to renounce him, rushed on board his own ship and drew the anchor, crying out wildly, "Abandoned, all is for ever lost. Senta, farewell!" But Senta, though torn by Eric's pleading, still found her love and devotion to the Flying Dutchman the strongest feeling in her heart, and rushing forward to follow him, she cried, "Canst thou doubt if I'm faithful? Unhappy, what has blinded thee? Oh, stay, the vow we made forsake not. What I have promised, kept shall be." Eric, Deland, and others seized the distraught maiden as she fled, full of horror at the sacrifice she was about to make for one whose evil doom affrighted them. And whilst they held her back, the Flying Dutchman, though utterly bereft of hope, nobly vowed that he would release her from her promise to him and sail away at once. But Senta was determined to share the sad doom of the hero of her dreams, and by her faithful love to break the cruel spell that had bound him so long, and struggling until she freed herself from those who so vainly tried to hold her back, she ran forward to the edge of an overhanging cliff close by, stretching out her arms, and crying wildly to the hopeless figure on the departing vessel, "Well do I know thee, well do I know thy doom. I knew thy face when I beheld thee first. The end of thine affliction comes. My Lord, till death shall take away thy curse. Here stand I, faithful, yea, till death." With these heroic words, the gentle, devoted maiden, in a transport of joy, cast herself into the sea, and immediately afterwards the phantom ship sank beneath the waves, which arose and receded again in a mighty whirlpool. As the Norwegians gazed with awe and astonishment upon this wondrous sight, they saw, in the golden glow of the setting sun, two ethereal forms rising together from the sea over the wreck and floating upward towards the heavens. They were Senta and the Flying Dutchman, their arms entwined in a loving embrace, and a look of perfect peace and everlasting joy upon their radiant, upturned faces. The ransom had been paid, and the Flying Dutchman was at rest forevermore, with the fair, sweet maiden who had loved him faithfully until death. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 42. Wagner, Tannhäuser. In the fair land of Thuringia there once dwelt a handsome and noble knight named Henry of Tannhäuser, who was famed for his wonderful gift of song. In a country where music was the delight of high and low, and where minstrelsy and knighthood went hand in hand, Tannhäuser was the sweetest minstrel of all, and when contests of song were held, it was he who most frequently carried off the wreath of victory. Nor were his brother minstrels jealous of his power, for they loved him dearly, and gladly yielded him the palm. The Landgrave, or ruling prince of Thuringia, had a beautiful niece, the young Princess Elizabeth, whose gracious custom it was to bestow the prizes won at the tournaments of song, and surrounded by her court of fair maidens, she would listen with delight to the joyous strains of the minstrels. But when Tannhäuser sounded his harp with the soft and tender touch that was his gift, and the notes of his sweet and wonderful voice rang forth, the heart of the royal maiden was thrilled through and through, and she grew to love the minstrel knight with her whole being. And Henry of Tannhäuser trembled when her fair hands placed the wreath upon his brow, for he also loved, and Elizabeth of Thuringia was the queen of his heart. But, strange to say, so far from being made happy by his love, Tannhäuser gradually became very wretched indeed, for he grew discontented and weary of his life. Whether it was that he fancied Elizabeth did not return his love, and that the royal maid would not be permitted to wed a humble knight, or whether an evil spirit tempted him, none can say. But day by day he grew more and more restless and heavy of heart, the joys, duties, and interests of earth no longer satisfying him, and he longed for a life of everlasting pleasure and delight, free from pain and trouble. Now in Thuringia there was a mountain called the Hörselberg, or Hill of Venus, within which the heathen goddess of love and beauty dwelt with her court, holding everlasting revels, and seeking to destroy the souls of erring men who fell into her toils. And in this evil, though enticing place, Tannhäuser, either despairing or woefully tempted, at last sought refuge from the griefs and disappointments of earth. He vanished so suddenly and entirely that none knew whither he had gone, and though his friends and companions sought him long and lovingly, they could not find him. And the Princess Elizabeth was so full of grief at his loss that she hid herself away in her own chamber to weep in secret. And though the minstrel knights still continued to hold their contests, she no longer graced the fates with her presence, but refused to give away the awards. In the meantime Tannhäuser was living a life of soft ease and voluptuous delight in the enthralling court of Venus, and the beautiful goddess hoped that her loveliness and tender caresses were satisfying the wild longings of the handsome minstrel whose soul she wished to destroy. And for a time, indeed, the young man felt that he had at last found the peace and happiness he vainly sought, and the constant indulgence of his senses deadened his conscience, and made him forget that duty, labour, striving, and suffering are the only true means by which a man can attain to his highest level. Thus a year passed swiftly by in this abode of monotonous joys and delights, where no count was kept of days and seasons, and then at last a passing return of his better nature came over Tannhäuser, and he awoke as if from a trance to the knowledge that a life of selfish pleasure cannot satisfy the longings of a noble nature. He was kneeling at the time beside the fair goddess as she reclined on a couch within the glittering cave where she held her court, and on every side were the sights and sounds that had enthralled him so long. A wide shining lake stretched out into the distance, and in its rippling blue waters graceful naiads were disporting themselves, whilst sirens of wondrous beauty reclined on the mossy banks, their sweet silvery voices filling the air with enticing songs. Tender lovers, wrapped in ecstasy, were reclining here and there, and in the centre of the cave a number of dainty nymphs were constantly dancing, joined ever and anon by a train of wild bacchantes, who brought a whirl of tumult into their movements, exciting all to a perfect frenzy of joy. The sounds of music never ceased for a moment, first low and tender, thrilling the heart, and then so merry and joyous that none could refrain from dancing. And over the whole dazzling scene a pall of soft, rosy light was spread, gathering into a mist of billowy clouds in the distance. Fairest of the fair, and queen of all this love and beauty, Venus sat, enthroned forever. And as Tannhäuser knelt at the feet of the goddess, with his head sunk upon her knee, he felt for the moment that the world was indeed well lost. Then, suddenly, with this passing thought of the earth he had left, the minstrel knight awakened from his dream of bliss, and seemed to hear the silvery chime of bells from the world outside, bringing back to his remembrance the thought of fair things now lost to him, the radiant sunshine of day, the starry splendour of night, the renewing life and sweet verdure of spring, the nightingale's song of hope and promise, the delight of joy after sorrow, of light after darkness, that only mortals know. In a flash he saw what an evil choice he had made, how cloying were the selfish delights that now held him captive, and weary of such monotonous joys, he longed to be in the world once more with its mingled joys and pains, understanding now that to strive with evil and conquer was a true heart's highest aim. The deceptive veil of glamour was thus torn from his eyes, and full of remorse for the time he had already wasted, he implored the beautiful goddess for freedom to return to earth. But Venus was angry when she heard his request, reproaching him with ingratitude, since she had found him despairing and brought him comfort, and she begged him to touch his harp once more, and love her still, that all her delights might be his forever. Tannhäuser declared he would evermore sing her praises, but now determined to be set free from her enslaving toils, he again begged her to send him back into the world, saying, "'Twas joy alone, a longing thirst for pleasure, that filled my heart and darkened my desire. And thou, whose bounty gods alone can measure, gavest me, poor mortal, all its wealth to know. But while my sense thou hast enchanted, by thy great love my heart is daunted. A god alone can well enjoy, to mortals frail, its blisses cloy. I would be swayed by pain and pleasure, in nature's sweet alternate measure. I must away from thee, or die." Once more Venus poured forth her anger upon him, declaring that he slighted her love, since the charms he vaunted so soon wearied him. But the minstrel knight replied, "While I have life, alone my harp shall praise thee, no meaner thing shall e'er my song inspire. And yet for earth I'm yearning, 'tis freedom I must win, or die. For freedom I can all defy, to strife or glory forth I go, come life or death, come joy or woe. No more bondage will I sigh, O queen, beloved goddess, let me fly." Then, when Venus saw that the cloying delights she had to offer could no longer hold the awakened soul of Tannhäuser, she at last granted his request, and angrily bade him go back to the cold, dull earth once more, declaring that he would but meet with scorn and disappointment, and be glad to return to her sweet joys again. But the minstrel knight said that he could never return to her, since repentance and his hope of heaven would now fill all his days. And with these words he bade an everlasting farewell to the lovely enchantress. And then the dazzling court of Venus suddenly vanished from sight, and when Tannhäuser next opened his eyes, he found himself in a beautiful valley, between the forest-girt Hörselberg and the royal castle. Overhead the radiant sun was shining brightly in a cloudless sky, and on the mountain-side a flock of sheep were feeding, whilst from a rocky eminence above a joyous young shepherd piped a merry lay. The fresh green grass was spangled with early flowers, and the birds were singing in the budding trees, for it was springtime, and all the world seemed full of praise and joy. Overcome with gratitude, Tannhäuser sank upon his knees to return thanks to Heaven for his release from selfish pleasure, and humbly he resolved to lead a new life of repentance and devotion. Whilst he thus knelt in prayer, a band of pilgrims on their way to Rome came by, and wound along the mountain path, singing a hymn. Whilst he thus knelt in prayer, a band of pilgrims on their way to Rome came by, and wound along the mountain path, singing a hymn of confession and repentance. And when they had gone, Tannhäuser repeated the hymn upon his knees. A short time afterwards it happened that the Landgrave of Thuringia and his minstrel knights passed through the valley on their return from a great forest hunt, and seeing the kneeling knight, they drew near to learn who he was, and whence he came. But when Tannhäuser rose and faced them on their approach, they recognized him at once as their long-lost brother minstrel, whom they had sought so vainly, and receiving him joyfully, they eagerly demanded of him where he had hidden himself so long, begging him to return with them to the castle. Tannhäuser replied that he had wandered far into strange and distant realms in search of peace and rest, which he had not found, and he declared he could not rejoin their beloved ranks, since he had resolved to lead the lonely pilgrim's life of devotion. Then a noble young knight named Wolfram, who had been his dearest friend in the old days, stepped forward, and said that the fair Princess Elizabeth still mourned the absence of the favourite minstrel, whose sweet music had filled her heart with love and rapture. And he added, "When thou in scorn hadst left us, her heart was closed to joy and song. Of her sweet presence she bereft us, for thee in vain she wearied long. O minstrel bold, return and rest thee, once more awake thy joyous strain, cast off the burden that oppressed thee, and her fair star will shine again." The name of Elizabeth acted like a charm upon Tannhäuser, for love of this sweet royal maid still filled his whole heart, strengthened and deepened by the struggles he had gone through, and learning thus for certain that his love was returned, he flung aside all thoughts of a pilgrim's life, and cried out gladly, what joy, oh guide my steps to her!" The whole valley was by this time full of nobles and squires in hunting green, and when the Landgrave sounded his bugle, he was answered by a joyous peal from the merry huntsmen as they gathered round. Then the brilliant cavalcade rode gaily forth, with Tannhäuser in their midst, and when they reached the castle, high revels were held in honour of the minstrel knight's return. The chief of these revels was a grand tournament of song, and it was announced that the prize of the victor was to be the hand of Princess Elizabeth, who, having learnt with joy of the return of Tannhäuser, had gladly agreed to be present and to offer her hand as the reward, knowing full well who would gain it. When the day of the contest arrived, the Landgrave, minstrels, and the whole court assembled in the famous Hall of Song within the royal castle, and as the Princess Elizabeth entered with her train of fair maidens, she was received amongst them with great joy. But Elizabeth had eyes for none other but Tannhäuser, who dropped on his knees before her, and raising him gently from the ground, she told him of the woe she had suffered during his absence, and of the joy she now felt at his return. When Tannhäuser heard these gracious words, and knew that he might now win the hand of his dear princess, he was full of happiness, and he told her that it was his great love that had always made his music so sweet in the old days. And now the Landgrave announced that the theme of the contest was to be Nature and Praise of Love, and one by one the minstrel knights stepped forward to sing their songs. The noble young Wolfram began the contest, and as he vainly loved the Princess Elizabeth with his whole heart, he addressed his song to her as a humble worshipper, whose only desire was to adore her from afar, and live and die in her service. The other minstrels described the nature of their love in a similar strain, and then Tannhäuser sprang forward and passionately disputed all that they had said, having loved profanely himself, and being full of impatience at what he called their cold and timid hearts. He outraged the whole company by describing to them the voluptuous ideas of love he had gained from his sojourn in the court of Venus, and led away by his exultation, he addressed himself to the fair goddess herself, declaring that none but those who had enjoyed the enchantments of her embraces were worthy to speak of love. When this wild and beautiful song came to an end, a loud chorus of dismay and indignation arose from the company, and the minstrel knights, full of horror because one of their number had been in the court of the heathen goddess, rushed upon Tannhäuser with drawn swords, uttering curses, and declaring that the gates of heaven were now closed on him forever. But quick the beautiful Elizabeth sprang in front of her lover, and though utterly crushed with disappointment at his unworthiness, she bade the knights stand back and refrain their curses and reproaches, since repentance was still left to the poor sinner. The Landgrave now pronounced sentence of banishment upon Tannhäuser, but since Elizabeth had interceded for him, he declared hers to be the voice of heaven, and held out one ray of hope. He commanded him to join the band of holy pilgrims now passing through the land on their way to the sacred shrine at Rome, and there, repentant and humble, to seek forgiveness from the Pope, not daring to return unless by him forgiven. Elizabeth again besought her lover to repent, and set his thoughts alone on heaven. And Tannhäuser, full of despair, seeing now that an illusion had blinded him, rushed off to join the ranks of the pilgrims, humbly praying as he went. When the pilgrims had left the country, Elizabeth gave herself up entirely to heavenly thoughts and devotions, and every day went to kneel before a shrine at the foot of the mountain, to pray that heaven's forgiveness might come upon her lover, and that he might be restored to her. Slowly and sadly the months went by, and at last the day came on which the pilgrims were expected to pass by on their return from Rome. Early in the morning Elizabeth went to the Virgin's shrine in the valley to pray, and the faithful Wolfram, who loved her still in vain, kept watch on the path above, and nobly prayed heaven to send the lovers a happy meeting. At length a holy chant was heard in the distance, and soon afterwards the band of pilgrims came trooping down the mountain path, and passed along the valley, singing joyous songs of thankfulness because their repentance had been accepted and their sins forgiven. Wolfram and Elizabeth eagerly scanned the passing pilgrims with anxious eyes, but Tannhäuser was not among them. Full of grief and disappointment, the royal maiden now resolved to leave the outside world, with its troubles and pains, and seek peace in the pure, calm life of a nun. And kneeling once more before the shrine, she solemnly consecrated herself to the Virgin in these beautiful words: "O blessed Virgin, hear my prayer. Thou star of glory, look on me. Here in the dust I bend before thee. Now from this earth, O set me free. Let me, a maiden pure and white, enter into thy kingdom bright. In this hour, O grant thy aid. Till thy eternal peace thou give me, I vow to live and die thy maid. And on thy bounty I will call, that heavenly grace on him may fall." Then Elizabeth arose in peace and returned to the castle, but her heart was broken, and a few hours later she died in the arms of her weeping maidens. When evening fell, Wolfram, sad at heart, stood alone on the mountain side, and, still thinking of his lost love, his voice presently broke forth into a low, sweet song. O star of eve, thy tender beam smiles on my spirit's troubled dream. From heart that ne'er its trust betrayed, greet, when she passes, the peerless maid. Bear her beyond this vale of sorrow to fields of light that know no morrow. The sound of the minstrel's singing caused a crouching figure on the mountain path to draw nearer, and in this grief-stricken form, clad in a pilgrim's robe, Wolfram recognized the wretched Tannhäuser. Still scorning his friend for having, as he supposed, deserted the pilgrims' ranks and never made the journey to Rome, Wolfram drew back. But when Tannhäuser assured him that he had indeed visited the sacred shrine and returned uncomforted, he was filled with pity instead, and willingly listened to his sad tale. Then Tannhäuser told him that, full of the humblest repentance, he had made the journey to Rome, gladly enduring more hardships and sufferings than any of the other pilgrims. When I beheld a heavy-burdened pilgrim, it seemed to me his load was all too light, and if he sought a pathway o'er the meadow, I trod, unshod, amid the rock and thorns. If he refreshed his lips by cooling fountains, the brazen sun poured on my head forlorn. When he besought the saints in murmured prayer, I shed my life-blood in the cause divine. When in the hospice he sought rest and shelter, on ice and snow it was that I sought mine. Amidst such hardships as these, the poor pilgrim had at length reached Rome, and humbly kneeling before the sacred shrine had begged the Pope to grant him heaven's forgiveness. But when the Pope had listened to his confession, he said the sin was too great for pardon, and declared that it was as impossible for one who had dwelt in the evil courts of Venus to hope for heaven's forgiveness as it was for the rood in his hand to put forth green leaves. And then, scorned by one and all, with his sins still unabsolved, and the hand of Elizabeth farther away from him than ever, the wretched Tannhäuser had followed in the wake of the homeward-bound pilgrims, and now, having finished his story, and being full of despair, he called wildly upon the goddess Venus to receive him into her dazzling courts of love once more. In answer to his call, the sounds of enchanting music were distinctly heard in the distance, and in a thick billowy mist that began to encircle the Hörselberg, the lovely form of Venus became dimly visible. But Wolfram implored the despairing knight to refrain from again sharing those evil joys that would ruin his soul, and still to think only of repentance for his sin. But Tannhäuser was hopeless, and felt that, scorned by the world and denied to heaven, the court of Venus was the only haven left to him, and though he loathed the thought of its cloying pleasures, he was just about to yield to the enticing calls of the fair goddess, when another incident occurred. At this moment, the solemn funeral procession of Elizabeth came slowly by, and passed along the mountain path, with mourning knights and weeping maidens singing a low requiem hymn, and at the same time a fresh band of pilgrims appeared on the heights above, and announced that a miracle had taken place on the night of Tannhäuser's departure from Rome. The Pope's rood had put forth fresh green leaves by morning light, and taking this as a sign of heaven's favour, he had sent messengers into every part to proclaim that Tannhäuser's sin was forgiven, and his repentance accepted. Full of thankfulness that the prayers of Elizabeth, now an angel in heaven, had been thus answered, Wolfram joined the pilgrims in their rejoicings for the forgiven sinner, whilst Venus disappeared within her mountain once more. But Tannhäuser, overcome with joy, and filled with a wonderful peace, sank dying beside the bier of his beloved one, and the golden gates of heaven were opened to him at last. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wagner, Lohengrin. During the years of the 10th century, Henry the Fowler, King of Germany, gained great renown in all the countries of Europe, and by means of his courage and skill in warfare, had brought many fair cities and large tracts of land beneath his sway. Amongst these countries was Bourbon, over which he ruled as liege lord, and coming one day to Antwerp, the chief city of this fair land, to gather his faithful vassals together to help him fight against the wild Hungarians who had invaded his realms, he found them in a troubled state, since they were without a ruler, and their chiefs were quarreling amongst each other. Some years ago, the brave Duke of Bourbon had died and left his 2 children in charge of his nearest kinsman, Count Frederick of Telramund, who promised to love and guard them until they were old enough to rule the dukedom for themselves. The boy, Gottfried, and his sister Elsa loved one another so dearly that they could not bear to be parted. But, happy though they were in each other's love, a great trouble fell upon them. As the years went on, Frederick of Telramund came under the evil influence of a princess of another powerful family of Bourbon, rivals for the throne of the late duke. This princess, whose name was Ortrud, was very unscrupulous, and a dealer in magic, and she had learned the arts of sorcery so well that it was her delight to change people into forms of animals, and to work all the mischief she could. She hated Elsa, who had now grown up to be a sweet and beautiful maiden, and, determined to bring trouble upon her, she persuaded Telramund, with cunning words, that she herself was the rightful ruler of Bourbon, and that if he would marry her, they would rule the country together. Now Telramund wished to marry Elsa, whose hand had been promised to him by her father, but the pure and lovely Elsa only felt scorn for him, knowing him to be neither good nor worthy of her love. Then Ortrud laid a wicked plot, by means of which she hoped to gain her ends. One day, when Elsa and Gottfried had gone into the forest to walk and talk together according to their usual custom, Ortrud, by her spells, caused them to wander apart from each other, and then, by further magic, she transformed Gottfried into a bird. Elsa wandered about for some time, searching for her brother, but at last returned to the palace, sad and alone. Then the wicked Ortrud came forward and declared that she had seen Elsa drown her brother in the moat of a ruined castle in the forest, and she soon persuaded Telramund that the maiden had indeed murdered the young Gottfried. So Telramund renounced the hand of Elsa and married Ortrud instead, and very soon afterwards he claimed the throne of Bourbon. The poor Princess Elsa was now very unhappy, full of grief for the loss of the brother she had loved so well, and in fear for her own safety. But one day she was comforted by a vivid and beautiful dream as she was praying to heaven for help. In her dream she saw a splendid knight clad in silver armor, who looked upon her with eyes of love, and spoke such cheering words of hope that she no longer felt alone and helpless. When she awoke, she spoke of the noble champion who she now believed would come to protect her. But Telramund and Ortrud laughed with scorn, and declared this mysterious lover was but the partner in her evil deed, with whom she wished to share the throne. It was at this time that Henry the Fowler, liege lord of Bourbon, came to Antwerp to call for aid from his vassals, and hearing of the strife that was going on, he gathered the nobles together on the banks of the river Scheldt, and declared he would give a judgment in the matter that very day. When all the people were assembled on the riverside, Frederick of Telramund came forward and accused the Princess Elsa of having murdered her brother in order to win the throne for herself, and then the king called upon Elsa to defend the charge made against her. When the royal maiden appeared with her ladies, pale and sad, she looked so fair and pure that all the people felt her to be innocent, and as they gazed upon her, almost with awe, she presently stood forth and sang a beautiful song, describing the noble knight she had seen in her dream, whom she felt would be her champion. These were the words she sang. I saw in splendor shining a knight of glorious mien, on me his eyes inclining with tranquil gaze serene. a horn of gold around him he leant upon his sword. Thus when I erst espied him, mid clouds of light he soared. His word so low and tender brought life renewed to me. My guardian, my defender, thou shalt my champion be. When the song came to an end, the king was so struck with Elsa's angelic look that he declared so evil a deed could never have been done by one whom heaven seemed to protect. On hearing this, Telramund grew angry, and announcing that he had spoken the truth, he challenged any man who doubted his word to fight with him. The king now determined that Elsa's innocence or guilt should thus be proved by a single combat, and calling upon her to name a champion who should fight for her, he said that heaven alone should decide between them. If her champion gained the victory, she should be declared innocent, but if Count Telramund overcame, they would know that she was guilty. Elsa agreed to this, and said that her champion should be the noble knight of her dream, and then the king's herald blew a long, loud blast upon his trumpet, and cried out, "Who will do battle for Elsa of Brabant?" There was a long, breathless pause, but no one answered the call. Again the herald called out, "Who will do battle for Elsa of Brabant?" Then Elsa stretched out her arms and prayed heaven to send her the champion she sought. And this time the call was answered. A great shout arose from the people, and all eyes were turned towards the river. For there they saw, drawn by a beautiful white swan, a skiff approaching, in which stood a splendid knight of glorious mien. He was clad entirely in dazzling silver armor, with a shining helmet upon his head, a gold horn at his side, and a flashing sword girt around his waist. And the beauty of his face and form, and the truth and purity that shone in his eyes, were so wondrous that everyone gazed upon him with speechless wonder. When the skiff drew near to the shore, the knight sprang lightly to the bank, but facing the river once again, he uttered a few words of thanks and farewell to the swan that brought him thither. "I give thee thanks, my faithful swan. Turn thee again, and breast the tide. Return unto that land of dawn, where joyous we did long abide. Well, thy appointed task is done. Farewell, my trusty swan." The swan sailed away with the skiff in a stately manner, and when it had vanished out of sight, the knight turned towards the amazed company on the shore. As Elsa saw him approaching towards her, she was filled with joy, for she knew him at once to be the radiant knight of her dream. And when he declared that he had come to fight for her cause, she rapturously accepted him as her champion, promising her hand as his reward should he gain the victory. The Knight of the Swan next begged of her to promise that she would never ask him to tell her of his race and name or whence he came, and Elsa already loved him so dearly that she gladly gave this promise. Then the stranger drew his sword, and the fight began, and after one sharp conflict he felled Telramund to the ground, but generously spared his life. Ortrud shrieked with rage and dismay, but the rest of the company uttered loud shouts of joy. The king now declared that since heaven had given the victory to Elsa's champion, the royal maiden's innocence was proved, and he commanded the people of Brabant to obey Elsa and her knight as their rulers. So Telramund and Ortrud were stripped of all their power, honors, and riches, and disgraced, poor and wretched, they were driven from the palace to wander in the streets as outcasts. They could not, however, keep away from the scenes of their former splendor, and on the night before Elsa's marriage with the Knight of the Swan, they came, clad in coarse garments, and crouched outside the walls of the palace. The sounds of revelry that came from within made them feel more wretched still, and Telramund began to reproach Ortrud bitterly for the trouble she had brought on them, both by her wicked spells and false words. But Ortrud answered,
"Listen to me, and we may yet overcome Elsa and her champion, and win back our power. Yonder Knight of the Swan bids the maiden never to ask his name and home. And why? Because if he becomes known, he must return whence he came. Let us then put doubt in Elsa's heart by telling her he gained this victory by sorcery. Thus entice her to drag from him his secret. He is certainly helped by sorcery. And I have learned by my own arts that if but one drop of blood be spilt of him, to whom magic help is lent, all his powers will vanish. Do them, then, seek to wound this knight. And if I can also entice Elsa to ask his name and race, all shall yet be well with us.
Frederick of Telramund eagerly agreed to Ortrud's evil plans, and whilst they were thus talking together, Elsa herself, clad in flowing white garments, appeared on the balcony above, singing a glad song of thankfulness for the joy that was in her heart. While she sang, Telramund crept quietly away, and when the sweet song came to an end, Ortrud came forth from her hiding place and called out, "Elsa!" The royal maiden, who had thought herself quite alone, was surprised at hearing her name thus spoken, and when she recognized Ortrud in the square below, she was filled with pity at seeing her in such a sad plight. So when the wily Ortrud next began to relate her false story, declaring that she and her husband were under an evil spell when they accused her of having murdered her brother, and that they were now full of remorse and misery, Elsa's kind heart was touched, and presently she came down into the square and took Ortrud back into the palace with her, promising that next morning she would intercede for the two outcasts with her champion knight. On the morrow, all in the palace were full of excitement and rejoicing, for this was Elsa's wedding day, and great preparations had been made to celebrate it in fitting style. Elsa was delighted at the prospect of happiness before her, but doubt of her brave champion was already springing up in her heart, planted there by Ortrud. A fear that she would lose her lover began to fill her with dread, for her cunning enemy did not fail to point out that one to whom magic aid was lent might at any moment vanish from her sight. When the bridal procession to the minster was formed, Ortrud, clad once more in gorgeous garments, was amongst the train of ladies. But as they drew near to the church, her haughty spirit could no longer bear that Elsa should go before her, and angrily she commanded the bride to stand back, declaring that she herself should lead, since she was the rightful ruler of Brabant. Elsa stopped, full of surprise as she remembered how humble Ortrud had been the night before, and the angry sorceress now challenged her to name her champion knight, and to say from whence he obtained his mystic power and strength. In the midst of this confusion, the king and his lords appeared on the scene with the bridegroom, and when the Knight of the Swan saw Elsa in conversation with the wicked Ortrud, he begged her not to be led to doubt him. As he spoke to her, Frederick of Telramund sprang out from his hiding place close at hand, and before all the bridal party, accused Elsa's champion of having gained the victory over him by sorcery and evil spells, and called upon him to declare his name and place of abode if he would be regarded as a true knight. But the Knight of the Swan still refused to tell his secret, declaring that Elsa alone could compel him to speak. And he added that the king and princess must be satisfied with having seen his deed of valor, and how heaven had shown favor to him. The king and nobles now declared they were satisfied for him to remain unknown, and that they would always honor and stand by him for the deed he had done. Having failed with this shaft, Telramund crept around to Elsa and whispered to her the suggestion that she should allow him to wound her lover slightly, since, if but one drop of his blood could be spilled, he would lose his strange power and remain forever at her side. And he added that very night he would be near at hand to do the deed. But the Knight of the Swan came and drew Elsa quickly away, begging her to have no further doubt of him. And Elsa, gladly placing her hand in his, entered the minster with him, and the bridal procession followed. When the wedding ceremony was over, great revels were held in the palace, and ere these came to an end, Elsa and her husband were led to their bridal chamber by a splendid company of knights and ladies, who sang to them the following sweet marriage song. Faithful and true, we lead ye forth, where love triumphant shall crown ye with joy. Star of renown, flower of the earth, blessed be ye both, far from all life's annoy. Champion victorious, go thou before, mirth's noisy revel ye have forsaken. Tender delights for you now awaken. Fragrant abode enshrine ye in bliss, splendor and state in joy ye dismiss. Faithful and true, we lead ye forth. When at last they were left alone, The Knight of the Swan clasped his beautiful wife in his arms, and the two rejoiced together in their happy love. But joyous though she was, the seeds of doubt and fear in Elsa's heart, planted there by Ortrud, were growing fast, and when these first blissful moments were past, she begged her husband to reveal to her his secret, declaring that she would guard it well. The Knight of the Swan begged her not to ask him, since all their happiness must thus come to an end, and he would be obliged to leave her. But Elsa declared that he was bound by a magic spell, and entreated him to tell her his secret, since she would not trust him, nor be sure that he would remain at her side. Sorrowfully, her husband again implored her not to question him. But Elsa, now torn with fear of losing her beloved one, cried out wildly, "What magic can I borrow to bind thy heart to me? A spell is cast around thee, by magic thou art here. In vain thou wouldst assure me. Declare thy race and name." At this moment Telramund, with 4 of his companions, broke into the room with drawn swords, intending to kill, or at least to wound the stranger knight. But Elsa, quick to see the danger, handed her husband his sword, and with one blow of it he felled Telramund to the ground, dead. The noise of the scuffle soon brought the lords and ladies of the court into the chamber, and the Knight of the Swan put the fainting Elsa into the charge of her maidens, declaring sadly that all their joy must now come to an end, for since she had demanded to be told his name and home, he must tell her, and his secret once known, he was compelled to depart. So, as soon as daylight came, and the sun rose in the sky, the king, with Elsa and her husband, and the nobles of Brabant, gathered together once more on the banks of the Scheldt. The nobles first of all gave their promise to Henry the Fowler to fight for him as faithful vassals against the Hungarians, and then the Knight of the Swan stepped forward to make himself known to them, declaring that since Elsa had asked to know his secret, he could no longer keep it from her. He announced that he was a knight of the Holy Grail, and that so long as he remained unknown, he had wonderful powers of strength and might, and could overcome all evil. But once he became known to man, he was compelled to depart and return to the Grail that sent him, for its champion knight must be guarded from all doubtings. He thus described the sacred relic, which he and other pure and stainless knights served so faithfully. In distant land, by ways remote and hidden, there stands a burg that men call Mont Salvat. It holds a shrine to the profane forbidden. More precious there is not on earth than that, and thorned in light it holds a cup immortal, that whoso sees from earthly sin is cleansed. 'Twas borne by angels through the heavenly portal, its coming hath a holy rain commenced. Once every year a dove from heaven descendeth, to strengthen it anew for works of grace. 'Tis called the Grail. As the people remained lost in astonishment at this wondrous tale, the Knight of the Swan added, "Now mark, craft or disguise my soul disdaineth. The Grail sent me to write yon lady's name. My father, Percival, gloriously reigneth. His knight am I, and Lohengrin my name." As he spoke these words, a cry arose from the people. "The swan! The swan! Behold, it comes!" All eyes were turned towards the river, and there, in the distance, the skiff in which the champion knight had arrived was seen once more approaching, drawn by the beautiful swan. All this time Elsa had sat silent, pale and sad, but now she sprang up with a cry of grief, and clung to her husband with tears and entreaties. But Lohengrin gently unwound her clinging arms, and sadly said, "Too long I stay. I must obey the Grail. O Elsa, think what joys thy doubts have ended. Couldst thou not have trust in me for one short year? Then thy dear brother, whom the Grail defended, in life and honour thou hadst welcome here. If he returns, when our sweet ties are broken, this horn, this sword, and ring give him in token. This horn succour on battlefield shall send him, and with this sword he'll conquer every foe. This ring shall mind him who did most befriend him, of me who saved thee from the depths of woe." He then embraced her tenderly, and bade her a gentle farewell. But as he moved towards the river bank, Ortrud pressed forward and declared that the swan was in reality young Gottfried, the heir of Brabant, whom she had thus transformed by magic. And she added triumphantly to Elsa that if she could have kept her champion knight by her side for 1 year, her brother would have been restored again. But Lohengrin heard these words, though they were not intended to reach him, and sinking on his knees, he prayed for power to overcome Ortrud's magic. His prayer was graciously answered, for as the people gazed in wonder, the fair white dove of the Holy Grail flew softly down and hovered over the skiff, whilst Lohengrin quickly loosened the golden chain that bound the swan. Instantly the swan sank into the water, and presently there arose in its place the young prince, Gottfried, Elsa's brother. Lohengrin led the fair youth forward, declaring him to be the rightful ruler of Brabant. And then, as the nobles were receiving Gottfried with surprise and delight, the stranger knight stepped lightly into the skiff, and the white dove, seizing the chain, began to draw it along. Elsa, who had clasped Gottfried in her arms with great joy, now turned towards the river, and seeing Lohengrin standing up in the departing skiff, singing a last sad farewell to her, she uttered a cry of grief and despair, and sank senseless to the ground. Gottfried knelt in dismay beside her, and at that moment the champion knight of the Holy Grail vanished out of sight. End of section 43. Section 44 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wagner, Tristan and Isolde. In the glorious days of chivalry, when King Arthur and his knights were gaining honor and renown by their noble deeds, a stately bark might have been seen one golden noontide swiftly approaching the shores of Cornwall. Tristan, a valiant Cornish knight, far famed for his prowess and untarnished honor, was bringing the beautiful Princess Isolde of Ireland as a bride for his uncle, King Mark, who held his court in Tintagel in Cornwall. And as they drew near to their native shores, the ready sailors broke forth into a glad song of greeting, rejoicing at the safe conclusion of their honorable mission. But there was no joy in the heart of Tristan, who stood at the helm, silent and full of gloom. For he himself loved this fair Princess of Ireland, but a dark blood feud between them had forced him to stifle his own passion and to secure her as a bride for another. And a tumult was also raging in the heart of the proud Isolde, for she resented the alliance that had been made for her, and was filled with anger against the knight who came as ambassador to bear her away. For they had met before, these two, and a dread secret lay between them. For many years there had been a war between Ireland and Cornwall, and at last the King of Ireland had felt himself powerful enough to claim tribute from King Mark. Morold, the cousin and lover of Isolde, was sent to levy the tax, but he met with a sorry reception. For Tristan, the nephew and the bravest knight of King Mark, indignantly resented the claim, and challenged Morold to a mortal combat on the shore. And, to his joy, he defeated and slew the Irish knight, whose head was sent back as the only tribute the subjects of King Mark would pay to Ireland. But Tristan himself had also been grievously wounded by his adversary, and after searching in vain for a healer for his hurts, he crawled into a small boat and set it adrift in his feverish despair. The wind and the waves bore the frail craft far out from the coast, and at last the wounded knight found himself cast upon the shores of Ireland. Here he was hospitably received by the Irish king and his beautiful daughter, to whom he gave his name as Tantris, and the Princess Isolde, being greatly skilled in leechcraft, and famous for her knowledge of balsams and simples, set herself the task of healing the stranger's wounds. His noble appearance and pitiful plight soon won her heart, and Tristan, loving the fair princess directly he beheld her, was quick to vow fealty to her. But one day, as Isolde sat watching beside the couch of her charge, she noticed in the sick man's discarded sword a curiously shaped notch, which exactly fitted a splinter of steel that had been found embedded in the skull of Morold, whose head had lately arrived from Cornwall as a ghastly token of defeat and defiance. Knowing now that it was the world-renowned Tristan, the bold defier and enemy of Ireland, the slayer of her cousin and former lover Morold, who lay before her, and whom she had nursed so tenderly, Isolde was filled with scorn and anger, and seized the telltale sword in her hand. She rushed furiously forward, intending to plunge it in his heart. But Tristan's eyes met hers in such a pleading and helpless glance that the angry princess was quickly filled with pity, and felt she could not harm him as he lay thus in feebleness, and letting the sword drop gently to the ground, she crushed her revengeful feelings, and continued her nursing of the sick man. Yet Tristan did not dare speak of love to her again, feeling that Isolde would now regard his slaying of Morold as a blood feud and a barrier between them, and as soon as his wounds were sufficiently healed, he returned to Cornwall. Soon after this, peace was declared between the two countries, and as the crowning pledge of the truce, King Mark was persuaded by his knights to ask the hand of the Princess Isolde in marriage. Tristan joined heartily in pressing forward this plan, for, believing that Isolde was now lost to him, he felt that he could reward her best for her kindness to him by making her Queen of Cornwall. But King Mark was growing old, and, being childless, had decided to make Tristan his heir, and it was not until his beloved nephew himself added his entreaties to the desires of the courtiers that he at length gave consent. Then, when peace and friendship had been sworn by both nations, and the King of Ireland had willingly agreed to bestow his daughter upon King Mark as the pledge of their truce, Tristan was dispatched in a gilded barge to conduct the lovely bride to her new home. Isolde submitted to her father's will with due filial obedience and reverence, but her heart was filled with scorn and hot anger against the brave knight she had nursed back to life and health. As she now reclined in her curtained recess within the stately vessel that bore her so swiftly away from her native land, she declared passionately to her attendant handmaid, Brangæna, that she had been betrayed by Tristan, for after vowing fealty to her in Ireland, he had but returned to demand her in marriage for his kinsman. Brangæna, alarmed at this outburst, attempted to soothe her mistress's angry feelings by assuring her that Sir Tristan had doubtless meant to show his gratitude by making her Queen of Cornwall, and she added that King Mark, though advancing in years, was good and noble in disposition, and worthy of admiration and regard. But Isolde gazed impatiently beyond the curtains at the silent, motionless figure of Tristan, wondering sadly how she could support a loveless life so near to that glorious knight, who now seemed so indifferent to her. For Tristan, struggling to repress the love in his heart, had kept sternly aloof from his fair charge throughout the voyage, fearing to trust himself in her presence. This seeming unkindness and studied coldness enraged the proud and unhappy princess to such a pitch that she determined that they should die together before landing in Cornwall, and she sent Brangæna to the helm to command Tristan's immediate presence in her recess. At first, Tristan refused to leave the helm, remembering his duty and loyalty to his royal uncle. But when, just as they were approaching the shore, Isolde sent another message, imperiously declaring that she would not land in Cornwall unless he sought her pardon first. The trembling knight was forced to yield to her request. Isolde, meanwhile, opened her casket of drugs and samples, saying she desired a potion that would cure her of all her woes, and selecting a phial containing a deadly poison, she bade Brangæna pour it out into a golden cup. But Brangæna was horror-struck, and, determined to save her beloved mistress from the consequences of so rash a resolve, she poured away the poison unseen by Isolde, and filled the golden cup instead with a love philtre that the Queen of Ireland, skilled in sorcery, had placed in the casket of her daughter to drink with her husband on her wedding night. When Tristan appeared within the recess, Isolde began to pour forth bitter words of reproach upon him, declaring that though she had preserved his life when he lay in feebleness before her, she had still sworn vengeance upon him. And then, offering him the golden cup, she bade him drink its contents with her as a final truce to all their strife. The ship was by this time at the landing stage, where King Mark already stood with his lords, waiting to receive the lovely bride. And, full of despair, Tristan took the proffered cup, and began to drink. When he had swallowed half the draught, Isolde snatched the goblet from his trembling hand, and drank the remainder, and then the two stood and gazed into each other's eyes in wonder and bewilderment. For the strange potion was coursing wildly through their veins like a fiery stream, changing all their dull despair into glow of passion, and filling their hearts with uncontrollable love and desire for each other. And, at last, utterly powerless to fight against the ecstasy within them, they fell into each other's arms, overcome by a rapture they could not quell. Brangæna, terror-stricken at the dire result of her fond deed, implored the lovers to recollect their duty and the scene that was going on around them, for all their lords and attendants were now waiting for Tristan to conduct his royal charge to King Mark. But the pair seemed wrapped in a sweet dream from which the joyous cries of a greeting gradually awakened them. And then, when they realized what had happened, they were filled with despair, and Isolde sank back half-fainting into Tristan's outstretched arms. But Brangæna, eager to prevent the immediate discovery of their hapless love, quickly roused her mistress, and hung upon her shoulders the gorgeous royal mantle that had been provided for her nuptials. And then Tristan, as in a trance, with woe in his heart, led his beloved one forth from the ship, and delivered her to the hands of his sovereign. Isolde and King Mark were immediately wedded, amidst great rejoicings. But although the unhappy victims of the fatal love potion had strength to loyally fulfill the pledge of peace between the two countries, they could not long keep their devouring passions within bounds. With the help of the devoted and remorseful Brangæna, they frequently met in secret, and the rapture of these stolen interviews was a balm to their bleeding hearts, the one sweet chain that kept them still bound to life. But Tristan had an enemy, a knight named Melot, who, under the disguise of friendship, had gained his confidence and learned the secret of his hopeless passion, and who, having no real love for the man he called his friend, determined to use his woeful secret for his own base ends. For Melot was jealous of the renown and noble qualities of Tristan, and longed to supplant him in the regard of his royal master. And having now discovered a weapon to his hand in the secret confided to him by the unsuspecting knight, he eagerly sought an opportunity for betraying him, and quickly found one. Having persuaded the king to arrange a royal hunt one beautiful summer night, the crafty Melot easily induced Tristan to remain behind, and so secured a long, sweet interview with his beloved Isolde. But the false friend gaily joined in the chase, intending to return in a short time with the king to entrap the lovers. When the hunting party had departed into the depths of the forest, and the merry sounds of the horns could only be heard in the far distance, Isolde crept forth from the silent castle, followed by her faithful handmaid, and bidding Brangæna keep watch near the forest. She flung a lighted torch to the ground, this being the signal for Tristan's approach. She then ran down the steps towards a moonlit avenue, and in another moment the lovers were clasped in each other's arms. It was a moment of intense joy, and as the enraptured pair reclined together upon a mossy bank studded with sleeping flowers, they poured out to each other in tenderest phrases the passionate love they were compelled to keep pent within their hearts before the eyes of the world. It was midnight, but the happy lovers cared not for time, and would gladly have remained in such sweet converse forever. But suddenly there was a cry from Brangæna, who rushed wildly forward, declaring that they were betrayed, and next moment King Mark and a few of his lords broke hastily into the avenue, having been led to the spot by Melot, who had found an opportunity during the hunt to inform his royal master of the lovers' intended meeting. At first, King Mark had refused to believe that his noblest and best beloved knight could thus betray his honor. But, as he stepped into the avenue, and the living proof of it met his gaze, he was filled with the deepest grief, and began to pour forth bitter reproaches upon the wretched Tristan, who vainly endeavoured to hide Isolde's shrinking form from the scornful gaze of the courtiers. Stung by the just reproaches of the king, and enraged at the cruel treachery of his false friend, Tristan drew his sword and challenged Milo to a fight, and in his despair, caring little to defend himself, he allowed his adversary to overcome him, and soon fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Isolde was borne back fainting to the castle, followed by King Mark and his courtiers, and Tristan was carried, in a dying condition, on board a vessel by his faithful henchman, Curvenel, who quickly set sail for Brittany, where his master owned a castle overlooking the sea. Here the sick man was at length placed in safety by Curvenel, who endeavoured to restore him to health, but finding that his beloved master's wounds were too serious for him to heal, and that he grew worse instead of better, the poor henchman was in despair. At last he bethought himself to send for Isolde herself, whom he knew to be greatly skilled in leechcraft, and thinking only of his master's physical needs, he dispatched a messenger in a swift vessel to entreat the beautiful queen to come and heal her most dying lover. For several days later Tristan remained in an unconscious state, but upon being brought out into an open courtyard one sunny noontide, he awoke from his torpor, and feebly asked for Isolde. Curvenel answered that he had sent for her to come with healing balsam for his wounds, and, running to the walls, he exclaimed joyfully that the vessel was now returning with Isolde on board. Tristan was overjoyed at this glad news, and when Curvenel presently went to receive the welcome guest at the castle gates, the wounded man's excitement knew no bounds. In his eagerness to see his beloved once again, he endeavoured to crawl from the couch, but the effort of moving caused his terrible wounds to open afresh, and just as Isolde rushed through the gateway, he uttered her name with a grasping cry of joy, and fell back dead upon the couch. Isolde, with a loud shriek of woe, fell fainting upon his prostrate body, and at that moment Curvenel was hailed by a second vessel that had immediately followed in the wake of the first. On this bark were King Mark with his knights, and also Brangæna, and quickly surmising that they were come with hostile intentions, the brave henchman barricaded the entrance to the castle, and refused admittance to the newcomers, who had instantly landed. Then, when the eager knights by their superior force broke through the gateway, Curvenel sprang furiously upon them and fought desperately, in spite of their cries that they came in peace. The first to enter was the traitor, Milo, and with a crying triumph, Curvenel thrust him through the heart. Then, receiving a mortal wound himself, the faithful henchman crawled to the couch of the dead Tristan, and feeling for his beloved master's hand, he sank, dying, at his feet. King Mark and his party now rushed forward, unhindered, and Brangæna, raising her still-breathing mistress in her arms, besought her to revive, since she had come with good news for her. For upon the flight of Isolde to the aid of Tristan, Brangæna had, in desperation, sought King Mark, and told him of how, quite unconsciously, Tristan and Isolde had swallowed the magic potion that had made them lovers for life, and, rejoicing to learn that his best-loved knight and beautiful queen were thus free from blame, since they were powerless to fight against the mighty philtre, the noble-hearted king was filled with pity for the suffering they had endured. He resolved generously to renounce Isolde and permit the unhappy lovers to be united, and immediately entering his ship, he had followed with Brangæna and his knights in the wake of the flying queen. But the vessel had arrived too late, for Tristan was already dead, and full of grief, King Mark knelt, weeping, at the foot of the couch, and it was in vain that Brangæna tried to raise the quivering form of her beloved mistress, for Isolde's heart was broken, and with a last despairing cry, she fell back lifeless to the ground. Thus had the magic philtre wrought destruction, and in death only were the lovers united. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilkie Mills. Wagner, The Master Singers of Nuremberg. Die Meistersinger von Nürnberg. After the decay of the knightly court poetry of the Minnesingers, whose pure and noble art had been inspired and encouraged by the age of chivalry in which they lived, the spontaneous love of song, natural to the character of the German people, was lost for a time in the gloom and ignorance of the dark Middle Ages. But later on, when the Reformation had once more lighted the way to knowledge and culture, the beautiful art was revived by guilds of musical enthusiasts known as the Master Singers. But the dramatic, chivalric conception of life, which had been the prevailing spirit of the Minnesingers of old, all of whom had been of noble birth and exercised their art in the courts of kings, never quite returned. For the Master Singers, being but humble burghers and artisans, could not attain to such courtly grace of expression, and their art was naturally of a stiffer and more pedantic character. Yet they did excellent work, establishing schools and guilds of poetry and song in most of the principal towns of Germany. But by hedging themselves in by narrow rules and conventions, they left little margin for the soaring spirit of true genius, which ever chafes at petty restraints and insists on freedom of fancy. In Nuremberg, the Master Singers attained to the greatest excellence of their class, and in the middle of the 16th century there flourished in this community the simple-minded, large-hearted Hans Sachs, the truest poet of his time, whose broad views were in refreshing contrast to the dull and cramped conceptions of art held by most of the Master Singers. It was during the time when Hans Sachs was a leader amongst the celebrated Master Singers of Nuremberg that this story opens, and upon St. John's Eve, in a certain year, he and his musical friends were called upon to undergo a new and exciting experience in the pursuit of their beloved art. Viet Pogner, a goldsmith and the wealthiest of the older Master Singers, impelled by an enthusiastic love of art, had just offered the hand of his beautiful daughter Eva, together with the inheritance of all his riches and worldly possessions, as a prize to the master musician who should gain the wreath of victory in the grand contest to be held on St. John's Day, in accordance with the usual custom. Amongst the competing masters who felt most confident of success was Sixtus Beckmesser, the town clerk, who occupied the important office of marker in the society, an officer whose duty it was to mark on a slate the faults made against the established rules and regulations of the guild. Beckmesser, though without talent and no longer young, nor even possessed of any pleasing personal charms, was so conceited that he fancied none to be his equal in music and poetry, and in spite of the fact that Eva was to have power to refuse the prize-winner, should he prove distasteful to her, he yet felt assured of success, though the maiden had never shown signs of favour to him. As a matter of fact, Eva had already fixed her affections upon a young knight, one Sir Walter von Stolzing, who, being descended from the old Minnesingers, whose glorious achievements he had read of and studied, and in whom the truly poetic, romantic, and knightly art was revived, had left his now decaying ancestral hall in order to find kindred spirits among the celebrated Master Singers of music-loving Nuremberg, and having once been brought into contact with the soaring, enthusiastic spirit of this noble youth, she could never again be contented with the pedantic methods of the burgher Master Singers. Walter having business relations with old Pogner in connection with his poverty-stricken estate, had thus made acquaintance with the goldsmith's fair daughter, and the exquisite soul-inspiring beauty and pure, sweet nature of this maiden, having quickly kindled a consuming passion in his impetuous, romantic heart, and knowing that his love was returned, he determined to enter the ranks of the competitors on St. John's Day, since none but a master singer could aspire to her hand, and trusted that his great love would enable his song to gain the victor's wreath. For this reason he repaired on St. John's Eve to the Church of St. Catherine, where the master singers held their meetings, and requested to be admitted to the competition. He was greatly disconcerted on being informed by a lively young man named David, who was apprenticed to Hans Sachs, the cobbler, that the musical guild was arranged as a trades guild, with degrees of membership, such as apprentices, scholars, and singers, and that it was usual to spend at least a year in each degree before attaining to the rank of a master. And he was filled with impatience on hearing of the many petty rules and narrow restrictions in verse and song-making which were necessary to be observed ere he could hope to please the master-singers, who had absolute faith in their own standard of perfection, and refused to admit into their ranks any who failed to conform to the same, 7 faults only against the rules being allowed to candidates for admission to their competitions. Nevertheless, still believing in his own natural gifts, which he had cultivated in the beautiful woodlands of his birthplace, untrammelled by forms and conventions, when the master-singers had assembled, he requested permission to prove to them that he was a master of poetic song, and therefore justified in entering the competition on the morrow. And since he was introduced to them by Pogner himself, who vouched for his good faith, he was invited to sing a song, though the guild members were horrified on hearing that he had never studied in any master-singing guild, and had received no other instruction than that afforded by a love of nature, and a natural poetic instinct fanned into being by reading accounts of the romantic minnesingers of old. Beckmesser, the marker, having pompously ensconced himself in his accustomed curtained recess, with slate and chalk to mark down the faults of the candidate, announced that he was ready to hear the young knight's trial, and Walter immediately burst forth into an enthusiastic song in praise of springtime and maidenhood, so full of true poetry and music that it held the masters spellbound, in spite of the fact that it completely outraged all their pet rules in every direction. But the conceited Beckmesser was full of indignation that one so unheedful of the forms and conventions of his own infallible guild should dare to aspire to enter the ranks of the master-singers, and before the song was half finished, he burst noisily from behind his curtain, and contemptuously announced that the candidate had already failed many times over, since his slate was scored at least 50 times with faults against the rules, the singer having had no regard at all for the special construction of verse and musical form which he and his friends alone considered to be correct. The master-singers all agreed with the marker's condemnation, with the exception of Hans Sachs, who knew that Beckmesser's verdict was chiefly caused by jealousy, and he himself, being the only true poet-musician in the master-singers' guild, alone was able to appreciate Walter's beautiful song, and, seeing that the young knight had a real and lofty genius far beyond anything that his burgher friends could boast of, boldly stood up in his defence, declaring to the outraged company that the stranger's music was of a higher order than their own, and consequently not to be judged by their standards, which might not be infallible after all. But the master-singers were not to be convinced, even though their favourite, Hans Sachs, spoke in favour of the audacious stranger, and so Walter was declared outsung, and in no way fit to be admitted into the ranks of the master singers. The young knight, repelled by the master singer's narrow art, from which he had hoped to derive such pleasure, was filled with disappointment and despair, but, finding that he could not hope to gain the hand of his beloved Eva as a master singer, he determined to make an attempt to elope with her that evening. Eva, being anxious to learn how her lover had fared at his trial, sent her attendant, Magdalena, to get the news from her sweetheart, David, and apprentice of Hans Sachs, and then upon returning at dusk from a walk with her father, she remained outside the house to hear what her handmaid had to say. The two girls talked in low tones, for they saw that Hans Sachs, whose shop stood exactly opposite the house of the goldsmith, was still at work, for honest Hans, suspecting the young knight's intention with regard to Eva, had determined to frustrate his plans, in kindness to the imprudent pair, since he loved them both. Eva was in despair when told by Magdalena of her lover's failure, but seeing Walter at that moment approaching, she sent her maid within doors, and awaited him with a joy she could not conceal. The lovers embraced rapturously, and Eva, enthralled by Walter's love for her, readily agreed to his passionate pleading that they should fly together that night. Ere they could make their escape, however, they heard approaching steps, and hastily concealing themselves behind some bushes, they were forced to wait until the intruder should depart. The newcomer was none other than Beckmesser, the conceited marker, who, having composed a song to sing at the contest on the morrow, had come now to sing it as a serenade beneath the window of the fair Eva, hoping that the maiden would be thus so favourably impressed by his composition that she would speak in his favour when he was adjudged the winner, as he so fondly expected to be, and, stationing himself beneath his charmer's chamber window, he commenced his song, which was in reality a very poor one, consisting of inferior poetry and worse melody. Hans Sachs, hoping now to deter Sir Walter and Eva from their rash act by keeping them in their hiding-place, at once began to sing himself in a very loud voice to a rollicking tune and merry words, an unexpected performance which was naturally very disconcerting to the serenader. In a furious rage at this wanton drowning of his sentimental song, with which he had intended to win the heart of Eva, Beckmesser many times shouted to the cobbler to hold his peace, but, finding that Hans refused to listen to his request, he resorted to strategy in order to enable his fair mistress to hear his song undisturbed. Approaching the cobbler's shop, he invited Hans to listen to his song and criticize it, that he might correct any faults there might be in the composition ere performing it on the morrow, and this the cobbler agreed to do, saying that for every fault he detected, he would hammer a nail into the pair of shoes he was that moment mending for the town clerk, who had been blaming him earlier in the day for being behindhand with his work. So Beckmesser began his song again, full of delight at observing a maiden's figure appear at the chamber window, imagining this to be his adored one, though it was in reality the waiting-maid, Magdalena, who was anxiously awaiting the return of her young mistress. But his rage was soon increased tenfold, for his halting verses were so full of faulty accents and unmusical discords that the cobbler's hammer fell with a thud almost constantly. Ere the song was half over, Hans ran out of his shop, and, holding up the finished shoes in triumph, cried mischievously, in imitation of the marker's own manner at the young knight's examination, "Haven't you done yet? Because I've finished the shoes already, thanks to the many faults you have made." As Beckmesser furiously endeavoured to scream out the last verses of his song, the apprentice David, disturbed by this unmusical squalling, opened his chamber window, and seeing his sweetheart Magdalena in the chamber opposite, and thinking this serenade addressed to her, he was seized with jealousy, and rushing out into the street set upon the bold serenader, and began to cudgel him with right good will. Taken thus by surprise, Beckmesser began to cry out for aid, for David was a lusty youth, and was quickly beating him black and blue. And aroused by the sounds of the scuffle, the neighbors came pouring from their houses on every side, and not understanding the reason for the commotion, but stumbling in the dark against each other, they began to quarrel amongst themselves, and a general scrimmage quickly ensued, in which the mischievous apprentice friends of David gladly took part, enjoying the riot as a great joke. Thinking that in the midst of this scuffle they might make their escape, Sir Walter tenderly endeavoured to lead Eva round the edge of the crowd, but Hans Sachs, who had kept his eyes constantly on the pair, soon frustrated this pretty plan by seizing Walter's arm in his own iron grasp, and at the same time pushing Eva up the steps of her father's house, where she was quickly seized and taken within by Pugner himself, who, having opened his door to inquire the cause of the scrimmage, was amazed to find his daughter in the midst of the crowd. Having seen that the half-fainting Eva was safely in her father's care, Hans Sachs, having first caught David and unceremoniously kicked him into his shop, followed himself, dragging the despairing Walter with him, and upon the sound of the night watchman's horn being heard, the crowd melted away as quickly as it had gathered, so that by the time the sleepy guardian of the peace appeared, the street was deserted, and still once more. Next morning, as Hans, attired in gala dress, ready for the great festival of St. John's Day, sat in his workshop, the young knight entered from the chamber where he had been resting, and announced to his kind friend that he had just awakened from a beautiful and vivid dream, which he longed to put into song, and the honest art-loving cobbler entreated him to sing it to him straightway, whilst still fresh in his mind, in the form of a master-song of the correct form, of which he gave him some few hints, declaring that with such a heaven-sent subject, sung in the richly flowing stream of melody that was his own priceless gift, he would certainly yet win the maiden he loved so well. Encouraged thus by the large-hearted Hans, and inspired by his dream, Walter broke forth into a gloriously beautiful song, perfect alike in poetic form and wondrous melody, which the cobbler eagerly wrote down as he sang. And when the song came to an end, Hans, overcome with emotion and joy, hastily pushed the singer back to his chamber, bidding him put on gala raiment, and declaring himself confident of his success in the contest. Whilst the knight was thus engaged, Beckmesser entered the shop, so stiff from his cudgelling of the night before that he could scarcely walk, and intending to continue his quarrel with the cobbler. But seeing the manuscript of the song lying on the table, and imagining this to have been composed by Hans, his mood quickly changed, and he asked to be allowed to sing this in the competition, instead of the one he had written himself, since the latter, he added conceitedly, had now without doubt lost the charm it possessed in the ears of his adored mistress, who, having once heard it under such adverse conditions, would probably never care to hear it again. Hans, knowing well enough that the unmusical town clerk would never be able to enter into the beauty of Walter's love-inspired words, said that he might have the song, bidding him, however, to sing it to a suitable melody. And Beckmesser, more confident than ever of his success, hurried away, full of delight at having thus secured, as he supposed, a song by Hans Sachs, who was acknowledged to be the finest poet amongst the master singers. A little later in the day, crowds of merry holiday makers assembled in the large open meadow on the outskirts of Nuremberg to hear the great competition of song, which had been so eagerly looked forward to by all. And when Eva, the fair prize maiden, looking more beautiful than ever in her dazzling white robe, and attended by a number of pretty maids of honor, had taken her seat upon the dais, which had been set for her, the enthralling business of the day began. Amidst a sudden hush of expectancy, Hans Sachs rose to announce once again to the people the generous and soul-inspiring prize offered by the art-loving Pogner, to be awarded to the master musician whose song should be unanimously declared the most worthy of praise. And when the loud applause which greeted this speech had died away, Beckmesser was called upon to commence his song. Nervously unrolling the manuscript he had all the morning been vainly endeavoring to commit to memory, Beckmesser moved forward and began his song, singing it to an altogether unsuitable, discordant, and unmusical tune, and in a frantic effort to remember the sense of what he was singing, he mixed up the words in the most hopeless manner, and plunging deeper into the mire of confusion as he proceeded, he succeeded in completely losing himself and converted the poem into an astonishing potpourri of ludicrous and meaningless balderdash. At first the people listened in amazement, thinking that the infallible Marker, usually such a stickler for the correct rules of master singing, had suddenly taken leave of his senses. And then, unable to restrain their merriment any longer, they all burst forth into a loud peal of derisive laughter, which completely drowned the ridiculous singer. In a furious rage of disappointment and wounded vanity, Beckmesser flung the manuscript at the feet of Hans Sachs, declaring to the people that the cobbler had schemed thus to disgrace him by foisting his own bad song upon him. But, in spite of his defence, as he rushed away in a storm of vexation, he was followed by the jeers of the crowd, with whom he was by no means popular, and who had not desired that one so pompous and elderly should gain so fair a prize. When Beckmesser had disappeared, Hans Sachs picked up the despised poem, and declared to the people that the song was a good one, but could only be properly sung by the person who had composed it, whose name was not Hans Sachs, and then he called on Sir Walter von Stolzing as the composer of the song, who would, by singing it to them, quickly prove that he was worthy to be regarded as the very master-singer of master-singers. A hum of admiration swept over the assembled company as the young knight stepped forward, for here, indeed, was one whose graceful form, glowing eyes, and poetry-inspired brow recalled the resplendent minnesingers of old, and with hearts that throbbed with excitement, they listened to the rich, joyous flood of melody that now filled the summer air. Yes, Hans Sachs was right, and the song was a noble one, and this was a heaven-sent singer who laid a magic touch upon their very hearts, and filled them with a rapture almost too incensed to be borne, and even the critical master-singers who had cavilled at his heedless disregard of their various rules the evening before, were now held spellbound with wonder that song could be so glorious a thing. As the song came to an end, a deafening burst of applause broke from the assemblage, who, with one accord, declared the young knight to be the winner in the contest. And as the beautiful Eva bent forward to place, with hands that trembled with joy, the wreath of victory upon the brow of the man she loved, a second burst of applause broke forth, for the two were well matched, and made a fair picture as they stood together. The master-singers now eagerly invited Walter to join their guild as one of themselves, an honour which, however, The young knight proudly refused, since his free spirit could not be curbed within so small a range. On hearing this, Hans Sachs humorously reproved him for speaking disparagingly of an art which had bestowed so rare a prize upon him, and then he launched forth staunchly into a speech in praise of the honest German art he loved so well, a speech which was received with the wildest enthusiasm by all, for Hans Sachs was the darling of the people of Nuremberg. Thus the contest of song came to an end, and the young knight who had set out so hopefully in search of art had found as well a fair bride, whose love should henceforth be the magic golden key that should unlock for him the gates of fame, honor, and glory. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Wagner's The Nibelung's Ring. Der Ring der Nibelungen. Part 1. The Rheingold. Das Rheingold. In the rocky depths of the wild Rhine River, 3 lovely water nymphs, Flosshilda, Woglinda, and Valgunda, were merrily swimming hither and thither one dusky twilight. For though it was their duty to guard a certain mighty treasure, they found their task a light one, since no one had ever sought to rob them of it. This evening, however, a visitor came to them at last, and suddenly the Rhine nymphs ceased their gambols in great surprise on beholding a stranger in their midst. From a deep cleft in the rocks below, a hideous black gnome had appeared, for Alberic the Nibelung, being of an adventurous spirit, had wandered upwards from Nibelheim, the underground abode of the gnomes, eager for fresh exploits. As he now gazed upon the lovely Rhine nymphs, he was suddenly filled with a longing desire to possess one of them as a bride, and uttering a friendly greeting, he endeavoured to ingratiate himself with them. The water maidens, however, scorned his advances, laughing at his ugly appearance, and when, incited by the fierce desire within him, he vainly tried to seize first one and then another in his grasp, they swam away merrily, leading him on with teasing taunts from rock to rock, until he was quite exhausted. Presently, on approaching a central rock upon which the nymphs had ensconced themselves, he was astonished to behold a wondrous gleam of gold issuing from its peak, and delighted at this dazzling radiance, he asked what it was. The maidens replied that the marvellous glow he saw came from the precious treasure they had been set to guard, the Rheingold, which could only be torn from the rock by one who had forsworn for ever all the delights of love, and who might then shape from it a magic ring that would gain him mighty power in the world. On hearing this, Alberic, who had always longed for power, determined to gain the treasure, and loudly declaring that he renounced love and its delights for ever, he climbed the rock, and by a mighty effort wrenched the magic gold from its summit. The Rhine nymphs, now powerless to protect their treasure, dived back into the water with cries of despair, whilst Alberic triumphantly returned to Nibelheim with his prize. Soon after this incident, the chief of the gods, Wotan the Allfather, entered into an agreement with 2 powerful giants, Fasolt and Fafner, to build him a noble castle in Asgard, the abode of the gods, and in payment for this service he promised to bestow upon them Freya, the goddess of youth and beauty. Awakening one dawning day upon a flowery mountainside, where he had been slumbering beside his celestial spouse Fricka, the goddess of marriage, he saw the glittering turrets of a glorious mansion upon a distant rocky height, and knew that the task was done. And arousing Fricka, he proudly pointed out to her their new abode, to which he gave the name Valhalla. Just then, however, the beautiful Freya fled to them for protection, and closely pursuing came the 2 giants, demanding her as the payment agreed upon for the task they had just completed. But Wotan now refused to give up the beloved Freya, and when the giants, furious at his refusal, again demanded their rights, he turned eagerly for help to Loki, the god of fire and deceit, at whose mischievous instigation he had entered into the compact. Loki had promised the great god to assist him in preventing the giants from obtaining the reward agreed upon for their labours, and he now cunningly related the story of how the Rhine nymphs had lost their magic gold to Alberic the gnome, hoping to excite the giant's interest in a treasure that could secure the holder such mighty power. His ruse succeeded, for the two giants now declared that they would accept Alberic's treasure in lieu of the goddess Freya, and they desired Wotan to set forth and rob the gnome at once. Wotan, however, was furious at being asked to turn thief, and angrily refused to do their bidding. And upon this, Fasolt and Fafner suddenly seized Freya and ran off with her, declaring that they would hold her in pledge until the Rhinegold treasure was delivered to them. And now a dreadful misfortune befell the dwellers in Asgard, for Freya was the guardian of a magic apple tree, the fruit of which, eaten daily, alone preserved their youth and immortality. Deprived of the beautiful guardian's care, the apples began to fade and die, and the gods, consequently, quickly found themselves growing old and withered, and their radiant strength departing. Full of horror, Wotan was now forced to secure the return of Freya at the price named by the giants, and accompanied by Loki, he descended through a rocky cleft to Nibelheim. Here they made their way to the cave of Alberic, whose brother, Mime, they found crouching beside his blacksmith's forge, smarting from recent blows. For by this time Alberic had shaped from the Rhinegold a magic ring of marvellous power, and by means of it had made himself the ruler of Nibelheim, forcing the unhappy gnomes to slave day and night, amassing treasure hoards for him. He had also compelled his brother, Mime, the most skilful smith in that land of forges, to make him a Tarnhelm, or wishing cap, by means of which he could render himself invisible, or take on the form of any creature he chose. Having learnt this from Mime, who was even now smarting from the blows of his tyrant brother, the two gods laid their plans, and when Alberic presently appeared, they greeted him in friendly tones, and invited him to show them the wonderful powers of his Tarnhelm. The gnome, proud of his new treasure, at once put on his wishing cap and changed himself into a dragon, and then, at the request of the cunning Loki, he unsuspectingly took on the form of a toad. However, no sooner did the toad appear than the gods instantly seized it, and binding their captive securely, they triumphantly bore him off to Wotan's mountainside. Here Alberic, though he had quickly regained his own shape, found himself a prisoner indeed, his precious Tarnhelm having been put out of his reach, and the exultant gods refused to set him free until he had agreed to yield up all his mighty treasures. So the wretched dwarf, in order to gain his freedom, was compelled to call upon his gnome subjects to bring forth the precious hoards they had laid up for him, and to pile them in a heap upon the mountainside. When the Tarnhelm had been added to the glittering heap of gold and gems, Alberic entreated to be allowed to retain the magic ring, and upon the request being refused, he passionately laid a curse upon the circlet, declaring that it should bring disaster and death upon every person who should afterwards own it. But, in spite of the curse, the ring was snatched from his finger by Wotan, and then, on being set free, the hapless gnome, robbed of his power, fled back to his own land, vanishing through a cleft in the rock. A concourse of gods and goddesses had now arrived upon the scene, and presently the giants, Fasolt and Fafner, also arrived to claim their wages, bringing their hostage with them. At first, Wotan also endeavoured to retain the ring for himself, but the gods refused to yield Freya until they possessed this wonderful talisman as well as the other treasures. Then Erda, the wise goddess of earth, rose slowly from the ground and warned the great god that disaster was in store for him the longer he held the now fatal talisman. And at last, overcome by this warning, Wotan tore the ring from his finger and flung it upon the treasure heap. The giants now took possession of their prize, and upon Freya being set at liberty, all the gods at once regained their pristine youth and strength. But Alberic's curse had not been a vain one, and no sooner did the giants obtain their treasure than they began to quarrel as to which should have the ring. And in the fight that quickly ensued, Fasolt was killed. Fafner, the survivor, then secured the mighty hoard, together with the ring and Tarnhelm, and retired to a certain gloomy cave in a wild deserted spot. And here, in the form of a huge fiery dragon, he guarded the prize he had won. Wotan, overawed at this immediate proof of the terrible power of Alberic's curse, began to wonder how he could preserve himself and all the gods descended from him, for he also had owned the fatal ring for a time, and god though he was, his powers were limited. Even when Fricka reminded him that the dazzling abode Valhalla was still left to him as a castle of refuge, he was little comforted, knowing that it had been obtained at a shameful price that would at length bring about the destruction of the gods, since he, their All-Father, could not escape the curse laid upon him. But he agreed to take possession of the castle. Since the glittering mansion was separated from them by the great yawning valley of the Rhine, Donner, the god of thunder, came forward to their aid, and first clearing the cloud-laden misty air by means of a thunderstorm, he set up a dazzling rainbow bridge from one mountain top to the other. It completely spanned the valley, and upon this beautiful arch of radiant light the gods passed over to take possession of the glorious halls of Valhalla. End of section 46. Section 47 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. The Nibelung's Ring, Der Ring der Nibelungen, Part 2, The Valkyrie, Die Valkyrie. One wild and stormy evening, a noble warrior hero named Sigmund, flying weaponless and shieldless through a dark forest, sought refuge from his pursuing enemies in the first lonely homestead he came to, and opening the door with eager haste, unceremoniously stepped within. He found himself in a strange-looking room, for the house was built around a mighty ash tree, the huge trunk of which stood as a pillar in the centre. Finding that the room was empty, Sigmund strode forward to the hearth, and being utterly exhausted by his late exertions and flight, he stretched himself upon a bearskin before the fire, and sank into a sweet, refreshing slumber. Soon afterwards there came forth from an inner chamber a beautiful but sad-looking maiden, Sieglinde, the mistress of this curious dwelling-place, and full of surprise at seeing a stranger lying upon the hearth, she called to him in a low tone. The sound of the maiden's sweet voice aroused Sigmund, and raising his head he asked for a drink. Sieglinde quickly filled a drinking horn with water and handed it to the warrior, who drank thirstily. And then, as Sigmund gazed upon the fair beauty of his benefactress, a thrill of delight passed through him, and he asked who it was who thus restored him to life. Sieglinde, through whose veins an answering thrill had also sped, replied that she was the wife of Hunding, a warrior, in whose house he had found shelter. And to show that he was welcome there, she fetched him a horn of foaming mead and begged him to drink again. When Sigmund returned the horn, their eyes met in a long, passionate gaze, for love had suddenly entered their hearts, and both felt that their fates would be for ever entwined. As they talked together, there was a quick step outside, and next moment Hunding, the warrior, entered the room. He was of a fierce, stern, and gloomy countenance, and as his eyes fell upon the stranger standing beside his hearth, a dark scowl swept over his brow. Sieglinde explained in a trembling voice that the stranger had sought shelter in their house, and that she had given him refreshment. And then, extending a somewhat tardy welcome to his guest, Hunding doffed his weapons and bade his wife spread supper for them. When the three were seated at the table, Hunding curtly demanded his guest's name and history, and Sigmund replied sadly that he was known to the world as Woeful, owing to his misfortunes, and that he and a beloved twin sister had been born to a famous hero. One evening, when Woeful was still but a child, on returning from the forest hunt with his father, a terrible sight had met their eyes, for their home had been burnt and laid waste by enemies, the beautiful mother lay dead, and no trace whatsoever remained of the tender little maid who had been the sunshine of their lives. Some years later, the warlike hero also suddenly disappeared, and then his unhappy son was left to struggle as best he could with the ill luck that had followed him all his life. That evening, on passing through the forest, he had rushed to the aid of a poor maiden, whose kinsman was seeking to wed her to a churl whom she abhorred. But being overwhelmed and disarmed by the fierce tyrants, he had been compelled to flee for his life, and take refuge in the first homestead he came to. On hearing this last part of the story, Hunding's brow grew dark, and he declared with suppressed anger that they were his kinsfolk whom Woeful had attacked, adding that he himself had been called to their aid, but arriving too late to be of assistance, had returned to his house, only to find the flying foe upon his own hearth. Sigmund, seeing that he had thus unwillingly sought shelter in the abode of an enemy, felt that his last hour had come, since he had no weapons for his defence. but Hunding, being bound by the laws of hospitality not to harm his guest until the morrow, declared that he was safe for that night, but should die with morning light. He then bade his wife prepare his evening draught and retire for the night, but as Sieglinde moved towards the inner chamber, she threw a tender, sympathizing glance upon the despondent Siegmund. Then Hunding, having seen that the door was fastened, took up his weapons with a triumphant look at his doomed guest, and also departed to the sleeping chamber, and Siegmund, left alone, sank upon the hearth with troubled thoughts. Presently, as he lay gazing into the dying embers of the fire, the door of the inner chamber was softly opened, and the beautiful Sieglinde came towards him in haste, declaring that he might now depart in safety, since Hunding lay wrapped in helpless slumber, she having mixed a narcotic with his evening draught. She added that a wonderful weapon also lay ready to his hand, and then, returning the tender glance bestowed on her by Siegmund, she began to tell him a strange story. On the day she was wedded to Hunding against her will, having been forced to the deed by fierce ravishers who had stolen her from her home in early childhood, a stranger, wrapped in a dark cloak, had suddenly entered this very hall, and plunging a shining sword deep down to the hilt in the ash tree's stem, had declared that it possessed magic qualities, and should become the prize of whichever hero could pluck it forth. All the warriors at the festive board had tried to wrench the sword from its sheath, but in vain. And Sieglinde added that she knew by the kindly glance bestowed upon her by the stranger, whose features had reminded her of the father she had been stolen from, that the magic weapon was reserved for some brave hero who should one day come to offer her his love and help, and who, her heart whispered, now stood before her. These words filled Siegmund with an intoxication of joy, and no longer able to quell the love that already surged in his heart, he clasped the beautiful maiden in his arms with rapture. But, as Sieglinde gazed upon her beloved, his features and glances suddenly reminded her of the stranger who had plunged the sword in the tree, and on learning from Siegmund that his father had been known as Volsung, she exclaimed that that was the name of her own father, whose features had been reflected in those of the stranger who had approached her on her wedding morn. Siegmund, quickly realizing that it was his long-lost twin sister who stood before him and whose love he had won, embraced her with even greater joy than before, and knowing now that his mysterious father, Volsung, had placed the sword in the ash tree to be plucked thence by his own son only, he hastened to the mighty tree and triumphantly drew the weapon forth, announcing its name to be Needful. Then the enraptured lovers, hand locked in hand, rushed forth joyously into the sweet spring night, and hastening with glad footsteps through the moonlit forest, they sought a place of refuge from the vengeance of Hunding, who they knew would follow them on awakening from the effects of the narcotic. Now Siegmund and Sieglinde, though they knew it not, were in reality the twin children of the great god Wotan, who, in the guise of the hero Volsung, had wooed and won a beautiful maiden of the earth, and from the first naught but misery had fallen to the lot of the ill-fated pair. As soon as Wotan's celestial wife, Fricka, the goddess of marriage and upholder of conjugal bonds, knew of the unholy love of Siegmund and Sieglinde, and of their flight from Hunding, she was filled with indignation, and summoning her roving and inconstant husband, she poured forth angry reproaches upon him for countenancing this violation of her laws. She demanded that the recreant lovers should be overtaken and punished, and that Siegmund's magic sword should be broken. And knowing that Wotan had already dispatched one of his attendant war maidens, the beautiful Valkyrie, Brunhilde, to assist his son against the pursuing Hunding, she bade him instantly recall her. It was in vain that Wotan, who really loved his earthborn children, pleaded for the unhappy lovers, and the angry goddess gave him no peace until he promised to cause Siegmund to be vanquished by his avenger. So the great god reluctantly called back the Valkyrie Brunhilde, and when the beautiful war maiden appeared before him, clad in dazzling mail, fully armed, and mounted on a fiery celestial steed, he sadly commanded her to give assistance to the wronged Hunding instead of to Siegmund, as he had at first bade her. Brunhilde, who knew that Wotan still longed to help his son, went forth upon her mission with a heavy heart, and soon came up with the fleeing lovers. After wandering onwards for many days, only stopping for necessary rest, Siegmund and his stolen bride had at length come to a wild, rocky height. But even here they did not feel safe, for they knew that Hunding was quickly following on their track. But Sieglinde was so much exhausted by her long journey that she could go no further, and sinking upon a sheltering ledge, she presently fell into a troubled sleep. As Sigmund watched beside the sleeping form of his beloved one, he suddenly beheld the dazzling figure of the beautiful war maiden Brunhilde, and knowing that the Valkyries only appeared to heroes doomed to fall in battle, he asked in trembling tones whom she sought. Brunhilde answered solemnly that she had come to bear him, Sigmund the Volsung, hence with her to Valhalla, at the command of Wotan. But when Sigmund eagerly asked if Sieglinde would accompany him there, she replied that the maiden must remain on earth. Then Sigmund passionately declared that he would forego all the celestial glories of Valhalla if he might not share them with his beloved one, adding that with his magical sword Needful he would gain the victory in the approaching fight, and thus defeat Wotan of his prey. Now, when Brunhilde saw what a passionate love it was that bound these two young hearts, she was filled with tender pity, and at last, after a short struggle with herself, she resolved to disobey the command of Wotan and give her assistance to the lovers instead of to their enemy. Presently the young warrior heard the sound of horn calls coming nearer and nearer, and soon afterwards Hunding came in sight. A violent thunderstorm now began to rage, and the sombre gloom of the wild scene was constantly illumined by the awful glare of lightning. But heedless of the warring elements, Sigmund dashed forward to meet the vengeful Hunding as he appeared on the craggy height, and quickly clashed swords with him. The noise of the storm awakened Sieglinde, and she uttered a shriek of terror as a brilliant flash of lightning revealed to her the furiously fighting forms of Hunding and Sigmund, with the Valkyrie Brunhilde soaring defensively over the latter, guarding him with her shield. But at this moment there was an unexpected interruption, for Wotan himself, enraged by the Valkyrie's disobedience to his will, and bound by his oath to his celestial spouse, suddenly swooped down upon the combatants with anger in his mien. Terrified at this awful apparition of the all-powerful god, Brunhilde retreated before him, and as she did so, Sigmund's magic sword broke upon the outstretched mighty spear of Wotan, leaving him thus the prey of the triumphant Hunding, who quickly buried his weapon in the defenceless breast of his enemy. As her vanquished lover uttered his last dying gasp, Sieglinde sank senseless to the ground. But Brunhilde snatched her up instantly, and mounting her fiery steed that stood waiting near, she rode wildly away with her prize. For a few moments Wotan gazed down sorrowfully upon the prostrate form of the hero's son he would so gladly have saved. And then, in a terrible outburst of wrath and grief, he killed the conquering Hunding, and disappeared on the wings of the storm in pursuit of the flying Brunhilde. The beautiful war maiden rode at desperate speed, but after travelling an immense distance, her noble steed at last fell exhausted at the top of a high rocky mountain. Upon the summit of this mountain, a band of mounted Valkyries in full armour had gathered to rest on their way to Valhalla, each with the dead body of a fallen warrior lying across her saddlebag. And to these war maidens, her sisters, Brunhilde hastened to beg assistance, bearing Sieglinde with her. She quickly told them her story, and begged for a horse to continue her flight. But when the Valkyries knew that she was flying from the wrath of their beloved All-Father, they refused to give her aid, fearing lest Wotan's anger should fall upon them also, if they protected one who had disobeyed him. Seeing that she could thus no longer protect the now conscious Sieglinde, Brunhilde bade her fly onward alone, towards a certain forest ever shunned by Wotan. And when the poor maiden declared that she no longer desired to live, the inspired Valkyrie earnestly besought her not to despair, since she could become the mother of the greatest hero of the world, who should be called Siegfried. At the same time, she placed in her hands the broken pieces of Sigmund's magic sword, which she had seized as he fell to the ground. And she desired Sieglinde to keep the fragments for her son, who should forge them once more into a weapon of wondrous power. Comforted and filled with joy on hearing this prophecy, Sieglinde, no longer despairing, was eager to save herself from harm, and bestowing a grateful blessing upon her self-sacrificing protector, she quickly rushed away to the gloomy forest indicated. Amidst appalling thunder and lightning, Wotan now appeared on the mountain top. And as Brunhilde stood humbly before him with downcast mien, the angry god declared that for her disobedience to him she should be a Valkyrie no longer, and that deprived of divinity in the sweet joys of Valhalla, she should be doomed to lie in an enchanted sleep for the first passing churl to awaken and call his own. On hearing her terrible sentence, Brunhilde sank upon her knees, and with a despairing cry she implored the All-Father not to leave her to become the prey of any mere braggart, but to place a circle of fire around the rock upon which she must lie in charmed sleep, that she might at least not be awakened by any but a hero valiant enough to brave the flames to gain her. For some time Wotan refused to grant her plea, but at last he yielded, overcome by the tenderness he still felt for her, for Brunhilde had ever been the best beloved of all his war maidens. He declared that he would call forth such fiery flames to protect her slumbers as should scare away all timid cravens, and that only one who had never known fear should awaken her, the greatest hero of the world. And Brunhilde was filled with joy and gratitude, knowing that this mighty feat was reserved for the yet unborn hero son of Sigmund and Sieglinde. Wotan now gently kissed the beautiful Valkyrie upon both eyes, which instantly closed in slumber, and bearing her tenderly in his arms, he laid her upon a low moss-covered rock, covering her graceful mail-clad form with the long shield she had borne so bravely. Then, striking the rock 3 times with his spear, he uttered an invocation to the god Loki to come to his aid, and out leapt a stream of fiery flames, which quickly surrounded the mountain-top, and with a last, long look of affection at the sleeping maiden, the god returned to his celestial abode. But the fair Brunhilde lay wrapped in peaceful slumber upon her fire-encircled couch, and though many bold travellers longed to possess the lovely maiden, none were found willing to brave the scorching flames, a deed that awaited the coming of the world's greatest hero, Siegfried the Fearless. End of section 47. Section 48 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Wagner, The Nibelung's Ring, Der Ring der Nibelungen. Part 3. Siegfried. Mime the Nibelung stood working at his forge one summer day in the gloomy forest cavern that served him as a dwelling place. And as he hammered at a fine long sword he had laid upon the anvil, he was filled with despondency, knowing that, in spite of all his skill in forging, he could not make a sword that would not be splintered at the first mighty stroke of the noble youth for whom it was intended. For Mime, though but a hideous gnome of evil disposition and full of guile, had been the means of preserving the precious infant life of Siegfried, the promised hero-son of Sigmund and Sieglinde, and he had nourished him with great care, knowing that this child was destined in years to come to slay Fafner, the giant dragon that guarded the mighty treasure of his Nibelung brother Alberic. He cunningly hoped by means of Siegfried to obtain this coveted treasure for himself, and so he kept the child ignorant of the secret of the Rheingold and of his own high birth. As Siegfried grew to manhood he had no knowledge of his true parentage, though he utterly refused to regard Mime as his father, for in spite of his protecting care he hated the dwarf, feeling unconsciously that he had only preserved him for his own evil ends. Mime knew this, and feared him accordingly, and as he now stood working at his forge this summer day, he trembled as he thought of the youth's wonderful strength, for every sword he had yet made for him, Siegfried had only contemptuously snapped in half. Just as he finished the sword, Siegfried himself dashed boisterously into the cave, leading by a leash a great bear he had caught in the forest. For fear was unknown to the hero son of Sieglinde, and savage beasts he but regarded as his playfellows. He was a noble-looking youth of dazzling beauty, mighty strength, and dauntless courage, as befitted a descendant of the great god Wotan, and his contempt for the puny Mime was quickly shown by the careless manner in which, in mere wanton mischief, he drove the fierce bear round the cave after the wretched gnome, who shrank back in abject fear. At last, having laughingly driven the growling beast back to the forest, Siegfried returned and demanded the new sword he had bidden Mime forge for him, and the dwarf timidly handed him the blade he had just finished, which would have been regarded as a mighty weapon by any ordinary mortal. But Siegfried laughed derisively as he took up the sword to test its strength, and striking it but once upon the anvil, the steel immediately shivered to pieces. To stem the torrent of wrath that now burst upon him, Mime whiningly implored Siegfried to remember the loving care he had ever shown for him since infancy. But the youth declared that he hated the sight of the gnome, and despised the pretended love he professed for him, since he knew him to be at heart false and evil. He then demanded to be told who were his parents, and how he came to be left in the charge of a puny dwarf. And Mime, terrified at the authoritative flash in the eye of Siegfried, and not daring to deceive him longer, told him in trembling tones all that he knew. He said that he had found in the forest one day a beautiful woman named Sieglinde, who lay in tears and deep suffering, and carrying her to his cave, he had tended her with care. She gave birth to a child during the night, and dying almost immediately afterwards, had left the babe to the care of Mime, bidding him call her son by the name of Siegfried. Filled with emotion as he listened to this sad story, Siegfried next demanded some proof of its truth, and very reluctantly Mime presently produced the pieces of a broken sword, which he said the dying woman had also left in his charge for her son, whose hero father, she declared, had used it in his last fight. Overjoyed at the possession of this great treasure, which proved that his father had been a noble warrior, Siegfried now commanded Mime to forge the pieces afresh into a mighty sword once more, and enthusiastically declaring that with his father's weapon he would win himself renown, he rushed forth into the forest to tell his joy to the birds and beasts he loved so well. But Mime was left in despair, for though he had many times in secret tried to weld the broken pieces of the magic sword needful, he had never yet succeeded, and knew that it was beyond his skill to do so. As the dwarf stood despondently at his anvil, a stranger, wrapped in a dark mantle, suddenly entered the cave and sat down to rest by the hearth. And though he called himself a wanderer, Mime soon learned to his terror, from the stranger's huge spear causing thunder to mutter as it struck the ground, that it was in reality the great god Wotan who had thus invaded his dwelling. Although ill-received by the dwarf, the wanderer calmly kept his seat, and in the course of conversation he announced that Mime should fall a prey to the just wrath of one who had never known fear, and who alone possessed the power to forge the mighty sword needful. With these ominous words the stranger vanished, and as Mime shrank back to his forge trembling, Siegfried returned from the forest and demanded his sword. The dwarf declared that he had not skill enough to forge the broken blade, and he added that it could only be restored by one who had never felt fear. Upon Siegfried eagerly demanding what this fear was, Mime tried to describe the feeling to him, and the youth declared that he had no knowledge of such tremblings, but was curious to experience them. Then Mime craftily remarked that he knew of a terrible giant dragon named Fafner, who would quickly teach him what fearing was. And Siegfried exclaimed impetuously that the dwarf should conduct him to this monster without delay. He then took up the fragments of the magic sword, declaring that he alone who knew not fear would restore the weapon, and filing down the steel he melted it into a crucible and began to forge it afresh. Amid the roaring of the bellows and the clang of the falling hammer, Mime sat lost in meditation, wondering how he could turn the youth's power to his own purposes, and at last an evil idea flashed across his brain. He would let the hero slay the dragon and even secure the treasure, and then, when exhausted by his exertions, he would offer him a cooling draught containing a deadly poison, which would instantly cause his death, and the great prize would thus fall into the hands of Mime the Nibelung. Siegfried had now fashioned the sword, and was singing gleefully as he hammered it on the anvil, calling it lovingly by name, and finishing it off with wondrous skill. And by the time the gnome had brewed his fatal draught, the magic blade needful was completely restored. With a loud shout of joy, Siegfried seized the mighty weapon and struck it with all his force upon the anvil to test its strength. And the blow was so great that the anvil split from top to bottom and fell asunder with a terrific crash. But Needful remained bright and unscratched, and swinging the wonderful sword exultingly over his head, Siegfried rushed out of the cave, calling on the awed and shrinking Mime to lead him to the dragon's den. The dwarf, quickly recovering himself, and remembering the prize in store for him, took up the horn containing the fatal draught he had brewed, and joining Siegfried immediately, he led him unerringly through the forest to the wild spot where Fafner's cave was situated. Here Alberic the Nibelung had been awaiting the dragon's death for many years, and having learnt this very day from Wotan the Wanderer of the near approach of Siegfried, he had slipped back into a rocky cleft to watch what happened. Soon afterwards, Siegfried and Mime came forth from the forest, but the timid dwarf did not dare remain long near the cave, and quickly departed to hide, after telling the youth that the dragon would soon appear. The young hero presently blew a long, loud blast upon his hunting horn, and almost immediately afterwards the terrible dragon Fafner came out of his cave, demanding who summoned him. Siegfried stared at the great beast in amazement, but not a single spark of alarm was in his brave heart as he boldly announced that he had come to learn what fearing was. Fafner replied that he was overbold, since he should now serve him as food. But upon this, Siegfried, having no mind to provide a meal for the unwieldy creature, though fearless still, drew his sword needful, and smilingly sprang forward to meet his enemy. With fire and poisonous fumes issuing from his nostrils, the dragon rushed upon him. But as it raised its huge body, Siegfried dashed boldly beneath the gaping jaws and buried his sword in the monster's breast. As the dragon rolled over, dead, Siegfried drew his sword triumphantly from its body, but in so doing he accidentally tasted the creature's blood. Suddenly he discovered to his joy that he could now understand the language of the birds around him, and being especially attracted by the notes of a pretty wood-bird, he went nearer to listen to what it had to say. The wood-bird told him to enter the cave and possess himself of the dragon's treasure, adding that if only he gained the Tarnhelm and magic ring, he could make himself lord of the whole world. Full of joy, Siegfried rushed into the cave, and at that moment Mime and Alberic came forth from opposite directions, scowling with surprise and anger as they recognized each other. They instantly began to quarrel as to which should have the treasure. But when Siegfried presently issued from the cave, with the ring on his finger and the wishing cap tucked into his belt, Alberic departed, content to let his curse take effect upon the spoiler. As Siegfried passed under the trees, the wood-bird again spoke to him, and this time his feathered friend warned him that Mime was his enemy, and meant to poison him in order to obtain the treasures he had won. The youth, having always suspected the dwarf of evil intentions, was thus put upon his guard, and when Mime presently drew near with an insinuating smile, and pleasantly offered him the horn of poison as a cooling drink, he instantly plunged his sword into the traitor's heart. As the crafty dwarf fell dead at his feet, the wood-bird spoke yet once again, and in sweet, thrilling tones it now told him of a glorious bride whom he might win, the beautiful fallen Valkyrie, Brunhilde, who still slept upon her rocky fastness surrounded by fire, and waiting for the one fearless hero of the world to brave the flames and possess her. Filled with rapture at the thought that the joys of love might thus be his, Siegfried eagerly desired to know in which direction so fair a prize lay, and for answer the pretty wood-bird spread its wings and fluttered along in front to show him the way. Through miles and miles of forest depths the feathered guide flew without resting, and then when the night had passed and the rosy dawn appeared, it suddenly vanished. And Siegfried, finding himself at the foot of a wild mountain, the rocky top of which was encircled by fire, knew that he had arrived at his goal. But as he approached the mountainside, his path was suddenly blocked by a stranger. This was none other than Wotan the Wanderer, who still roamed the world, conscious of his approaching doom, which should be brought nearer by this same radiant Volsung youth, and who, having vainly sought advice from the wise goddess Erda, now half-heartedly hoped to oppose the hero himself. Seeing a stranger barring his path with extended spear, Siegfried drew his magic blade needful, and with a mighty stroke hewed the spear in 2 pieces, upon which a blinding flash of lightning rent the air, followed by a loud crash of thunder. Knowing now that it was useless to withstand this hero youth who had thus destroyed his weapon of power, Wotan vanished in a cloud of darkness, and retreating in despair to Valhalla, he there awaited the twilight of the gods, which he knew was now quickly approaching, since he, the mightiest of them all, had been defeated. But Siegfried, free to pursue his way once more, dashed joyfully up the mountainside, and plunging fearlessly through the fierce encircling flames, he reached the rock beyond in safety. Here the Valkyrie Brunhilde still lay peacefully slumbering, and gently removing her protecting shield and helmet, Siegfried, entranced, stood gazing in breathless silence upon her dazzling loveliness. A passionate love surged up in his quickly beating heart, and kneeling beside the fair maiden, he pressed a tender kiss upon her lips. Instantly Brunhilde opened her beautiful eyes, and rising from her rocky couch, greeted Siegfried with joy, telling him that she had loved him all through her charmed sleep, knowing that he alone should awaken her to life once more. Then Siegfried, enraptured, clasped her in his arms, entreating her to accept his love. And though Brunhilde at first shrank back, offended at the touch of a mortal, she could not long fight against the answering passion awakened in her own breast. Remembering that her divinity was now lost for ever, she placed her hand in Siegfried's with joy. And as the hero held his beautiful bride in his arms, he felt that the dark night-time of his early years had at last dawned into a glorious daytime of light and joy. End of section 48. Section 49 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Wagner. The Nibelung's Ring. Der Ring der Nibelungen. Part 4. The Twilight of the Gods. Die Götterdämmerung. When night-time fell, after the meeting of Brunhilde and Siegfried, the three Nornir, or Fates, appeared on the Valkyrie's fire-encircled rock, and crouching amidst the rugged stones began to sing as they spun their golden cord of the runes of destiny. But although the radiant lovers slumbered sweetly in a neighbouring cave, and all the world around seemed calm and peaceful, the weird song of the three dread sisters was full of gloom and sadness. For they knew that owing to the fatal power of the Nibelung's curse, disaster was about to fall, not only upon these lovers, but also upon the dwellers in Asgard, whose doom was quickly approaching. Suddenly, as they sang, their rope of destiny broke asunder, and with wild, despairing cries the three Nornir disappeared, knowing now that the twilight of the gods would soon begin. The night wore on, and when daylight appeared, the lovers issued from the cave, Siegfried in full armour with his mighty sword girdled about him, and Brunhilde leading her horse by its bridle, for the beautiful Valkyrie would not keep her hero, dearly though she loved him, from gaining glory and honour in the world. And Siegfried, having already learned much of her divine wisdom, was now about to set forth in search of fresh exploits and adventures. For a parting gift to his love, Siegfried placed his magic ring upon Brunhilde's finger as the sign of their troth, as yet knowing naught of its fatal power, and Brunhilde in return bestowed upon him her noble horse Grani. The lovers swore to be true to each other, and then, after a passionate farewell, they parted. After many wanderings, Siegfried, following the course of the Rhine, came to the hall of the Gibichungs, or the Burgundian tribe. Here a powerful king named Gunther reigned, and with him lived his beautiful sister Gudrun, and their half-brother Hagen, whose father was none other than the wretched gnome Alberic. Now Hagen, though so keen-witted as to be the chosen adviser of his royal half-brother, had also inherited the evil qualities and greed of his gnome father, and hearing of the approach of the hero Siegfried, whose wonderful exploits were by this time world-renowned, he laid a cunning plan, by means of which the Gibichungs might win, or at least share, the fearless one's power and wealth. Relating the story of the fire-encircled Valkyrie, he pointed out to Gunther that Brunhilde would make him a radiant bride, and that if Gudrun could be wedded to Siegfried, they would thus secure the Nibelung's treasure, which would gain them the mastery of the whole world. He suggested that in order to carry out this plan, they should give Siegfried, on his arrival, a magic draught they possessed, by means of which he should forget his love for Brunhilde, and conceive a passion for Gudrun. And Gunther and his sister, being dazzled at the prospect of being so nobly mated, gladly agreed to the scheme, whilst Hagen, cunningly keeping back his knowledge of Brunhilde and Siegfried's vows of love, rejoiced because of the opportunity that would occur for securing the treasure he coveted. So when Siegfried arrived in the Gibichungs' land, he was met on the banks of the Rhine by Hagen, and conducted at once to the royal hall. And here he received a joyous welcome from King Gunther and his fair sister. Siegfried was greatly pleased with his kindly welcome, and when Gudrun presently offered him a well-filled drinking horn, in token of friendship and hospitality, he gladly drank off its contents to the health of his beloved Brunhilde. But the magic love potion had been mingled with the draught, and no sooner had he set down the horn than the likeness of Brünnhilde faded from his mind, and all memory of his love for her became a blank. It seemed to him that the fair Gudrun was the first maiden he had ever beheld, and a passionate desire to possess her suddenly grew up within him. Gudrun beheld his ardent glances with great joy, for an answering love had quickly sprung up in her own heart for the noble hero before her. Taking her willing hand in his, Siegfried led the maiden, who now possessed his whole heart, to her royal brother, and eagerly requested her hand in marriage. And to this Gunther gave his consent, on condition that the Valkyrie Brünnhilde was secured as a bride for himself. Siegfried gladly agreed to go through the fire once more, and to woo Brünnhilde for his new friend. And when the two had sworn an oath of brotherhood, they set out together to begin their enterprise at once. In a royal bark they sailed down the Rhine a certain distance, and then, when the Valkyrie's rock came in sight, Siegfried bade Gunther remain in the boat, whilst he himself went forward alone to climb the mountain. By means of his Tarnhelm, or wishing cap, he took on the form and appearance of Gunther, the two having agreed that the martial maiden must be wooed and won by Siegfried in the likeness of the king. And promising to be loyal and faithful to his oath, the young hero began to climb the rocky height. Brünnhilde had just received a visit from her Valkyrie sister Valtrauta, who had come to entreat her to restore the Nibelung's fatal ring to the Rhine nymphs once more, as the only remaining hope of saving the dwellers in Asgard, for Wotan had now gathered the gods together in Valhalla, around which he had caused to be piled a forest of faggots from the world's ash tree, hewn down at his command. And all were silently and sadly awaiting their approaching doom, the dreaded twilight that meant for them destruction. The only glimpse of hope now left was for the mighty ring to be returned to the Rhine, whence its curse upon men and gods would become void. And on learning this from the beloved All-Father, Valtrauta had mounted her war-horse and flown at once to her fallen sister, who she knew possessed the ring. But Brünnhilde, cut off as she was from the joys of Valhalla, would not part with her love-token, which was more precious to her than all the dwellers in Asgard, and in spite of the passionate entreaties of Valtrauta, she utterly refused to give up the ring. Finding that her pleading was in vain, the despairing Valkyrie was compelled to depart, and no sooner had she gone than Siegfried, in the form and garb of Gunther, sprang fearlessly through the zone of fire, and advancing towards Brünnhilde, whom he regarded as a stranger, announced calmly in a disguised voice that having braved the flames he had come to possess her as a bride. Full of horror at being thus wooed by a stranger during the absence of her hero-lover, Brünnhilde shrank back, and indignantly refused to yield herself to this bold intruder, receiving strength from her magic ring. But upon her talisman being wrested from her by the superior force of Siegfried, she became powerless, and was compelled to submit to his will. Siegfried now led her to the cave as their bridal chamber, but mindful of his oath and loyalty to Gunther, whose wooing he had so strangely undertaken, he laid his sword needful between them. Next day at dawn, the disguised Siegfried took the bride he had won for another by the hand, and led her safely through the flames and down the mountainside. And on being met at the riverside by Gunther, he instantly vanished by means of his Tarnhelm, and transported himself to the Gibichung's hall. So when the true Gunther took her by the hand, Brünnhilde regarded him as her wooer of the night before, and the pair entered the bark. Now, during the absence of Gunther and Siegfried, Hagen had been visited in a vision by his gnome father Alberic, who besought him to seek quickly an opportunity to kill Siegfried, and so secure from him the magic ring, by means of which the Nibelung might regain his lost power. And Hagen gladly agreed to use his craft for this purpose. When Gunther returned with Brünnhilde to the Gibichung's hall, great preparations were made to celebrate the two marriages in splendid state, and all the vassals and warriors quickly assembled to join in the revels. All this time Brünnhilde had remained submissive and downcast, but now, on entering the hall with Gunther, and finding herself confronted by Siegfried, who led Gudrun by the hand, she started violently and gazed on him with utter astonishment. Suddenly observing the magic ring upon his finger, the true identity of the bold wooer who had intruded upon her rocky fastness flashed through her mind, and full of furious anger at the discovery, she announced to all the company that she had been betrayed, and that Siegfried, in his wooing of her in disguise, had dishonoured their king. Siegfried fearlessly defended himself, declaring that he had been loyal to his trust. But his explanations were designedly confounded by Hagen, who, for his own evil purposes, used his cunning wit to persuade all that the great hero had indeed acted as a base traitor. Siegfried, however, having a clear conscience, still declared his innocence, and taking the hand of Gudrun, whom he now loved passionately owing to the effect of the love potion, he led her gaily to join in the revels, followed by most of the company. But Brunhilde and Gunther remained in their places, overcome with indignation, still believing Siegfried to be false. And seeing them alone, Hagen joined them, and with cunning words strengthened their suspicions, and persuaded them that it was their duty to avenge themselves for the ill that had been done them. He at last obtained their consent to the murder of Siegfried, which he agreed to carry out himself at a hunting party next day. And having arranged this, they rejoined the revellers, and the wedding rejoicings went forward once more. Next day a grand royal hunt was organised, and Siegfried, in eager pursuit of prey, found himself at one time alone on the bank of the river. As he stood there a moment, gazing into the water, the 3 lovely Rhine maidens, Flosshilda, Woglinda, and Velgunda, swam towards the shore and gave him glad greeting, knowing that this was the great hero who now possessed their long-lost treasure, and in coaxing tones they entreated him to restore the magic ring to them. Siegfried, however, refused to listen to their pleadings, even when the nymphs told him that if he retained it longer, the talisman would quickly bring death upon him. And as the Rhine maidens swam away disconsolately, he laughed aloud at their warning. At that moment Gunther, Hagen, and the rest of the hunting party joined him, and sitting down to rest upon the river bank, the huntsmen began to feast and make merry together. To amuse his new friends, Siegfried began to tell them the story of his life and adventures. But just as he was relating how he had scaled the fire-encircled mountain, Hagen crept softly forward and suddenly stabbed him in the back with his hunting spear, announcing to the dismayed onlookers that the deed was done in retribution for the hero's betrayal of their king. Siegfried sank to the ground immediately, and the effect of the magic potion of forgetfulness waning as his lifeblood welled forth, all his old love for the beautiful Valkyrie he had so innocently betrayed returned to bless his last moments, and with Brunhilde's name upon his lips he died. The dead hero's body was quickly borne back to the royal hall, and when fair Gudrun beheld the lifeless form of her husband for a day, she fell senseless to the ground, overcome by despair. Hagen and Gunther now began to quarrel as to which should possess the magic ring, and in the furious fight that ensued, Gunther was killed. Loud cries of woe quickly arose, and in the dismay and confusion that followed, Brunhilde hastened forward. At the sight of the dead Siegfried, she was filled with utmost grief, and learning from the reviving and sorrowing Gudrun of his innocence, and remembering naught but her passionate love for him, she firmly resolved to perish with her hero. In a commanding tone none dared disobey, she silenced the noise and confusion around her, and bade the warriors instantly to build up a funeral pyre upon the banks of the Rhine. And when this had been done, the dead body of Siegfried was laid upon it. She then tenderly placed his magic ring upon her finger, and seizing a lighted torch set the faggots ablaze. She now understood that through her alone the sin of the great All-Father must be atoned for, and that by her sacrifice of love the world should be redeemed. The curse of the ring would also be removed by her death, for with her ashes the fatal gold would be restored to the Rhine. Thus nobly resolving to sacrifice herself, she desired 2 ravens hovering near, the messengers of Wotan, to return to the great god so sadly awaiting his end, and announce to him that his destiny was about to be fulfilled, and also to bid the god Loki, who still guarded the rock upon which she had lain in a charmed sleep, to depart with his fire to Valhalla. She then mounted her faithful steed Grani, and as the flames sprang brightly upwards, leapt high with him into the midst of the burning pyre, and perished beside the corpse of her hero-lover. As the flames died away, the river suddenly rose, and overflowing its banks, covered the remains of the funeral pyre, and at the same moment the 3 Rhine nymphs swam up to secure their gold. Hagen made a last frantic effort to reach the talisman by plunging into the flood, but being seized by the nymphs, he was dragged beneath the waves and drowned. So the Rhine maidens at last regained their precious treasure, and the curse of the ring was removed. But the dwellers in Asgard were doomed, for Loki had already accomplished his mission. Suddenly a fiery crimson glow appeared in the heavens, ever spreading and increasing to a dazzling brilliancy. And as the warriors and mourners gazed with awe upon this wondrous sight, they saw that Valhalla, with all its glorious array of gods and heroes, was already engulfed in an ocean of leaping flames. The twilight of the gods had come. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Newton. Section 50. Wagner's Parsifal. In the early days of Christianity, when troublous times beset the path of the true believer, the Holy Grail, or sacred cup from which our Savior had drank at the Last Supper, and which had afterwards received the blood that flowed from his pierced side as he lay upon the cross, had been brought, together with the spear which had wounded him, by a company of angels into the mountainous district of northern Spain. And here the holy relics were reverently received with joy and gratitude by the good king Titurel, who built for them a temple sanctuary and castle upon the beautiful mountain of Montsalvat, where they were constantly guarded by the brave knights of stainless purity and integrity. Great was the reward of their faithful service, for the Holy Grail possessed miraculous powers, bestowing both bodily as well as spiritual strength and nourishment upon its guardians, giving them such means of grace that they were able to perform mighty deeds for the good of mankind. And with the sacred spear, the righteous King Titurel was able to keep at bay the infidels and all who were opposed to Christianity, and who struggled vainly to break down his stronghold. None but the pure and innocent could approach the holy sanctuary, or hope to derive benefit from its wondrous powers, for the Grail Knights, by reason of their own spotless purity, could read the hearts of all comers, and sternly repulsed any who were unworthy. Thus it came about that when Klingsor, the most wicked of all magicians, and the ruler of the heathen and infidel races, once sought the Grail, hoping to be released from his many sins, partly seized by a temporary fit of remorse, but chiefly for the means of worldly advancement and power, he was denied entrance to the sacred temple. For the guardian of the Grail saw clearly into the deceitful heart of the sorcerer, and reading there, as in a book, his impious and unholy thoughts, he drove him back with horror. Rendered furious by his ignominious defeat, Klingsor determined to be revenged, and for this purpose he set up an enchanted castle on the southern slopes of the same mountain, surrounding it with luxuriant gardens in which he placed sirens of dazzling beauty, who with their seductive charms should ensnare the knights of the Grail who wandered that way, and lure them by unholy passions and evil spells to destruction from which there should be no return. Many were the knights thus enticed from the paths of purity to a life of sinful pleasures and soul-destroying voluptuousness. Thus many years passed away, and at last good King Titurel, now well stricken in years, felt himself growing too old to perform the sacred offices of the Holy Grail any longer. So he invested his son, Amfortas, the handsomest and most glorious of all the knights, with the royal mantle, and made him king in his stead. The young King Amfortas, impatient of Klingsor's evil influence, determined to vanquish the wicked enchanter and put an end to his dangerous magic. And armed with the sacred spear, he went fearlessly forth one day upon his great mission. But Klingsor beheld the royal knight's approach, and summoned to his aid Kundry, a strange being, who against her will had ever been subservient to his power, and bidding her practice her arts upon his enemy, he had little doubt as to the issue. Nor was he mistaken, for Kundry, who could assume any shape, transformed herself into a woman of such surpassing beauty that Amfortas felt his senses leave him as he gazed upon her. It was in vain that the young king struggled to maintain his integrity and to fight against the evil influence that closed so surely around him, for Kundry never relaxed her seductions until he was locked in her embrace in the snares of guilty passion. Soon Klingsor, stealing unawares upon his victim as he lay thus entranced, seized the sacred spear and stabbed him in the side with it, and then, with a triumphant laugh, he rushed back to his enchanted castle, bearing the holy relic with him. The wounded king was carried back by his faithful knights to the sanctuary, full of remorse for his sin, and doomed to suffer agonies of pain for many long, weary years. For the wound inflicted by the evil sorcerer throbbed and burned unceasingly, and could never be healed until the holy spear should be reclaimed and brought to the sanctuary, and the unhappy Amfortas remained helpless and agonized in mind and body, with a wound that would not close. Once, as the king lay groaning in the sanctuary, the angels of the Holy Grail were heard proclaiming that the sacred spear could alone be regained by the blameless fool, one who, simple and pure, unacquainted with worldly knowledge, should, from pure, whole-hearted sympathy with the sufferer's terrible agony, recognize the woes of suffering humanity, and by such loving pity bring redemption. This, then, was the one hope held out, and the sublime deed to be performed, and after many long years of woe, the deliverer of Amfortas appeared. One early dawn, Gurnemanz, one of the oldest of the Grail Knights, was resting with his esquires in a glade within the sacred domains, waiting for the arrival of Amfortas, who was to be carried in accordance with his usual daily custom to bathe in the lake nearby, that its soothing waters might ease his ever-burning wound for a short time. And as the first rays of the rising sun shone forth, the solemn morning bell of the sanctuary was heard calling all to their devotions. At the sound of the bell, the watchers in the glade knelt reverently to offer up their morning prayer, and as they rose once more to their feet, they were joined by other knights. As the newcomers spoke sadly with old Gurnemanz of the perpetual sufferings of the king, a wild female figure was seen riding furiously towards them, who, upon approaching the knights, flung herself from the foaming steed and hastened to them, bearing in her hand a small crystal vial. This was none other than Kundry, the witch maiden who, when temporarily freed from the evil influence of the sorcerer Klingsor, would serve the Knights of the Grail as message-bearer, and by the performance of extraordinary feats of endurance, would seem as though striving to atone by such penances for the evil deeds she did when unable to resist her sinful nature and the commands of her unholy master. She was well known to the knights, some of whom, however, regarded her with scorn and suspicion, knowing her to be a sinner. But Gurnemanz was always kind and gentle with her, and would often reprove his companions for their hostile attitude, declaring that though she might be under an evil curse, yet she did penance by serving the Grail, and that when she was absent for long, some misfortune was sure to happen to them. Kundry now appeared as a wild, half-savage creature, clad in fantastic robe fastened by a girdle of snake-skins, and with long, flowing locks of black hair and piercing black eyes, sometimes wildly flashing, but more usually fixed and glassy. And having travelled far in search of a healing balsam for the wounded king, she handed the vial to Gurnemanz, roughly refusing all thanks. Amfortas, groaning with pain, now appeared in the glade in a litter borne by a number of noble knights, and having received Kundry's balsam from Gurnemanz, he thanked her for her gift, although he knew it could afford relief but for a few hours. He was then carried forward to the lake, and soon afterwards, as Gurnemanz remained lost in his sad thoughts, standing beside the now prostrate Kundry, who had flung herself exhausted on the ground, loud cries of indignation were suddenly heard, and as the old knight looked around, he saw a wild swan slowly sink to the ground and die. At the same moment, the esquires dragged forth a handsome youth, whose beauty and look of perfect innocence and purity made all regard him with interest and wonder, and yet whose bow and arrows proclaimed him as the slayer of the fair bird, a species held sacred by the guardians of the Grail. Gurnemanz poured forth indignant reproaches upon the youth, who, however, appeared unconscious that his deed was wrong. But on seeing the sorrow he had caused, his own heart was touched, and suddenly breaking his bow and arrows, he impetuously flung them away. Gurnemanz, struck by the noble looks of the young stranger, began to question him, but the youth declared that he knew not from whence he had come, nor what his name was, nor who his father had been, though he recollected that his mother's name was Heart in Sorrow, and that they had dwelt together in the forest wilds. Kundry, who in her weary wanderings over the world had knowledge of everything, now approached and declared that the stranger's father had fallen in battle, and that his mother had brought him up in a desert place, where he could not learn the use of arms, nor gain any knowledge of the wicked world, and so the lad had led the pure, innocent life of nature, and knew not the meaning of evil. Having beheld a party of knights in glittering armour one day, he had followed them, full of wonder, forgetful of the mother who so tenderly loved him, and whom Kundry now declared had died of grief at his loss. On hearing this, the youth, feeling for the first time in his life for another than himself, sprang furiously at Kundry's throat, and would have choked her, had not Gurnemanz dragged him back. And then he sank down half fainting, whilst the witch-maiden hurried to bring water to refresh him. Gurnemanz, astonished at the utter innocence and primitive simplicity of the handsome stripling, and recollecting the prophecy that one who should be a blameless fool, pure and undefiled, would alone be found worthy to regain the lost spear, regarded the youth with new interest, feeling that the Holy Grail itself must have guided him thither as the one who should indeed perform the supreme deed. And gently laying his hand on the youth's shoulder, he began to tell him about the Holy Grail and its wonderful powers. Kundry, meanwhile, had crept away, unperceived, to a thicket, and, overcome by a deadly weariness, sank down into a deep slumber. For this was the means by which Klingsor the sorcerer called her to perform his evil behests, and struggle as she might, she could not prevail against this fatal sleep. Having explained to the wondering youth the mysterious nourishment and power given by the Holy Grail, the uncovering of which was about to be performed by the king, who had now left the lake and was being carried back to the castle, Gurnemanz took him to join in the sacred ceremony. For he saw plainly that the stranger had noble qualities in him, and believed that these would be stirred into actual being by the holy influence of the sanctuary treasures. When they reached the magnificent hall of the temple, the knights were already assembled, waiting and rapt with reverent attention for the customary unveiling of the Grail, by which they received physical and spiritual food and strength. The litter of Amfortas was carried forward and placed beside the holy shrine, and then, as all stood round expectantly, the voice of the aged King Titurel was heard from a niche in the background, where he sat in retirement, calling upon his sons to uncover the Grail, that its wondrous blessing might yet once more be bestowed upon its guardians. Amfortas, suffering acutely from the burning and throbbing of his wound, broke forth into agonized lamentation, because he, the most unworthy of them all, should thus be the one whose duty it was to perform this, the holiest office of their order. And in despairing tones he besought his father to take back his old authority and leave him to die. But the aged king declared he was too feeble to perform the blessed office. He was only kept alive by the daily strength he received from beholding the Grail, and he again commanded Amfortas to proceed with the duties of his position, since by continuing to serve the Grail in spite of his agony he might atone for his guilt. The knights also reminded their fallen master of the promised deliverance from his woe, and Amfortas, somewhat comforted, raised himself painfully, and unveiling the Holy Grail, waved it reverently to and fro, thus consecrating the bread and wine, which was then distributed, that all might partake of the wondrous love feast. As the holy cup was revealed, a brilliant light fell upon it, which caused it to glow with a rich wine-purple colour, and to shed a soft, heavenly effulgence on all around, and Amfortas, though he took no part in the meal, remained for some time in a state of rapt exaltation. Then, as he felt his wound break out afresh, as it ever did when he performed the sacred office, he uttered a long-drawn cry of agony and sank back, fainting and exhausted. All this time the strange youth had stood apart, taking no part in the ceremony, but remaining still and dazed as though entranced. But when the wounded king gave forth his last cry of anguish, he placed his hand with a convulsive movement over his heart, as though filled with an emotion entirely new and strange to him. But, though pity was thus unconsciously awakened in his breast, he did not yet understand the agonies of a conscious guilt, which was the wounded king's chief woe, nor did he comprehend the meaning of what he had just seen. And Gurnemanz, impatient at seeing such seeming stupidity, and deeming him a fool indeed, irritably thrust him out through a side door of the temple, bidding him depart to his old wild ways once more, knowing that he must first experience the stabs of passion and temptation in himself, and conquer the same, ere he could understand and feel sympathy for the woes and sins of others. But the pity, that had indeed stirred the youth's heart so strangely for the first time grew apace, and since he had learned from Gurnemanz the story of the lost spear, he determined to try to regain the sacred weapon, which alone could give relief to the poor sufferer, and with a fearless spirit and a joyous step, he set off, alone and unafraid, to storm the enchanted castle. Klingsor the sorcerer saw him approaching, and at once recognized him as a dangerous foe, since his breastplate was purity, and his shield foolishness. And quickly he called to his aid the witch-maiden Kundry, whom he had just awakened from the deep slumber of destiny by his magic spells to work his evil once more. But though Kundry could not prevail against the terrible power of Klingsor, she only obeyed his commands in anger and horror, doing against her will wicked deeds for which, when removed from her master's influence, she would tearfully endeavor to atone by her acts of mercy and service. She longed above all things to die, but could not. For she who had lived through all the ages, and laughed at everything good and pure, whose spirit had inspired the savage heart of Herodias, and had mocked the Saviour of the world, was now doomed to a path of evil forever, compelled to lure all into her snares of passion and sin. On hearing that the simple fool was to be her victim also, she asked Klingsor in despair if she was never to be released from his toil, and to find rest in eternal sleep. And the sorcerer replied that deliverance for her would only come when someone should be found strong and pure enough to resist her wiles. Kundry, with a heart-rending moan, now resigned herself to the terrible part of temptress she was thus compelled to play, being unable to resist her master's will, and Klingsor from his magic tower watched his approaching victim with malignant interest. As the youth approached the enchanted castle with a light step and a joyous heart, he found his entry opposed by the fallen knights who had been lured within its walls by Klingsor's beautiful sirens. But, fearlessly resisting them, he snatched a sword from the nearest, and continued boldly to scale the walls, wounding and scattering all who opposed him. For the degraded knights, once so brave and strong, had now grown weak and dull through indulgence, sloth, and voluptuous sin, and the fiery ardor and simple fearlessness of the young invader so daunted these dullards that they soon fled, and left him master of the situation. Having thus triumphed over the weak guardians of the castle, the handsome stripling gazed proudly around him, and perceiving the sorcerer's magic garden close at hand, he entered it, marvelling at its luxuriance. Here he was quickly surrounded by Klingsor's sirens, beautiful flower maidens who, clad in gossamer garments, appeared like a throng of brilliant living flowers, and bewildered and dazzled by the voluptuous beauty of these fair inhabitants of the magic garden, the young man gazed upon them with delight. The sirens, looking upon the handsome stranger as their lawful prey, instantly began to entice him into the snares of passion, each one trying to win him for herself. But the simple youth remained calmly insensible to their soft persuasions, and at last they left him in anger, deeming him to be a fool indeed. Then suddenly Kundry appeared, now wearing the form of a maiden more bewitchingly beautiful than any he had yet seen, calling to him in thrilling tones by the name of Parsifal. Remembering that this was the name by which his mother had always called him, the youth approached the dazzling vision before him filled with wonder, and Kundry, after explaining to him that his name meant pure in folly, told him again of his mother's love and devotion, and how she had died of grief at his absence from her. Overcome at the thought of the woe he had caused by his conduct, Parsifal sank weeping to the ground, for this was his first grief, and his first consciousness of his own part in the life of another human being. Kundry, having thus awakened the youth's emotions, now sought by her seductive arts to lure him into the toils of passion, and offering him the comforts of love, bestowed upon him his first lover's kiss. But at this Parsifal sprang to his feet, pressing his hand to his heart, for it seemed to him that the wound of Amfortas burned there, and the thought of the wounded king's urgent need recalled his wandering senses to the great mission he had undertaken. In that critical moment his nature seemed to change, for in a flash world knowledge had come to him, and he realized the great truth of redemption by grace, and understood that he, by conquering temptation, could become worthy of bringing salvation to the stricken king, whose suffering had awakened sweet pity within his heart. The temptress never ceased her wily arts for a moment, and the youth felt more and more the pangs of guilty desires and passions burning within him. But when she again encircled him in her sensuous embrace, and pressed a second long kiss upon his heated brow, he was awakened to the full consciousness of his danger, and repulsed her with horror. Then, having triumphed over the desires of the flesh, Parsifal gazed upwards towards the heavens with such rapt ecstasy upon his face that Kundry was filled with remorse, and looked upon him with awe and wonder. Then, fancying she beheld in him the Saviour of the world, whom she had mocked as he lay upon the cross, she sank at his feet, telling the whole terrible story of her everlasting sufferings, beseeching him to be pitiful to her and grant her the joy of being his, if but for 1 hour only. But Parsifal sternly replied that he would be condemned everlastingly with her, if even for 1 hour he forgot his holy mission. Finally, as her last effort, the temptress sought to ensnare him by declaring that her kiss had awakened in him world-wide knowledge and vision, and that in her love he might reach unto Godhead and omnipotence. But this subtle suggestion Parsifal resisted also, remaining true to his own pure and noble nature, and refusing to be enticed from the path of duty and mercy which he now so clearly recognized. Then Kundry, finding that all arts and lures were in vain, sprang furiously from his side, cursing him, and calling loudly upon her wicked master to avenge her wrongs, for never before had any man been able to resist her offers of love. The sorcerer immediately appeared on the battlements of the enchanted castle, bearing aloft the holy spear, and casting this with rage at the youth, he at the same time set forth all his evil spells to work destruction upon his defier. But his magic was powerless when brought into contact with purity and faith, and the holy spear remained hanging in the air over Parsifal's head, until the noble youth seized it in his hand and solemnly made the sign of the cross with it. Instantly the enchanted castle fell to the ground, shaken by a violent earthquake. The beautiful garden was changed to a desert once more, and as Kundry sank to the ground with a cry of woe, Parsifal hastened from the place of his temptation, triumphantly bearing aloft the sacred spear, with which he was now to conquer the hostile races of the world. For many years Parsifal wandered forth alone, and then at last, when grown to perfect manhood by suffering and sorrow, he returned to the domains of the Holy Grail. Here he was gladly welcomed one morning by the knight Gurnemanz, now grown to be a very old man, who had taken upon his abode in the forest and became a hermit. And he learned from the old man that most of the Grail knights had gradually left the sanctuary, because Amfortas, in his agony of body and mind, had refused to perform the life-preserving office of revealing the Holy Grail, which had formerly given them such wonderful nourishment and power. Thus the strength of the noble knights had dwindled and faded, and the aged King Titurel had already died, for, deprived of the nourishment of the Grail, he could no longer live. On hearing this sad news, Parsifal was overcome with sorrow, knowing that he had been the cause of this long drawn-out woe, because he had for so many long years neglected to bring the salvation that lay in his power. But Gurnemanz comforted him, declaring that the suffering king should now be restored, since the only cure for his wound was at last nigh at hand. And he then invited Parsifal to go with him to the sanctuary that day, since it was Good Friday, and Amfortas was expected to reveal the Holy Grail once again at the funeral service of the dead King Titurel. Whilst the old and the young knight talked thus together, a female figure had come forth from the hermit's hut close by, and, drawing slowly nearer, had stood beside them with bowed head and humble mien. This was Kundry, who in her wild witch-maiden form Gurnemanz had that morning found in the forest, wrapped in the usual deep slumber into which she had sunk upon being released from the influence of the sorcerer Klingsor. And, having gently revived her, the good old man had permitted her to perform for him the menial services she ever did at such times. Now approaching Parsifal, she humbly and tenderly washed his feet, anointing them with the contents of a golden vial she drew from her bosom, seeming as though by such an act of service she would atone for the evil she had formerly tried to work on his soul. Old Gurnemanz then took the vial from her, and poured the remainder of its contents over the head of Parsifal, saluting him afterwards as king and saviour, and the young knight, filling his hand with water from the sacred spring close by, very gently sprinkled it over the bent head of Kundry as she knelt at his feet, thus baptizing the poor sinner as his first act as the bringer of salvation. Gurnemanz now brought forth from the hut the rich scarlet mantle of the Grail Knight, with which he and Kundry proceeded to invest Parsifal over the shining armour which he wore. And then the three very solemnly bent their steps toward the holy castle, and entered the sanctuary. Here the knights who still remained were gathered beside the bier of the dead King Titurel, waiting for the Holy Grail to be revealed to them. But Amfortas, whose agony was now even greater than before, and who passionately longed for death, again refused to perform his holy office, and rising from his litter in a mad frenzy of pain and despair, tore the covering from his wounded side, and wildly implored his faithful companions to plunge their swords into his heart, and thus end his woe. As the knights drew back in alarm at this outburst, Parsifal stepped forward with noble and calm dignity, and gently touched the suffering king's open wound with the sacred spear that alone had power to cure it. And at the touch of the holy weapon, Amfortas felt his pains vanish and his wound close, and knowing that it was now restored and forgiven, he fell upon his knees in an ecstasy of gratitude and praise. Parsifal now assumed the office of king, which was henceforth his right, and uncovering the long unrevealed Holy Grail, he waved it solemnly before the kneeling knights. The sanctuary was gradually flooded with the dazzling purple light that glowed from the sacred vessel, in the midst of which a white dove was seen to slowly descend from the dome, and as the holy bird hovered over the head of the rapt Parsifal, the witch-maiden Kundry sank dying to the ground, at last released from the doom of evil by the noble knight who had been strong enough to resist her wiles. Thus was the sacred spear restored to the sanctuary of the Holy Grail, and salvation brought to its guardians by the blameless fool, the true and simple one, whose purity and faith had overcome temptation, and whose awakened pity for the sufferings of others had revealed the real spirit of brotherly love. It will be plain to all that the story of Parsifal is an allegory, and that the incidents and characters of the piece are symbolic of human development, of the conquest of good over evil, and of the revivified spirit soaring triumphant above the baser instincts that struggle to draw it back. Amfortas represents suffering and guilty humanity. The body of humanity, grievously wounded by the throbbing, burning poison of sin, can only be healed by the restoration of the genius of good, which is symbolized by the spear, which has obtained mastery over the powerful spirits of evil. Klingsor represents everything opposed to goodness and loving kindness, being the mainspring and source of all evil. Kundry, the instrument subject to the power of the instigator of ill, signifies the temptations that beset the seeker after truth, the evil moral law, which the pilgrim can only resist with the strength which is given by purity and faith. Finally, Parsifal himself is typical of the Savior of the world, the pure and blameless one, the conqueror of temptation, whose pity and love for wounded, guilty humanity brought salvation to all, and by redemption threw open the way to eternal life and love. End of section 50. Section 51 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Newton. Section 51. Wallace's Maritana. Towards the end of the 17th century, when Charles II was reigning in Spain, a wandering tribe of gypsies appeared in the romantic city of Madrid, and every day were to be seen in the streets and public squares, amusing the light-hearted populace with their merry songs and dances. With this tribe there came a beautiful young girl named Maritana, who possessed a voice of wonderful charm and sweetness, and in a very short time the enchanting singing and fair looks of the pretty gypsy maiden had won the hearts of all, Every day Maritana sang and danced before delighted crowds, and even the queen, as she drove by with her ladies, would stop her state carriage to listen for a few moments to the pretty Gitana's thrilling voice. Now, when the gay young King of Spain, Charles II, beheld Maritana for the first time, he was so struck with her dazzling beauty that he determined to see her again, and several times he went disguised into the streets of the city, mingling with the crowds that applauded the gypsy maid in order to gain acquaintance with her. On one of these occasions he was seen and recognized, in spite of his disguise, by the chief minister of state, Don José de Santarém, and this wily nobleman, understanding at once that his royal master was infatuated with the charms of the fair Maritana, quickly decided, in order to serve his own ends, to do all in his power to aid the king in his pursuit of the maiden. For a long while Don José had secretly loved the cold and stately queen, whom the pleasure-loving king had already begun to neglect. But so far all his efforts to gain her favor had proved in vain, for the proud, exalted lady refused even to smile upon him. But the sight of the disguised king paying court to the pretty gypsy gave rise to a sudden scheme in the busy brain of the unscrupulous minister. He would encourage this temporary infatuation, and convert Maritana to the purposes of the king's unrestrained passion, and then, once the queen was persuaded of her husband's faithlessness, might she not be persuaded to look for a lover herself as a means of avenging her wrongs, and that lover should be Don José de Santarém. Fully determined to carry out this base plan, Don José himself went up to Maritana and began to make pretty speeches to her, praising her beauty and lovely voice. And having observed that the disguised king had slipped gold into her hand, he also gave her a piece of money of the same value, and begged her to sing him another song. Delighted at gaining 2 pieces of gold in one day, Maritana was glad enough to sing, and when the song came to an end, she talked merrily to the minister, telling him that she longed to be a great lady and to live in the dazzling halls, drive in a gilded coach, and wear fine clothes and glittering jewels. Pleased to find that his intended victim had just such longings and ambitions as would serve him in his schemes regarding her, Don José declared that all these things that she desired might indeed be hers, since her own wondrous beauty could easily win them, and he added that if she would trust her fortunes to him, he would quickly make her a great lady. Maritana merrily replied that she would gladly accept any such good fortune he might offer her, and then she ran off to sing and dance in another street. No sooner had she gone out of the square than a handsome but dissipated-looking roisterer, whose once gay garments and general appearance showed signs of poverty and riotous living, and yet who preserved a certain dignity and charm of manner, issued forth from a tavern close by, declaring to the bystanders that he had just lost his last coin to gamblers, and Don José, to his surprise, recognized in this shabby yet debonair stranger an old friend of his boyhood's days, Don César de Bazan, a nobleman of equal rank with himself. He went up at once and renewed acquaintance with him, and Don César, who was a sunny-hearted, careless disposition, related to his old friend the reasons for his present poverty, declaring candidly that gay living and generosity to friends had quickly run through the fine fortune he had inherited, and that in order to escape from his numerous creditors, he was compelled to travel about from place to place. As it was now some years since he had been in Madrid, he asked if there were any news in the city, and Don José replied, "None, except that the king has issued an edict against duelling, declaring that every survivor of a duel shall be shot, unless it take place in Holy Week, when he is to be hanged instead." Now Don César was an expert duellist, and celebrated for the number of his encounters, so on hearing this news, he said with a laugh and shrug of his shoulders, "Why then, I must avoid a quarrel, for it is Holy Week now, and it would be a dire dishonour for the last of my race to be hanged." At this moment there was a loud outcry, and a boatman rushed into the square, dragging with him a wretched youth whom he had just rescued from attempting to drown himself, and close upon his heels followed the captain of the guard, into whose hands he was about to deliver the culprit to be brought up for justice. But the poor boy, whose name was Lazarillo, begged wildly to be set free, declaring that a harsh master's ill treatment had made him long to destroy himself, but that he would make no more attempts if he could be saved from punishment. And on hearing this pitiful story and sad cries, Don César, who had a tender and generous heart, hastened to his assistance and freed him from his captor. The captain of the guard angrily commanded this unexpected champion to instantly deliver the boy up to justice, that he might be punished for his offence. But Don César, indignant at being thus addressed by one whom he deemed his inferior, drew his sword and haughtily declared that he meant to protect the helpless youth. A hot quarrel now ensued, and a few minutes later the two were engaged in a duel, despite Don Jose's repeated warnings about the king's edict and the special penalty of Holy Week. Don Cesar, with a few skillful strokes, easily dispatched his adversary. But before he had time to escape to a place of safety, he was surrounded and captured by the city guards, who quickly bore him off to the prison house. Here he was thrown into a cell, together with the poor youth whose cause he had championed so recklessly, and who now refused to leave him. And having thus flagrantly gone against the king's edict, he was immediately condemned to death, and sentenced to be hanged next morning at 7 o'clock. Now Don José de Santarém, instead of being grieved at the terrible misfortune that had befallen the friend of his boyhood, at first cared naught about the matter, and then, suddenly seeing in this very incident a means of helping his own evil schemes, he determined to make a strange offer to the doomed man. If only he could wed the beautiful gitana to Don César de Bazan within the next few hours, all his plans would go well, for as the widow of a grandee of Spain, Maritana would be entitled to a high position at court, and thus be brought into daily contact with the king, who would then be constantly under the spell of her fascinating beauty. Having carefully laid his plans with great cunning, the wily minister repaired to the prison house at 5 o'clock next morning, and armed with all authority as the king's chief minister, he made his way to the count's cell and entered. He found Don Cesar already awake and talking cheerfully to the young Lazarillo in his usual gay and careless manner, quite regardless of his quickly approaching end, and hurrying forward, he greeted him pleasantly, saying he had come to serve him. Don Cesar replied merrily that there was little in which a dying man could be served, but he added that he should be glad if the minister would take the boy Lazarillo into his service, as he felt an interest in his fate. Don José readily agreed to this, and next he cunningly asked if the count were satisfied to die the death of a dog by hanging, the death meted out to outcasts and low-born rogues. The haughty family pride of Don Cesar was stung by this subtle taunt, for it was galling to him beyond measure to thus bring disgrace upon his ancient name, and he eagerly besought his old friend to entreat the king to grant him the privilege of being shot instead of hanged, as befitted a noble of Spain. Then Don José announced that he could quickly obtain him this favor, but only on condition that he married before his execution, and that he asked no questions whatever about his bride, who would be thickly veiled. And Don Cesar, glad to secure a soldier's death even upon such strange terms as these, willingly agreed, and at once retired to a small inner chamber to dress himself in the handsome wedding garments the minister had already ordered to be brought there. He also requested that his guards and executioners might be permitted to join him in his last meal, and Don José, delighted at the success of his scheme, at once gave orders for a fine feast to be served immediately, after which he hurried away to find Maritana. Just as he was leaving the prison, a sealed packet was handed to him, and opening it, he found that it was a free pardon for Don Cesar from the king. Knowing that this unexpected circumstance would spoil all his fine plans, the merciless minister determined that the pardon should not arrive at the prison until after the execution, and thrusting the document within the folds of his tunic, to be forwarded later, he went on his way. Although still so early in the morning, he soon found Maritana already singing gaily amidst the gipsy camp, and drawing her to one side, he whispered that he had come to offer her a splendid position, a fine house, and great riches, on condition that she agreed to be married immediately to a high-born noble of Spain, Don César de Bazan. On hearing that such a brilliant marriage, which more than fulfilled her highest ambitions, was in store for her, Maritana clapped her hands joyfully, for though she had seen the capture of Don Cesar the day before, and had even pleaded for his release, she had not heard his name spoken, and knew naught of his death sentence. But when Don José added that for certain state reasons he could not explain to her, she must go through the ceremony thickly veiled, and not behold her bridegroom until some days afterwards, she grew suspicious, and said she did not like such mystery. Then the cunning minister, to relieve her fears, said that it was the express command of the queen that she should go through this ceremony and obey all his directions, however strange that might seem. And on hearing this, Maritana, who was grateful to the queen for noticing her singing in the streets, now willingly gave her consent, thinking that even such an unusual marriage as this must be right if it is the royal lady's command. So she allowed herself to be dressed in a wedding robe, and so heavily veiled as to be completely blindfolded, and as soon as she was ready, Don José took her to the prison house, together with a priest. It was now about 6 o'clock, and they found Don Cesar already carousing merrily with the very soldiers who were to shoot him an hour later. The doomed man was quite in his usual good spirits, and determined to enjoy the last minutes of his life, but the boy Lazarillo was sad and refused to join in the feast. Such a strong feeling of gratitude and love for his generous, light-hearted protector had sprung up within the youth's heart that he could not bear to think of his quickly approaching death, and he longed to discover some means of saving him. As he gazed helplessly round the prison chamber, his eyes fell upon the file of arquebuses leaning against the wall, with which the fatal volley was presently to be fired. And at the sight of the dreaded weapons, a sudden thought flashed across his quick brain. Creeping quietly along to the arquebuses, he dexterously managed to extract all the bullets, unnoticed by any of the merry feasters, and then, delighted with this clever trick, he waited an opportunity to whisper to the intended victim what he had done. When the minister entered the room with the trembling, veiled Maritana, the revellers received them with gay acclamations, and quickly the bride and bridegroom were led to the prison chapel to be married. Neither could behold the other, because of the thick veil that enveloped Maritana, but Don Cesar inwardly felt that his mysterious bride must be charming and fair to look upon, for several long locks of bright hair managed to escape the folds of her scarf, the hand she placed in his was small and soft, and her voice was full of music. And Maritana also was thrilled at the touch and voice of Don Cesar, and when after the ceremony she was hurried away by the exultant Don José, she longed for the time to come when she would see her husband face to face, for the cunning minister had told her nothing of Don Cesar's doom, but led her to suppose that she would see him very soon. The hour had now arrived for Don Cesar's execution, and he went forth to his mock death with a gay heart, for by this time Lazarillo had told him of his tampering with the arquebuses, and he knew that all would be well with him. But he decided to go through the whole performance just as though the guns were properly charged, knowing that this was the only means by which he might yet escape. So, though inwardly full of mirth, he bade a sorrowful farewell to all around him, and when the volley was fired, fell to the ground at once, feigning death. The executioners did not approach to examine the supposed corpse, but returned to the prison immediately, and when they had gone, the bold Don Cesar calmly got up and walked away. Having thus escaped with his life, he determined to find his mysterious bride and hurry from Madrid before recapture became possible. But as, knowing nothing of the pardon that had been accorded him, he dared not show himself in daylight, he kept in hiding until evening, when he issued forth cautiously in search of Lazarillo, whom he knew now to be in the service of the minister. Now Don José had laid all his plans with great skill, and knowing that a certain dependent of his, the Marquis de Montefiore, upon whom he had bestowed a remunerative appointment, was holding a grand reception that evening, he decided that Maritana should be introduced to this assembly as the Marquis's niece. Accordingly, when evening fell, he repaired with the gipsy girl, splendidly attired, to the festive scene, and taking her into an anteroom off the salon where the guests were being received, he sent for the Marquis, and informed him that Maritana was his, the Marquis's, long-lost niece. "But I have no niece," exclaimed the puzzled Marquis. "Pardon me, but I say that this lady, the Countess de Bazan, is your long-lost niece," replied Don José firmly, "and you must introduce her to your guests as such." On hearing this, the Marquis, a weak, foolish person, completely the tool of Don José, who made use of him for various unscrupulous purposes, pretended to suddenly remember his new-found relation, seeing that the minister desired him to do so, and after welcoming her with exaggerated effusiveness, he led the bewildered Maritana to the salon beyond to be introduced to his wife and the assembly as his long-lost niece. Don José was just about to follow, when a stranger, muffled in the robe of a monk, suddenly entered the anteroom, and to his surprise and dismay, he quickly recognized the handsome features of Don Cesar de Bazan. Alarmed at this unexpected appearance of the man he had hoped and believed was dead, the minister tremblingly asked how he came to be alive. And Don Cesar gaily related the story of Lazarillo's trick and of his own feigned death, adding, "And now I have come to demand my wife, the Countess de Bazan, who, I have been told, is here." For a moment Don José was nonplussed, knowing that if the bold Count took Maritana away now, his own base schemes with regard to the Queen would fall to the ground. But quickly thinking out a plan of escape, he sought the Marchioness de Montefiore, and bringing her into the anteroom, introduced her with much ceremony to Don Cesar as the Countess de Bazan. Now the Marchioness was old, ugly, silly, and frivolous, and when Don Cesar saw that he had been wedded to such an unattractive person, he was filled with disappointment and disgust, and gladly agreed to sign a contract suggested by the quick-witted minister to relinquish his wife and quit Madrid for ever in exchange for a yearly sum of money paid in compensation. Before the paper was signed, however, Maritana's voice was heard singing in the salon beyond, and instantly recognizing the voice as that of his mysterious veiled bride, Don Cesar, knowing now that he had been cheated, flung the pen away, and angrily declared that he should have his true wife at all costs. At this moment a party of guests, with Maritana in their midst, entered from the salon, and knowing that all would be lost should the husband and wife meet face to face, Don José gave orders for the storming Count to be instantly arrested by the guards on duty, who dragged him off in triumph. At the same time, Maritana was seized and borne away also, that she might not behold the clamorous stranger, and seeing that she was now growing suspicious of her surroundings and treatment, Don José had her carried to a villa belonging to the king, close to the royal palace. Here the young gitana pined in lonely state for several days, guarded by the youth Lazarillo, for although gorgeous attire and every luxury she could desire was heaped upon her, she felt that all was not well, and that her position was a false one. "You have made me a countess, and given me wealth and a costly palace, but where is my husband?" she exclaimed anxiously to Don José, when after a lapse of several days he at last visited her. And the minister replied with a triumphant wave of his hand towards the door, "He is here." At the same moment the King of Spain entered the room, for Don José had kept his royal master fully acquainted with his movements regarding Maritana, and had now brought him to this gilded prison to amuse himself with the beautiful captive, whose fascinations had so completely enthralled him. Having thus ensured, as he hoped, the accomplishment of the poor girl's dishonour, Don José went off to seek an interview with the neglected queen, whom he now expected to convince of her husband's infidelity. But before departing, he gave strict orders to Lazarillo to permit no one to enter the villa, and to fire upon any intruder. When the king entered her room, Maritana recognized him at once as the stranger who had admired her in the streets, and the knowledge of his true identity suddenly flashing upon her at the same time, she drew back in surprise and alarm. But Charles advanced eagerly, and taking her hand, began to pour forth passionate protestations of devotion, offering her dazzling prospects of wealth and luxury if only she would accept his love. But Maritana was pure, and seeing now into what danger she had been snared, she utterly disregarded the king's protestations, and endeavoured to restrain his advances. And presently she was greatly relieved at a sudden interruption, a shot that sounded from the entrance to the villa. The king quickly hurried her into the next chamber, and on returning to the salon, found himself face to face with the intruder, who had now made his entry through the window. This was none other than Don Cesar de Bazan, who, having gained his freedom, the chief minister having no power to detain him owing to the king's pardon, had come to demand his wife once more, having learnt that she was shut up within this very villa. But on finding a stranger in the salon, he was greatly surprised and alarmed, especially when Lazarillo, who had followed him into the room and recognized him with delight, in a whisper informed him that this stranger was the King of Spain. However, in spite of the difficulties he foresaw, the bold Count determined to rescue his unknown bride from the false position in which she had been placed, and to save his own name from dishonour, and addressing the king as a stranger, he serenely demanded his name. Charles, having no idea of the true identity of the questioner, and thinking only of shielding himself from scandal, answered in a haughty tone, "I am Don Cesar de Bazan, and pray who are you?" Instantly Don Cesar, whose keen wit and happy resourcefulness never deserted him for a moment, replied promptly, "Oh, Signor, if you are Don Cesar de Bazan, why, then I am Charles, King of Spain." The king was so much amused at the quick-witted boldness of the intruder, whom he soon gathered to be the real Don Cesar, that for a short time he kept up the farce. But on seeing that he was known in spite of the name he had taken, he was just about to order Don Cesar's arrest, when Lazarillo appeared again, saying that a messenger had arrived from the palace, where his Majesty's presence was immediately required. Full of impatience at this second interruption to his love-making, the king hurried from the room, and no sooner had he gone than Maritana entered, drawing back at the sight of another stranger. But Don Cesar, knowing that he was at last face to face with his bride, and full of joy on beholding her wonderful beauty and charm, hurried forward with outstretched arms, and explaining rapidly that he was her own true husband, and declared that they should never more be parted. And when Maritana heard the rich voice of Don Cesar, she instantly recognized it as that of the unseen bridegroom with whom she had knelt at the altar. And since their love was mutual, the husband and wife embraced with great joy. Maritana now begged her husband to seek an interview with the queen, whom she had observed walking in the palace gardens close by, and to induce her to intercede on their behalf. And when he had gone, she knelt at the window to pray for his success. A short time after, the king returned to the salon, having dispatched his business at the palace, and he was immediately followed by Don Cesar, who looked greatly disturbed and began to tell a strange story in excited tones. He declared that he had entered the palace gardens to seek an interview with the queen, when on approaching some thick bushes he had heard the sound of voices from the other side, and on drawing nearer had observed Don José de Santarém in close conversation with the queen. "Your Majesty is being deceived," the chief minister was saying, "for the king meets his new charmer in yonder villa tonight." He next had declared his own passion to the queen, and had begged her to accept him as a lover in order to avenge herself on the faithless king. But the royal lady had indignantly refused to listen to him, scorning the love he offered. Furious at this proof of the baseness and treachery of the trusted minister, Don Cesar had then sprung forward and challenged him to fight, and in a few moments Don José had fallen to rise no more. Now when the young king thus learnt how nobly his honor had been upheld by the very man whose own good name he was seeking to destroy, he felt heartily ashamed of the unworthy part he had just played, and immediately relinquishing all pursuit of Maritana, he appointed Don Cesar to the governorship of the wealthy province of Valencia as a mark of his gratitude and regard. So the base designs of the unscrupulous minister were at last brought to naught, and Don Cesar de Bazan, restored to favor and a high position, retired with honor to Valencia to live in great happiness with his beautiful bride Maritana. End of section 51. Section 52 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Newton. Wallace's Lurline. Beneath the billows of the great Rhine River dwelt the king of the water spirits, Rheinberg the Powerful, for whom the gnomes of the underworld and the sea had gathered together wonderful treasures of gold and jewels, such as were not even dreamed of by mortals. And here, in his palace of crystal and pearl, he held a mighty sway. It was a merry court he held, for his beautiful daughter Lurline, the fairest of all the river nymphs, loved to dance upon the sparkling floors with her attendant nymphs, and to sing to the music of the flowing waves. But at last there came a change, and Lurline was merry no longer. One evening, as the fair nymph rested upon the Lurleberg, a rock that jutted over a whirlpool, playing upon her harp and singing the thrilling song of enchantment with which she lured her mortal victims to destruction at the bidding of her powerful spirit father, a handsome young nobleman named Rudolph sailed by in an airy skiff, and as Lurline gazed upon the exquisite beauty of his youth, a passionate love for him grew up in her heart, and, dropping her harp just as her song had begun to enthrall him, she could no longer bear to lure him to his doom. After this she grew sad and sighed for the Count Rudolph with every breath, and when the Rhine king knew that his daughter loved a mortal, he was filled with dismay and anger. Finding, however, that in spite of his reproaches Lurline could not forget the beautiful youth she had seen, he gave her permission to seek him out in his own home, hoping that she would quickly discover mortal love to be but a frail, unworthy thing, and would then renounce it. And the water maiden gladly availed herself of her father's permission, and went forth to seek her earthly lover. Meanwhile, the young Count Rudolph was passing through a time of difficulty and trouble, for, having spent his wealth on the gay pleasures of youth, he had no longer the necessary means to keep up proper state in his ancient castle home. Thinking to mend his fortunes by making a wealthy marriage, he began to pay his addresses to Lady Giva, the daughter of an old baron, whom he believed to be very rich, but who was, in reality, quite as poor as himself. And his court was acceptable to the haughty Giva, who had long cherished admiration and affection for the handsome youth, believing him also to be rich enough to satisfy all her wants. When, however, at a festive ball given by the Baron in his honor, Rudolph laid his heart at her feet, but declared that he had no great wealth to offer her, the disappointed lady refused him with disdain, and Rudolph returned to his castle in chagrin. His merry companions, however, sought to cheer his drooping spirits with lively songs and revelry, but Rudolph found comfort from another source. There suddenly came into his thoughts the memory of that evening when, as he rowed himself in his skiff upon the Rhine, he had heard the thrilling, enticing voice of a water nymph, and as the words of her sweet song now came back to him, he began to sing them to his companions, who listened to him with delight. But soon their delight was changed into dismay, for as the young Count sang the words of this strange, sweet song, Lurline herself suddenly appeared in the banqueting hall, as though in answer to his call. The lovely water nymph at once approached Rudolph and began to weave a spell of enchantment over him, and having placed a magic ring upon his finger as a talisman against all danger, she disappeared as suddenly as she had come. But her thrilling voice, singing to the accompaniment of a magic harp, could be heard calling from the river, and Rudolph, on recovering from the stupor into which he had been thrown, now became so violently enamored of the beautiful nymph that he sprang from his seat and rushed down to the shore, following the sound of her alluring song with ecstasy. His friends, fearing that he was being enticed to destruction, endeavored to check his impetuous course, and to hold him back from danger. But Rudolph, reckless of what lay before him and intoxicated with the charm of the water maiden's irresistible song, flung all detaining hands from him and plunged eagerly into the river. The waves of the Lurleburg whirlpool flowed over him, but were powerless to harm him, because of the magic ring he wore, and Lurline, full of joy, conveyed him to her own palace of corals, where they spent together a period of delirious happiness. But one day Rudolph heard the voices of his old companions mourning his loss, as they sadly rowed overhead in their skiffs, and longing to greet them once again, he begged the lovely Lurline to permit him to leave her for a few days, promising to return to her. Lurline, though fearful of being parted from the mortal lover she adored, yet could not bear to cause him pain by refusing his request, so she gave her consent, declaring that she would await his return at the end of 3 days on the Lurleburg. Rudolph now desired to take back with him some of the lavish wealth he saw around him, and Lurline, having been given the keys to her father's treasure chambers during his temporary absence, took him therein to take his fill. As it happened, Rheinberg returned at that moment, and was enraged on discovering what the lovers were about, but when Lurline pleaded for pardon, he could not resist her sweet charm, and ended by giving Rudolph vast measures to take back with him to his castle. The young Count then departed, and on his arrival at his home, the news of his altered fortunes quickly spread. The Baron and his daughter Giva were now very anxious to encourage the suitor they had formerly rejected, and to them Rudolph revealed the secret of his newly acquired wealth, showing them the magic ring he had received from Lurline, and singing the praises of the lovely water nymph so rapturously that the Baron's daughter was quickly dyed with a consuming jealousy, and snatching the ring from his finger, furiously flung it into the midst of the river. With the loss of the magic ring, the spell of Lurline departed also, and Rudolph, forgetful of his love for the fair nymph, began to find pleasure in the advances made by the cunning Giva, and to engage in revellings and feastings once more. In the meantime, fair Lurline sat upon the Lurleburg rock, singing her sweet love songs as she patiently awaited the return of the mortal she adored. But when one day a slave gnome of her father's brought to her the magic ring which she had given to Rudolph, and which had been now found in the river, she could not help but believe her lover to be faithless. Filled with woe, and yet enraged that her love should have been slighted by a mortal, she resolved to seek out Rudolph once more, and to reproach him for his faithlessness. Accordingly, she appeared at a splendid festival which was being held on the banks of the Rhine in honor of the young Count's birthday, and, quickly approaching Rudolph, she began to pour bitter reproaches upon him for deserting her loving arms for the sake of his mortal companions, some of whom, she informed him, were even now plotting his assassination, that they might seize his treasures. Her wrath, however, vanished when Rudolph explained how his magic ring had been taken from him by force, and declared that he still loved her with his whole heart, for the magic charm of her sweet presence had once more enveloped the young Count, and he felt that her love alone could satisfy the longings of his heart. Meanwhile, his false companions, as he had been warned by Lurline, were even now hatching a plot to murder him and seize his wealth, and their plans were overheard by the Lady Giva and her father, who quickly informed Rudolph of his danger, and besought him to save his life by instant flight. But the young Count declared that he would rather die by the side of his beloved Lurline than fly as a coward, and boldly drawing his sword, he met his enemies undaunted. Then Lurline, knowing that her lover's life was in utmost danger, took up her harp, and sang a wild song of invocation to the spirits of the Rhine, so that the noble river suddenly rose in a mighty flood, and immersed the would-be murderers. When the waters had once more returned to their accustomed bounds, Rheinberg the River King appeared, and to the great joy of the lovers, he now gave his gracious consent to their union. Thus did Lurline, the lovely daughter of the Rhine, secure her heart's desire, and as she gazed into the eyes of her mortal lover, she knew that she had not lived in vain, since she had gained the greatest of all treasures, the jewel of love. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Walter Schausen, Colonel Chabert, Oberst Chabert. It was summertime in Paris, and late one night during the year 1817, lights still burned in the office of Derville, the famous lawyer, betokening that work was still proceeding in one spot of the gay city, in spite of the fact that thousands of pleasure-seekers paced the streets and filled the theaters, and that no reasonable person could possibly have the desire to be cooped up in a close room until midnight, when the soft warm air of a June evening was to be enjoyed outside. But Derville the lawyer was the fashion, and he had so many clients and so many interesting cases to conduct that his offices were often open until a late hour. Not that Derville himself was to be found there of an evening, for he was a young man who, though clever and shrewd in his profession, yet desired to enjoy the good things of life and sought pleasure whilst he might. But his two clerks toiled on unceasingly, preparing deeds and documents against the return of their master at midnight, when they might retire to rest, and Derville himself would take his turn, remaining up until early dawn to con the papers they had left for him. Old Picard, the elder clerk, would grumble now and again because of the late hours he was compelled to keep. But Godeschal, his companion, never complained, for he was an old soldier and afraid of no hardships. He was glad of the work to occupy his mind after the troubles and vicissitudes he had been through as a sergeant in Napoleon's army. Napoleon was now in exile at St. Helena, but though peaceful days were at present his lot, Godeschal often looked back with regret to the stirring past and sighed for the days when he had fought side by side with Chabert, his beloved colonel. How he loved Chabert, and how grief-stricken he had been when the brave colonel had fallen at the Battle of Eylau. Nor was he alone in his grief, for when news of Colonel Chabert's death was brought to Paris, there was general grief for the loss of so gallant a man, and his fair young wife Racine became the chief object of sympathy in Parisian society, and later on its petted favorite. In a very short time, however, Chabert was forgotten, and Racine became the wife of the fascinating young Comte Ferraud, a peer of France. The pair had a deep love for one another, and when 2 children were born to them as the years went by, their happiness was complete. And now on this hot night in June, 10 years after the Battle of Eylau, their happiness was about to be shattered. For Chabert was not dead as had been believed, and he was even now entering Derville's office, with the object of proving his identity and claiming his wife. He had been struck down at Eylau, fearfully wounded, and after the battle his unconscious body had been taken up for dead and cast into a huge grave or charnel pit with the others slain. But later on recovering consciousness and realizing his awful position, he had managed by almost superhuman efforts to free himself. Then, as he lay on top of the ground, he had been found by a poor peasant woman, who gave him shelter in her hut until his wounds were healed. Better for him would it have been had he never effected so miraculous an escape from burial alive. For when at length, after many weary months, he went forth to tell his tale and seek assistance to return to his wife and home, no one would believe his story, and all laughed to scorn the idea that the gaunt, disfigured, and ragged beggar before them could be the gallant Chabert, whom they knew to have been slain and buried at Eylau. Stunned by the helplessness of his position, Chabert lost his senses for a time, and was locked up in a madhouse for declaring himself to be the dead colonel, and then, finally securing his release by giving up his claim and calling himself instead Hyacinth the Beggar, he began to wander on foot through many towns and country wilds, frequently writing letters to his wife imploring her aid on his behalf, to none of which he received any reply. Many further disasters fell upon him, for he was often imprisoned as a vagabond, since no one would believe his tale or give him help. But at last, after 10 years' weary wanderings, he earned sufficient money to enable him to make his way back to Paris, there to learn the despairing news that his beloved Rosine was now the happy wife of another man. Though full of grief at this additional crushing blow, Chabert yet determined to establish his identity at all costs, and to claim his wife, and for this purpose he sought the assistance of the most famous lawyer in Paris. Nearly a dozen times that day he had called at the offices of Derville, only to find the great man absent or engaged, and when he finally appeared again as midnight was about to strike, old Picard was highly indignant, and wished to deny him admission, since he did not approve of his wild and wretched looks and his beggarly garments. Godeschal, however, was interested in the stranger, and bade him enter, and as the haggard client came forward with his feverish eagerness, the ex-sergeant stared at him curiously, trying to chase some elusive recollection as to where he had seen those scarred and worn features before, since he felt sure the man was no stranger to him, though he could not yet place him in his book of memory. His musings, however, were cut short by the entrance of Derville, who sent both clerks into an adjoining room, and sat down at once to interview his strange client. No sooner did the ragged latecomer declare himself to be the famous Chabert, so long believed to be dead, than the young lawyer became intensely interested, for the beautiful Comtesse Rosine, the supposed widow of Chabert and the wife of Comte Ferraud, was also his client, and one of the most fascinating of his many lady admirers. He therefore invited the unhappy man before him to tell him his whole story, and by the time the heart-rending recital had come to an end, he felt entirely convinced that the stranger was indeed the Chabert who had been mourned as dead. At this moment, Godeschal entered to inform his master that the Comtesse Rosine had unexpectedly arrived and desired an immediate interview, and upon hearing that his beloved one was about to enter the room, Chabert became violently agitated, forgetting for the instant that she was now the wife of another man, and only longing to clasp her in his arms. Derville, however, though now more than ever satisfied as to the truth of the story which had been told to him, thrust Chabert into an adjoining chamber, bidding him to possess himself in patience a little while longer, and then he gave orders for the Comtesse to be admitted, at the same time scolding Godeschal for staring after the mysterious ragged stranger. For the old sergeant had started violently on hearing the raised voice of Chabert, and it had brought back to him a flood of recollections. Half dazed, he admitted the Comtesse Rosine, retiring from the room as she entered, and Derville turned readily to receive his beautiful client, kissing her hand with his usual charming courtesy, and leading her to a seat. That Rosine was agitated, he could easily perceive, and though she began her interview by an attempted flirtation with the handsome young lawyer, Derville skilfully evaded her advances, and led her to relate her troubles to him. He was not greatly surprised to learn that Chabert was the cause of her late visit, and he soon discovered that, though terrified, Rosine desired him to believe that she was merely annoyed by the threats of a blackmailer. She declared that an impostor calling himself Chabert had written to her many letters, in which he claimed to be her first husband who had had a wonderful escape from death and burial, and she added that this person had now come to Paris and begun to haunt her house. Derville's quick brain instantly realized that the Comtesse secretly believed the so-called impostor to be indeed her first husband, since she had doubtless recognized his handwriting on the letters, but that she was determined to refuse to acknowledge his identity. And the truth of his surmise was instantly forthcoming, for Chabert, unable to restrain himself longer, now burst into the room, and seizing Rosine's trembling hands in his, greeted her as his wife in passionate tones of love. Rosine turned deadly pale, and, thus taken unawares, unconsciously proved to the watchful Derville the identity of Chabert by her instant shrinking away from his embrace, and by the hoarse murmur of his name under her breath. But the next moment, full of despair at the thought of losing her beloved Ferraud, she passionately denounced him as an impostor, and utterly repudiated the idea that she had ever beheld him before. Chabert, crushed again by her unexpected denial of him, feverishly recounted to her all that he had done for her in the past, how he had found her, an orphaned, destitute young girl, on the banks of the Seine, about to drown herself, how he had saved her, and, loving her from the first, had married her, and how until the time of his departure to the wars, he had loaded her with every kindness and sought nothing but her happiness. To all this, Racine still stubbornly refused to admit any confirmation whatever, but in spite of her repudiation, undeniable proof of the stranger's identity was again accorded by the sudden entry of old Godeschal, who, full of emotion, flung himself at the feet of Chabert, and tearfully addressed him as his beloved colonel, whom he now completely recognized in spite of his scars and haggard looks. Finding herself thus defeated, Racine uttered a distracted cry and rushed out of the office, determined to cling to her beloved Furrow while she might. And when Chabert, now furious at her cruel denial of him, would have followed with intent to kill her, Derville held him back, and proceeded to calm his rage and to lay before him plans for his next action. Meanwhile, Racine reached her home, and passed a restless, anxious night, trying to seek a loophole from her terrible position. She dared not yet make any statement to Furrow, without whose love she felt she could not exist, and next day, as she sat alone in one of the large palatial rooms of her beautiful home, she determined to make an appeal to Chabert himself, to forego his claim. For she saw that he loved her still, and selfishly thought he might be willing to put her happiness before his own. Elated by this idea, she was about to order her carriage to seek Chabert when Derville entered the room unannounced. Racine, though last evening willing enough to win to her side the handsome young lawyer by exercising her arts of fascination, now resented his intrusion, for she knew that he had never for an instant believed in her denial of Chabert's identity, that he even suspected her of further deceit, and she feared him accordingly. Her fears were well founded, for Derville declared that he had come to acquaint the Comte Ferraud with the fact of her first husband's existence. Once again, Racine indignantly denied that his ragged client of last night was Chabert, but next moment she was completely nonplussed by Derville calmly accusing her of having received all the imploring letters which Chabert had sent to her during his wretched wanderings, and of even having been in possession of the first communication before her marriage with Ferraud took place. Closely the lawyer watched the effect of his accusing words upon the white face of Racine. Then, seeking a proof from herself of the truth of his assertion, he added mercilessly, "I have proof of all of this." Racine fell into his trap at once, for knowing that he spoke the truth, she quickly determined to purchase his silence by the offer of gold, and drawing from her writing table a bag containing 1,000 louis d'or, she entreated him to take it and leave her in peace. But Derville was not to be bought, and he sternly bade the agitated woman to put back her gold, declaring that though he had held no proof before of his suspicions, she had herself now revealed to him the truth of his accusation by her foolish attempt to buy his silence. The self-accused Racine bowed her head in humiliation, but upon Ferraud's entry into the room at that moment, she still endeavored to avert the blow she knew must fall. Ferraud, young, handsome, and full of gaiety, had brought in flowers from the garden for his beloved wife, whom he greeted tenderly, at the same time extending a hearty greeting to Derville. But soon realizing that something was wrong, he demanded an explanation. In reply, Derville, ignoring Racine's imploring glances, asked for an interview, and as the two men retired into Ferraud's study and closed the door, the distracted wife listened outside, with her ear to the keyhole for the words that should seal her doom. She heard Derville relating the story of her first husband's return, and when the pair came out of the room, and the lawyer had departed to fetch Chabert, she hastened, sobbing, to Ferraud, who clasped her in his arms in a passionate embrace. To her joy, she found that Ferraud refused to believe the story had been told, and the pair remained for a few happy minutes in their lover's paradise, until interrupted by the return of Derville with Chabert and the faithful ex-sergeant Godeschal, who refused to leave his newly found and well-beloved colonel, fearing lest some conspiracy might be made against his life. Ferraud met the newcomers with dignity, and haughtily challenged Chabert to substantiate his claim to be the famous colonel, of whose death and burial definite reports had been received and believed, and upon Racine again doggedly repudiating the fact that the changed man before them was indeed her first husband, old Godeschal sprang forward and furiously denounced the unhappy woman as a traitress, accusing her of having been in possession of Chabert's first letter announcing his escape before she was married to the Comte Ferraud. Derville, out of pity for the harassed wife, had withheld the latter information from Ferraud, who was thunderstruck on hearing the terrible words of Godeschal, and seizing Racine's hands in an agitated grip, he commanded her to answer on oath that the accusation was false. In vain Racine, half fainting, endeavored to utter the words of denial that Figaro longed to hear. But, conscience-stricken, she could not swear on oath that which she knew to be untrue, and with bowed head she now admitted that the returned stranger was indeed her first husband, Chabert, and that she had known him to be alive on the very day on which she had been married to Figaro. She entreated the latter to forgive her, since her deep love for him had been the reason for her guilty silence. But Figaro, crushed by the blow which must lay his family honor and pride in the dust, and furious at the deception which had been practiced upon him, flung the weeping Racine into the arms of Chabert, announcing to the latter that he thus restored to him all that he had unwittingly robbed him of. The wretched Racine entreated him not to cast her off, again declaring her love for him, but Figaro, though moved by her grief, rushed out into the open air, and Chabert and the despairing wife were left alone. Racine, half dazed, remained silent for a long time, and then, on awakening to the full realization of her awful position, she pleaded passionately to Chabert to resign his claim to her and to declare himself an impostor. Presently, seeing her 2 children by Figaro approaching, she called them in, fondling them with loving embraces, and tearfully bewailing the dishonor that must fall upon their innocent heads should her own unhappy story become known. She entreated once more to be recognized as their father's wife. Chabert was deeply moved at the sight of the pretty children, and Racine, perceiving this, now used her last shaft, and declared boldly that she had never loved him, but that her regard for him in the past had been merely gratitude for his kindness to her, and that the real love of her life had been given to Figaro, the father of her children. Entirely crushed by thus realizing that his deep faithful love had never been returned, Chabert staggered from the room for a few moments to recover his senses, and Racine seized the opportunity to take out from a secret drawer in her writing desk a phial containing a deadly poison, determined to swallow it and die rather than be compelled to leave her beloved Figaro. Ere the poison reached her lips, however, Chabert returned, and seeing what she was about to do, snatched the phial from her trembling hand and thrust it into his breast pocket. Racine, balked in her purpose, repeated again the cruel statement that she had never loved any man but Figaro, and then, taking her children by the hand, she hurried with them from the room. Chabert, left alone, became a prey to the gloomiest thoughts, and completely broken as he realized the fact that Racine had never loved him, but that he must himself yet love her to the end of his days. He determined to go back to the oblivion of death, and thus interfere with her happiness no more. Deliberately he sat at the desk and wrote a note, in which he declared himself to be an impostor who had posed as Chabert for blackmailing purposes, but who was in reality merely Hyacinth the beggar. And then, feeling for his pistol, he stepped out into the garden, cautiously hiding himself behind the bushes and keeping from the sight of the watchful Godeschal. Meanwhile, Racine had met with Figaro once more, and had implored him again not to cast her off, but to keep her story from public knowledge for the sake of their children. But Figaro, though deeply suffering himself, gently but firmly declared that his honor could only be satisfied by restoring to Chabert his rightful position. Just then, a pistol shot rang out from the garden, and, fearing the worst, Derville and Godeschal, followed by Figaro, hastened outside to look for Chabert, whose body they found amongst the bushes, slain by his own hand. Reverently they bore the corpse into the house, and Racine, horror-struck at the tragedy, was overcome with grief and remorse as she now realized that Chabert had died for love of her. And despairing because her own deceptions had alienated Figaro's affections, she flung herself upon the prostrate body, and feeling for the phial of poison he had taken from her, swallowed the contents before Figaro could stay her hand. Overcome with horror and grief, the Comte rushed forward to catch her swaying body as it fell, and Racine, with Chabert's name on her lips, uttered a deep sigh and expired in his arms. End of section 53.
Section 54 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilkie Mills. Wolf Ferrari, The Jewels of the Madonna. It was the day of the Festival of the Madonna, and all the pleasure-loving folk of Naples had turned out to enjoy the holiday in honor of the event, quite early in the day, taking up their stands in the best vantage grounds in order to get a good view of the great church procession and to join in the wild carnival fun. In one of the public squares facing the sea, a more than usually merry crowd had collected, to the great delight and amusement of old Biaso, the scribe, and to the annoyance of young Gennaro, the blacksmith. Old Biaso had brought his pens and papers to a table outside his mean little hut, and here he plied a busy trade, since many of the pretty girls in the crowd gladly gave him commissions to write love letters for them to their various sweethearts. Young Gennaro, however, found the boisterous crowd far from his liking, since he had no intention of joining in the carnival pranks, and only desired to pursue his usual daily work in peace and quietness, having many disturbing thoughts to occupy his mind on this particular day. For Gennaro was in love, and the object of his adoration was a wild, wilful maiden, whose beauty and charm enthralled him to distraction, but who could not be persuaded to look upon him in any other light than that of a brother, and as a brother, moreover, whose prudence and restraining authority she scorned. The lovely Maliella longed for excitement and light pleasures, and her high spirit resented the wise restraints imposed upon her by Gennaro and his worthy mother, Carmela, with whom she had lived since earliest childhood. Only too well did Gennaro know this, and he was just now torn between his brotherly sense of duty in keeping the madcap girl from the temptations of frivolity, and his lover's longing to grant her every desire. The former had prevailed today, so far his mother and he having determined to keep Maliella within doors, so that she might not be exposed to the careless license of the festival crowds. But as Gennaro plied his work outside the house, he knew that Carmela had her hands full in keeping the disappointed and angry girl occupied with the domestic tasks she abhorred. He was, therefore, more than usually irritated by the amusing cries of the street vendors, and by the pandemonium that reigned supreme amongst the giddy holiday folk, who, however, cared nothing for the harassed looks of the pale youth, who seemed so determined to work whilst they played. In the distance, the church bells were ringing merrily, and the sound of singing proclaimed the fact that the great procession of the Madonna was already formed and parading the streets, and presently some gaily decorated boats drew up to the quay and disembarked a number of pretty little boys decorated in festival clothes as children of St. John, who were followed by little flower girls garbed in white, all marching through the square to the accompaniment of musical instruments. The appearance of the children gave greater animation than ever to the scene, and most of the merrymakers followed in their wake to join the approaching procession. The square was thus left somewhat quieter for a short time, and Gennaro, at last overcome by his conflicting feelings, had just seized this opportunity of a peaceful moment to sink upon his knees beside the anvil and offer up a short prayer to the Virgin for guidance in his dilemma, when the beautiful Maliella herself impetuously burst forth from the house beyond, closely followed by the distracted Carmela, who held in her hand a comb with which she had been endeavoring to straighten the girl's untidy locks. But Maliella was in a rebellious mood and refused to allow her guardian to make her neat and presentable, if her fair locks were to be kept hidden from the appreciative eyes of the outside world. She had roughly broken away from Carmela's restraining hands, and now appeared in the square with disordered dress and her jet-black hair streaming over her shoulders, calling out passionately, "No, no, you shall not make me look fair for the benefit of my mirror only. I am beautiful, and I long for love and pleasure. This is the festival day, and I mean to enjoy myself with all these merry folk. I will be held in no longer." Shocked and pained, Gennaro ran to expostulate with the wilful girl, only to receive fiery words of scorn in reply. And in spite of his and Carmela's entreaties, Maliella flitted here and there about the square, sticking on her head a paper cap dropped by one of the holiday-makers, and, spurred on in her rebellion by the encouraging cheers of old Biaso, and the lively youths who had now returned to behold the approach of the procession, she struck a coquettish attitude and called out audaciously, "Here I am, young and pretty, and longing for kisses. Who will oblige me?" Instantly there was a rush to seize the seductive and mischievous young beauty, all the youths being eager to accept her invitation. But Maliella merrily eluded them all and ran out of the square, only to be closely followed by her new admirers. A band of Camorrists now appeared on the scene, headed by a handsome youth, Raffaele, their dashing leader, and quickly taking in the enticing situation, they joined in the pursuit of the fair truant. Gennaro sought comfort from his shocked and dismayed mother, from whom he learnt that Maliella had been adopted when a foundling baby by Carmela, as a mark of her gratitude to the Virgin for having preserved the life of her beloved son when laid low by some childish complaint. And bidding him think no more about the unruly girl, Carmela advised him instead to seek guidance by praying before the approaching statue of the Madonna. No sooner had Gennaro departed to join in the procession than Maliella appeared in the square once more, closely pursued by the handsome Camorrist leader, Raffaele, whose ardent nature had been instantly magnetized by her unusual beauty, and who was already in love with the pleasure-seeking girl, whose tantalizing elusiveness fanned his sudden passion at every turn. Hoping to please their leader, the Camorrist followers began to dance in a circle around the pair, calling merrily upon the girl to redeem the invitation she had given. But Maliella, now somewhat alarmed by the situation in which her saucy audacity had placed her, still tried to escape from the inevitable embrace of the enamoured Raffaele, even though at the same time elated and pleased by the hot words of love and admiration which he poured upon her, when at last, by a skilful manoeuvre, he seized her in his arms. Then, ere the victorious youth had time to snatch the kiss he hungered for, Maliella pulled out a long dagger-like pin from her hair, and dared him to the deed at his peril. Not to be put off by such a threat, Raffaele boldly seized her round the waist, only to receive a sharp stab in the hand from Maliella's stiletto pin. The girl's daring, however, but inflamed his passion the more, and after kissing the bleeding wound in his hand, he seized the opportunity of Maliella's hands being engaged in replacing the pin in her hair, to thrust a red rose into the loosened bodice of her gown. Determined not to admit herself won, even though secretly responsive to the advances of the handsome youth, Maliella plucked out the flower and flung it to the ground. But the procession at that moment appearing in the square, she allowed Raffaele to help her onto a chair, that she might get a better view of the dazzling spectacle. Raffaele never ceased his pleading for her to heed his words of love and to return his passion, and incensed by her haughty scorn and seeming indifference, he cried out passionately as the statue of the Madonna was borne by, quote, "What, then, can one do to please you? Must one thieve and do evil to win a kindly glance, since protestations of love and goodwill are naught to you? I will do any deed to satisfy you, if you will but name it, even to the committing of sacrilege. Would you wear the dazzling jewels of the Madonna? I will snatch them from the passing statue now, if it will cause you to smile on me." Close quote. But Maliella was now terrified at this outburst, and uttered a cry of horror at this last daring suggestion made by Raffaele, who, however, only laughed aloud at her alarm, and at this moment the girl was again accosted by Gennaro, who once more begged her to return to the house, and upbraided her for holding converse with the Camorrist leader, declaring him to be the most notorious law-breaker in Naples, and not a fit companion for a young girl. Still resenting his interference, Maliella pertly bade Gennaro mind his own business, and yielding herself more and more to the fascination of Raffaele, she now permitted the Camorrist leader to see that his attentions were pleasing to her. Her unmistakable coquetries and roguish glances stung the already jealous Gennaro to madness, and he would have fought with Raffaele then and there, had not the return of the procession with the Madonna statue in its midst compelled him, with the entire crowd of merrymakers, to sink upon his knees in prayer. As the procession passed on its way to the accompaniment of the carnival rejoicings, Raffaele flung his red rose a second time at the feet of Maliella, who now picked it up, kissed it, and flashing a tender glance at the eagerly expectant Camorrist, fled into the house with a joyous laugh, followed quickly by the unhappy Gennaro. Later on, as the three members of the household sat after supper in the back garden, Carmela, anxious for the peace of her home, endeavored to persuade Maliella to retire to rest early in the evening, even though the festive sounds of the carnival were still to be heard without. But neither Maliella nor Gennaro heeded her words, both keeping a sullen silence until Carmela, with a deep sigh, bade them good night and retired to her own chamber. No sooner had the elder woman departed than the two young people renewed their dispute, and Maliella, again crying out against the restraints of her life, declared she would endure such an existence no longer, but would run away that night and seek a home elsewhere. The young blacksmith, half stupefied by this unexpected announcement, begged her to give him a farewell kiss, and when Maliella reluctantly offered him her cheek, he clasped her in his arms and passionately poured forth the tale of his own love and devotion for her. Maliella, utterly unable to regard Gennaro in any other light than that of a brotherly protector, repulsed him with laughing scorn and unbelief. But, failing to prevent his further protestations and entreaties for reciprocation, she boldly declared her love for Raffaele, and when Gennaro, with jealousy raging at his heart, turned aside with disdain at the mention of the outlaw Camorrist's name, she passionately announced her preference for one whose love for her was so deep that he was even willing to risk his immortal soul by offering to steal the jewels of the Madonna for her adornment. Staggered at such a suggestion of sacrilege, Gennaro renewed his efforts to prevent the departure of Maliella, who now tried to escape from the garden, and after a fierce struggle, the girl was compelled to retreat, and ran up a little outside staircase to her room with a jaunty step and a carelessly defiant laugh. Darkness had now fallen, and, left to his own devices, Gennaro gave himself up to the gloom and misery engendered by his unrequited love. Then, suddenly, one tempting thought began to seize hold of his imagination until his whole being became obsessed with the taunting suggestion. Had not she expressed her admiration for one who would even commit sacrilege for her sake? The Camorrist, in spite of his boast, had not yet proved his audacity by committing the deed. Then, why should not Gennaro himself steal the jewels of the Madonna this very night, and by laying them at the feet of his adored one, win her love and admiration away from his rival? In his present feverish state of mind, Gennaro was utterly unable to resist the temptation of this overwhelming thought, and crushing down his horror at the sacrilege he would thus commit, and thinking only of the joy of winning approbation from his beloved Maliella, the passion-racked youth staggered to his tool-chest, seized some files and other necessary implements, and made his way out from the garden by the seldom-used postern door, which, however, he carefully locked behind him. Almost immediately after Gennaro's departure, a band of the Camorrists appeared on the outside of the large, securely fastened garden gate, headed by the dashing Raffaele, who had brought his companions thither to assist him in serenading his newly found lady-love. And on hearing sounds of seductive music, Maliella presently appeared on the little staircase that led down from her chamber window. She was now clad in loose white garments, over which she had flung a scarlet shawl, and seeing who the serenaders were, she hastily ran down the stairs and made her way to the gate. Raffaele greeted Maliella with rapturous delight, and his renewed protestations of love and his eager invitation for her to leave her present dull abode and join him in the haunts of the Camorrists were so enticing that she could no longer restrain the responsive chords in her own heart, and was overwhelmed with joy when her lover embraced her through the bars of the gate. The thought that Gennaro might be lurking near, however, filled her with alarm, and entreating Raffaele to depart at once, and promising to visit him in the Camorrist abode on the morrow, she tore herself from his embrace. As Raffaele withdrew with his companions, she stood for a moment as though in a reverie, still feeling the joyous thrill engendered by her lover's presence. Then, hearing the sound of approaching steps, she turned hastily and cried out in alarm at the sight of Gennaro, who now stumbled into the garden through the little postern door, his face white and haggard, and his whole appearance strangely wild. On beholding Maliella, Gennaro's sunken eyes lighted up with passionate adoration, and approaching her with trembling, uncertain steps, and sinking upon his knees, he flung a bundle at her feet, murmuring brokenly, for you I did it." But Maliella sprang back, horror-struck, for the silvery moonlight showed her that the bundle contained the glittering jewels of the Madonna. Full of awe, she gazed upon the sparkling gems until she became fascinated by their rich colour and beauty. And whilst Gennaro poured forth the story of how he had broken into the church and secured the treasures, explaining that he believed the Madonna had already forgiven his sacrilege in consideration of his overwhelming love, the half-dazed girl mechanically began to array herself in the ornaments, placing the diadem on her head, and hanging the chains and bracelets upon her white neck and arms. The form of the kneeling Gennaro seemed to fade away from her sight altogether, and the glittering jewels conjured up before her mental vision the picture of her beloved Raffaele only. And as in a trance, she began to murmur words of love, bidding her sweetheart admire her dazzling appearance, as though he were indeed at her side. Gennaro, in his own overwrought state of mind, now believed that the tender smiles and gentle love phrases of the entranced girl were addressed to himself, and full of joy that, as he imagined, his passion was at last returned, he clasped the jewel-decked form in his arms in a loving embrace. Maliella, still under the strange spell of the mental vision of Raffaele, which her vivid imagination and passionate desire had conjured up, yielded herself unresistingly to the mystical atmosphere of love which enveloped her senses, and as Gennaro, quite unsuspicious of her mistake, and almost mad with the unexpected joy of possession, held her in a close embrace, the half-dreaming girl, lost to her surroundings, uttered a deep sigh of unconscious content and swooned in his arms. Meanwhile, Raffaele and his companions had returned to the meeting place of the Camorrists, and here, in a lonely house on the outskirts of the city, a merry throng of outlaws had gathered to pass the remainder of the festival night in an orgy of feasting, dancing, and love-making. On the entrance of the serenaders, a bevy of bold, pretty maidens surrounded the handsome Raffaele and endeavored to win kisses and favors from him by their rival attentions, but, to their surprise and disappointment, the Camorrist leader was in no mood for their importunities, and instead of bestowing the eagerly expected kisses, he chose instead to sing them a happy love song, in which he set before them the charms of his beautiful Maliella. The Camorrist girls, piqued at his performance for a chance stranger, teased him unmercifully because he had not yet succeeded in carrying off his fair lady-love. But Raffaele, caring little for their spiteful taunts, bade them proceed with their revels, and noise and laughter soon reigned supreme. Just as the hilarity was at its height, there came a sudden interruption, for, hearing a cry for help from without, Raffaele bade one of the revellers open the door. His command was instantly obeyed, and to the astonishment of all, in rushed Maliella, still in her night attire and adorned with the jewels of the Madonna. On awakening from her swoon, and finding herself in the arms of Gennaro, she had been filled with dismay on realizing that she had, unwittingly, yielded herself to the passion of one suitor when her love was given to another, and, overcome with shame at this discovery, and still horrified at the recollection of the sacrilege which had been committed for her sake, she had struggled free from the detaining embrace of the young blacksmith, and, escaping from the garden, had hastened with all speed to seek protection and comfort from Raffaele. So exhausted was the girl by her strong emotion and hasty flight, that on finding herself at last in the presence of her real lover, she had only strength left to announce that she had fled from Gennaro, who was even now following her, when she fell fainting to the floor. And as Raffaele bent over her in concern, he commanded a party of his companions to seek for Gennaro and bring him in, alive or dead. Stung by the curious glances cast upon him by the saucy Camorrist maidens, Raffaele quickly succeeded in rousing Maliella, and upon his stern demand for an explanation of her present distraught condition, the unhappy girl was compelled to confess how she had, unconsciously, yielded herself to the passion of Gennaro, whilst under the spell of her thoughts of Raffaele. On hearing this strange story, derisive laughter arose on every side from the girls whose kisses the Camorrist leader had refused a short time before, and stung to madness by their sneers and ridicule, and believing that he had been fooled purposely by Maliella, Raffaele spurned the wretched girl, thrusting her from him with such force that she fell to the ground, thus revealing more conspicuously the dazzling jewels she wore. At sight of the Madonna jewels, and realizing that an act of sacrilege had been committed, An awed silence fell upon the revellers, but on hearing the distant voice of the now approaching Gennaro as his pursuers chased him, Maliella declared that the jewels had been stolen by him for her sake from the sacred statue. Full of horror at such a deed, the women and most of the men fled from the house, and as Gennaro staggered in, closely pursued, Raffaele sprang forward to slay him, but suddenly recoiled again superstitiously from one whom he now believed to be accursed. Maliella, distracted by the sin which had been committed for her sake, and full of despair because Raffaele now disdained her love, poured forth passionate words of reproach upon the wretched Gennaro, and snatching from her neck and arms the flashing jewels of the Madonna, she flung them to the ground at his feet and rushed from the house, demented, crying wildly, "To the sea! To the sea!" Raffaele and all the revellers had by this time left the house, shudderingly as though it had been visited by the plague, for wild and lawless though they were, their superstitious beliefs still had power to fill them with terror because of the sacrilegious deed that had been committed. And Gennaro was thus left alone for the time being, though some of the bolder spirits among the Camorrists intended to return later to deal him his death blow. But Gennaro cared not whether he died by the hands of the Camorrists or not, for his whole being was now enveloped in horror for the deed of which he was guilty. Full of repentance and only longing for pardon, he crawled upon his knees towards a fresco figure of the Virgin which appeared upon one of the walls of the room, and prostrating himself before it, prayed earnestly for forgiveness. A streak of rosy light from the rising sun at that moment pierced the gloomy twilight, and taking this as a miraculous sign sent to him in answer to his prayers, as a token of the Madonna's forgiveness, Gennaro uttered a cry of thanksgiving. Then, still not deeming himself worthy to live after his deed of sacrilege, and overwhelmed by the despairing hopelessness of his unhappy love-passion, he seized a knife from a table close at hand, and plunged it into his heart. At this moment, some of the Camorrists, accompanied by an angry mob of the townsfolk who had just discovered the crime that had been committed, burst into the house to wreak their vengeance upon the committer of sacrilege. But one and all stopped suddenly upon the threshold, and dropped their weapons in silence, as they gazed upon the limp form of the unhappy Gennaro, lying dead beside the scattered jewels of the Madonna. End of section 54.
Section 55 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Short biographies of the composers. Aubert. Daniel François Esprit Aubert was born at Caen, Normandy, 29th January 1782, died at Paris, 13th May 1871. He was the son of a Paris print seller, and was sent in early youth to acquire knowledge of business in London, and whilst in England he devoted himself assiduously to the study of music. On returning to Paris, he began to compose operas, and with La Bergère Châtelaine, 1820, began a long and brilliant series of triumphs. His best-known operas are Fra Diavolo, 1830, Les Diamants de la Couronne, 1841, Haydée, 1847, Manon Lescaut, 1869, Le Cheval de Bronze, 1835, etc. Balfe. Michael William Balfe was born at Dublin, 15th May 1808. Died at Rowney Abbey, 20th October 1870. He displayed remarkable musical talent as a boy, and when only 16 conducted the orchestra at Drury Lane Theatre. Later he studied music in Italy, and in 1845 he was made conductor of the Italian opera Covent Garden. He wrote a great many operas, the best known of which are The Bohemian Girl, 1843, The Rose of Castile, 1857, Satanella, 1858, The Maid of Honour, 1847, Joan of Arc, 1837, etc. Beethoven. Ludwig van Beethoven, one of the greatest of musicians, was born at Bonn, 16th December 1770. Died 26th March 1827. He was the son of a tenor singer in the service of the Elector of Cologne. His wonderful talent for music was early displayed and cultivated, and even in his 8th year he delighted all who heard him by his truly astonishing execution on the violin. He began to compose sonatas in his 13th year, and these promising signs of genius caused the Elector of Cologne to send him, in the character of his court organist, to Vienna, to study composition under the instruction of Haydn, Schenk, and Albrechtsberger. Here, except for some few years spent in the new court of the King of Westphalia, Beethoven passed the remainder of his life, latterly retiring to the village of Modlingen near Vienna. Most of his principal works were composed after 1801. He did not hold musical offices, but devoted himself entirely to composition, and though at first he appeared as a pianoforte player, he afterwards withdrew entirely from the world, and lived in a solitude enhanced latterly by almost total deafness. Beethoven was essentially a composer of instrumental music, which received from his work an entirely new and original character, and he developed the symphonic art to a surprising boldness and breadth of form and outline, filling this in with a truly marvellous wealth of grand melody, the landmark of a completely new phase in the history of music. Beethoven only wrote one opera, Fidelio, first entitled Leonore, and one sacred cantata, The Mount of Olives. But original and beautiful as these are, they still show us that this great musician was at his greatest in his instrumental works, upon which his chief fame rests. Besides his noble symphonies and overtures, his quintets, quartets, and trios for stringed instruments, his numerous sonatas, variations, and other pieces for the pianoforte, all show the great richness, power, and originality of his imagination. Beethoven died in the village of Modlingen on 26 March 1827. Bellini. Vincenzo Bellini was born in Catania in Sicily, 3rd November 1802. Died at Puteaux near Paris, 24th September 1835. He studied at the Conservatorium in Naples, and in 1833 went to Paris. He produced a number of operas, his style being chiefly founded on that of the then fashionable Rossini, but with the defects of that composer's florid work somewhat exaggerated. Rossini was, however, a good friend to the young Bellini, and gave him very valuable assistance and encouragement. Bellini's best known and most attractive operas are La Sonnambula, La Scala, 1831, Norma, 26 December 1831, and I Puritani, 1835, all of which are full of melodious airs and have attained great popularity. Benedict. Sir Julius Benedict was born at Stuttgart, 27th November 1804. Died 5th June 1885. In his early years he studied with J.C.L. Abbé, who was also under Hummel at Weimar, where he was presented to Weber, who then took him entirely under his charge, treating him more as a son than as a pupil. At the age of 19 years he was appointed conductor of the Kantnertor Theatre in Vienna. From there he went to Italy and was appointed chef d'orchestre at the San Carlos at Naples. Here he produced his first opera, Giacinta ed Ernesto, 1829. In 1835 he went to England, which country he made his home for the remainder of his life. Here his finest operas were written and produced, The Brides of Venice being produced in 1843, and The Crusaders, 1846. And in 1836 he was made musical director at the Opera Buffa at the Lyceum Theatre. In 1850 he accompanied Jenny Lind to the United States as director of her concerts. On his return in 1852 he was appointed conductor of the Harmonic Union. In 1862 he produced his popular opera The Lily of Killarney, a musical version of Don Buccico's play The Colleen Bawn. In 1871 he was knighted, and he died in England on 5th June 1885. Besides his operas, Benedict also wrote some very charming cantatas, chief of which are Undine, 1860, and Richard Coeur de Lion, 1863. Also Graziella, 1882, afterwards performed as an opera. He also wrote the oratorios St. Cecilia, 1866, and St. Peter, 1870, and a number of other smaller musical pieces. Bizet. Alexander César Léopold Bizet, known as Georges, was born at Paris on 25th October 1838. Died 3rd June 1875. The son of a singing master, he entered the Conservatoire at the age of 9 years, and at the early age of 19 gained the Grand Prix de Rome and went to Italy to study. On returning to France, Bizet began to write operas, the first of which, Pêcheur de Perles, was produced at the Théâtre Lyrique in 1863. It was but coldly received, as were also La Jolie Fille de Perthes, 1867, Jamila, 1872, and L'Arlésienne, in spite of their unusual merits. In 1875, Carmen was produced at the Opera Comique. This masterpiece quickly gained for Bizet worldwide fame and placed him in the first rank of French composers. The Parisians, however, received the opera coldly, and it was not until 8 years later, when it had been appraised everywhere else, that they at last recognized its extraordinary charm and genius. Carmen was the last work of Bizet. For 3 months after its first production, just as success was within his grasp, the gifted composer was seized with sudden illness and died. Donizetti. Gaetano Donizetti was born at Bergamo, Italy, 25th September 1798. Died there 8th April 1848. His musical education was conducted at Bologna and Naples, and at first, at his father's wish, he devoted himself to church music, for which, however, he had no taste, and to evade which he entered the army. Whilst thus away from home, he wrote his first two operas, Enrico di Borgogna and Il Falegname di Livonia, the latter of which was so successful that he left the army and devoted himself entirely to opera writing. He wrote with great rapidity and ease, and produced no less than 60 operas. His style was founded on that of Rossini, and his flowing melodies have attained great popularity. After 1844, Donizetti's talent seemed to have utterly exhausted itself, and he began to suffer from melancholia, which finally developed into insanity. Donizetti's chief operas were The Daughter of the Regiment, 1840, La Favorita, 1840, Don Pasquale, 1843, Lucia di Lammermoor, 1835, L'Élésir d'Amour, 1832, Lucrezia Borgia, 1834, Linda di Ciamuni, 1842, etc. Flotow. Friedrich von Flotow was born at Teutondorf, Mecklenburg-Schwerin, 26th April 1812, died at Darmstadt, 23rd January 1883. He received his musical education at Paris, where he early began to write operas. His first real success was scored with Stradella, produced at Hamburg in 1844. Martha was produced in 1847 and quickly won the composer worldwide fame. It was produced in England at the Royal Italian Opera in 1858 and instantly obtained popularity with the English public. Flotow wrote several other operas, none of which are well known in England. Gounod. Charles-François Gounod was born at Paris 17th June 1818, died there 18th October 1893. He entered the Conservatoire in 1836 and took the Grand Prix de Rome in 1839. In Rome he was appointed Honorary Maestre di Capella for life. After several years of study, he produced his Messe Solennelle in G, some portions of which were brought out in London in 1851. He held in Paris from 1852 to 60 the post of conductor of the Orpheon. He wrote operas from 1851. Faust was produced at the Théâtre Lyrique in 1859, and placed him at once in the first rank of his profession. Amongst his other best-known operas are Romeo et Juliet, 1867, Sappho, 1851, Philemon et Baucis, 1860, 5 Mars, 1877, etc. In 1882, he produced an oratorio, The Redemption, at the Birmingham Musical Festival, and he also wrote much church music. Halévy. Jacques-François Fromental Halévy was born in Paris 27th May 1799, died at Nice 1862. Showing great musical ability in his early years, he entered the Conservatoire when only 10 years old, and studied under Cavot, Berton, and Lambert, and for 5 years received lessons in counterpoint from Cherubini. He also studied for 2 years at Rome, and later became a popular teacher, numbering among his most celebrated pupils Gounod and Bizet. He met with no important success until the year 1835, when he produced two operas, La Juive, presented 23rd February, and L'Éclair, presented 16th December. La Juive was an immediate success and won for its composer a first place amongst French musicians. 15 years later, this opera was produced at Covent Garden, where it also met with great appreciation and success. La Juive is the only one of Halévy's operas that still enjoys European fame, though he wrote many others, the most worthy of mention being La Reine de Chypre, 1841, Les Mousquetaires, 1846, Guido et Ginevra, and Le Val d'Andorre. Humperdinck. Engelbert Humperdinck was born 1st September 1854 at Siegburg in the Rhine provinces. His musical education was received first at the Gymnasium of Paderborn and afterwards at the Cologne Conservatoire, where he was entered in 1872. In 1876 he won the Mozart Stipendium and proceeded to Munich. In 1879 he won the Mendelssohn Stiftung of Berlin, after which he visited Italy, where he made the acquaintance of Wagner at Naples and became so friendly with the great composer that he afterwards helped him with the production of Parsifal at Bayreuth. In 1881 he won the Meyerbeer Prize of Berlin, and after having produced a number of compositions for the orchestra, he produced his masterpiece opera Hansel und Gretel, the libretto of which was written by his sister Adelheid Wetter. This beautiful fairy opera was produced first at Weimar in 1894, and the first production of it in London was in 1895. It met with great success, and was followed in 1896 by the charming allegorical opera Die Königskinder, and in 1902 by Dornröschen. In 1896, Humperdinck was created professor by the Kaiser, and in 1905 his opera Die Heirat wider Willen was produced at Berlin. He also wrote the incidental music for Maeterlinck's beautiful allegorical play The Bluebird. Humperdinck's operas are remarkable for the beauty and simplicity of their subjects, and for the exquisite delicacy of their musical treatment. Leoncavallo. Ruggiero Leoncavallo was born at Naples, 8th of March, 1858. He studied at the Neapolitan Conservatoire, and afterwards gave singing lessons and went through many hard struggles. His first opera, Medici, being part of a trilogy, Crepusculinus, was not produced until after Pagliacci, produced at the Teatro del Verme, Milan, 21st May 1892, had won great success for him. Medici was given in 1893, but proved unsuccessful, and the remaining portions of the trilogy, Savonarola and Cesare Borgia, were not produced. The other operas that followed were Der Roland, 1894, Chatterton, 1896, La Boheme, 1897, Zaza, 1900, but none of these have met with great success. His lighter works, such as Zaza and Pagliacci, being in his happiest vein. Another opera, Maya, was produced at the Royal Opera House, Berlin, on 17th March 1911. Mascagni. Pietro Mascagni was born at Leghorn, 7th December 1863. His father intended him for the law and discouraged his many efforts to learn music. The musical youth, however, entered himself secretly at the Istituto Luigi Cherubini, his chief instructor being Alfredo Soffredini. Later on, an uncle adopted him, and he was then permitted to devote himself entirely to music, and was afterwards sent to Milan Conservatoire. Unable to bear the restrictions of the Conservatoire, however, Mascagni joined various travelling operatic companies as conductor, and for a time lived in great obscurity, from whence he emerged by the success of his brilliant one-act opera Cavalleria Rusticana, which won the first prize in a competition and was produced at the Costanzi Theatre, Rome, 18th May 1890. This was received with overwhelming appreciation and made its composer immediately famous. His next opera was L'Amico Fritz, 1891, after which followed Iranzan, 1892, Giuliellino Ratcliffe, 1895, Silvano, 1895, Zanetto, 1896, Iris, 1898, Le Masquer, 1901, Amica, 1905, but none of these have fulfilled the brilliant promise of Cavalleria Rusticana and have met with little success. Meyerbeer. Giacomo Meyerbeer was born at Berlin, 5th September 1791. Died at Paris, 2nd May 1864. He was a pupil of Lauska and also had lessons from Clementi. In 1815 he went to Italy to study musical composition, and there he began to write operas. His first took Rossini as its model, the best example of which was Il Crociata, 1824. In 1831 he struck out in a new style with Robert le Diable, produced at the Grand Opera, Paris. This beautiful and fantastic opera was received with the wildest enthusiasm and quickly brought fame to the composer. His masterpiece was Les Huguenots, 1836, and his other best-known works are Le Prophète, 1849, L'Étoile du Nord, 1854, Dinora, 1859, etc. Mozart. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was born at Salzburg, Austria, on 27th January 1856. Died at Vienna, 5th December 1791. He showed a precocious knowledge of music when but 3 or 4 years of age, and composed before he was 6. His father, a musician also, guided his efforts, and from 1762 to 65 took the child to many European cities to exhibit his talents. In 1768 Mozart was made Concertmeister at Salzburg, and here his first opera, La Finta Semplice, was produced, written when about 12 years old. In 1777 he went to Paris and other places, failing to obtain anything but empty applause, and in 1779 he returned to Salzburg as cathedral organist. From 1781 he lived in Vienna, where he remained until his death. He reaped but little pecuniary benefit from his compositions, in spite of his great genius, and he was seldom free from the anxieties of poverty. In 1791 he received the famous commission from a mysterious stranger to write a requiem mass, and in enfeebled health he began it, declaring that it was for his own funeral. This was his last great work, and he died ere it was quite finished. There were no ceremonies at his grave, and he was buried in the common ground of St. Mark's. Many years later a monument was erected to him by the city of Vienna. As an operatic writer, Mozart is considered by many to have no equal. His chief operas are Le Nozze di Figaro, 1786, Don Giovanni, 1787, Idomeneo, 1781, Die Zauberflöte, 1791, La Clemenza di Tito, 1791, Così fan tutti, 1790, etc. Besides the exquisite Requiem, he wrote many other masses and a great number of symphonies, sonatas, concertos, quartets, etc. Very little of his music was published in his lifetime. Nikolai. Karl Otto Ehrenfried Nikolai was born at Königsberg, 9th June 1810, died at Berlin, 11th May 1849. He had an unhappy home life, but found a good friend in Justisrat Adler of Stargard, who sent him to Berlin to study music. In 1833 he went to Rome as organist to the Prussian Embassy Chapel, where he studied both the old and modern masters. In 1841 he became court Kapellmeister at Vienna, where, in 1842, he established the Philharmonic Society. In 1844 he became director of the Domchor and court Kapellmeister of the opera in Berlin. His chief operas were The Templar, 1840, Il Proscritto, 1841, and The Merry Wives of Windsor, 1849. The latter met with a brilliant success, which, however, the composer did not long live to enjoy, as he died 2 months after its first production. Offenbach. Jacques Offenbach, originally Levy, was born 21st June 1819 at Offenbach on Main, and was the son of the Jewish cantor of the synagogue at Cologne. Though of German birth, practically the whole of his life was spent in Paris, and he was a true Parisian at heart. When quite a youth, he was entered at the Conservatoire at Paris, studying in the violoncello class under Professor Vaslin. So quick was his progress that he entered the orchestra of the Opera-Comique in 1834, where he played the cello, and in 1849 he was appointed conductor of the orchestra at Théâtre Français. In 1855 he opened the Bouffe Parisien Theatre, and having already written a number of comic light operas, many of these were produced at his own theatre. He became manager of the Théâtre de la Gaîté in 1872, and in 1877 he came to England, where he made a most successful tour. As a composer of light opera, Offenbach occupied on the continent very much the same position as Gilbert and Sullivan in England, his works being extremely popular. From the long list of just over 100 pieces of this kind for the stage may be mentioned the following of the best known in England: La Grande Duchesse de Gerolstein, 1867, Madame Favart, 1878, Orphée aux Enfers, 1858, La Princesse de Trébizonde, 1870, La Belle Hélène, 1865, etc. So great was the popular demand for light opera, and so eager was Offenbach to meet the same, that unfortunately he only left behind him one serious work of art, The Tales of Hoffmann, a true work of genius, so full of beauty that one can only regret that it should have been his last. It was fitting, however, that his swan song should prove his masterpiece. Offenbach himself knew that this was his worthiest work, and longed to see it produced, but after completing the opera he became ill, and died at Paris on 5th October 1880, having failed to realize his great desire. The opera was produced the following year at the Opera-Comique, and proved an immense success. It was produced in England in 1907. Puccini. Giacomo Puccini was born at Lucca, 22nd June 1858, and belongs to a family of well-known musicians. He studied first at Lucca and afterwards at Milan Conservatoire, his chief teacher being Ponchielli. His first opera, Le Villi, was produced at the Teatro dal Verme, Milan, 31st May 1884, with such success that it was afterwards revised and enlarged, and produced at La Scala, 24th January 1885. His next opera, Edgar, was produced at La Scala, 1889. Manon Lescaut, produced at the Teatro Regio, Turin, showed considerable development, and with the production of La Boheme, Teatro Regio, Turin, 1896, he was placed at once in the first rank of modern composers. His next opera, Tosca, 1900, met with equal success. Madame Butterfly, La Scala, Milan, 1904, is undoubtedly the finest work Puccini has yet produced, yet when first given, for some unaccountable reason, it was not well received. But on its second appearance at Brescia, it was received with the greatest applause, and has also been enthusiastically welcomed wherever it has been produced, being now, together with La Boheme, a universal European favourite. His American opera, The Girl of the Golden West, was first produced in New York during 1911 and proved a great success. Rossini. Gioacchino Antonio Rossini was born at Pesaro in Italy, 29th February 1792, of very humble parents, his father being the town trumpeter. As a child he showed such great aptitude for music that, in spite of the troubles and poverty of his parents, an excellent teacher was found for him in Tese. He was taught to sing the solos in church, and at the age of 13 years was given an appointment as a singer at the theatre. In 1806 he entered the Conservatoire at Bologna under Mattei, and here his progress was so rapid that he took a prize for a cantata after his first year. In 1810 he began to write operas, of which he produced no less than 50 within 26 years. He went to London in 1823 and sang in a series of concerts. He then went to Paris, where he remained until his death. He wrote nothing further after 1836, and having at that early period of his career gained great fame and wealth, he devoted the remainder of his life to luxurious living. Rossini's florid but melodious style of operatic composition remained the standard model for Italian opera for a great number of years. His most celebrated operas were Tancredi, 1813, The Barber of Seville, 1815, Semiramide, 1823, and William Tell, 1829. He also wrote the famous oratorio Moses in Egypt, which has also been performed as an opera, and in 1842 his Stabat Mater was produced. He died 13th November 1868. Strauss. Richard Strauss was born 11th June 1864 at Munich. He showed great musical talent from the earliest years, having composed several pieces before leaving school. In 1882 he studied composition with the court Kapellmeister, composing almost ceaselessly string quartets, symphonies, and overtures, most of which were performed and received as promising productions. He was at the university during 1882-3, and in 1885 began to conduct, being appointed musical director at Meiningen, proceeding to the Munich Court Theatre in 1886. He was next appointed musical director at Weimar in 1890 and became court Kapellmeister at the Berlin Opera House in the same year. He travelled in Italy during 1885. His first opera, Guntran, was produced at Weimar on 12th May 1894, and in the same year he became Count Kapellmeister at Munich, again occupying the same position at Berlin in 1899. He undertook a number of tours and in 1897 visited London, where a Strauss festival was held in St James's Hall, June 1903. Strauss continued to produce more and more important works, consisting of symphonies, sonatas, tone poems, and many songs, choral and orchestral pieces, all of which proved his great gift for musical composition, and paved the way for the remarkable operatic works which were to follow. He always had a great admiration for Wagner, whose successor he wished to be regarded as, and in his next opera, Feuersnot, produced at Dresden in November 1901, this was indicated very plainly. His remarkable opera Salome, based on Oscar Wilde's drama, was produced at Dresden 9th December 1905 and created a great sensation, placing Strauss at once in the front rank of operatic composers. This was followed by Elektra, by many regarded as his finest work, produced at Dresden in 1909 and at Covent Garden, London in 1910, and Der Rosenkavalier, produced at the Royal Opera House, Dresden, 26 January 1911, and in London, January 1913, both of which have added to the now worldwide reputation and appreciation of this highly gifted composer. His latest work, Ariadne auf Naxos, a clever freak opera written as an incidental musical interlude to Molière's Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme, was produced in London at His Majesty's Theatre on 27th May 1913, having been heard previously at Stuttgart in October 1912. Ambroise Thomas. Charles Ambroise Thomas was born at Metz, 5th August 1811, died at Paris, 12th February 1896. Born of musical parents, he entered the Paris Conservatoire at the age of 17, becoming director of that institute in 1871. In 1832 he won the Grand Prix de Rome, and whilst studying in Italy was very active as a composer. On his return from Rome he began to write operas, the first of which, La Double Échelle, produced at the Opera-Comique in 1837, met with considerable success. Others followed, and with Le Caïd, 1849, and Le Songe d'une nuit d'été, 1850, his name was finally established and gained him a high place amongst French composers. The operas that followed met with little success, but in Mignon, produced at the Opera-Comique in 1866, the musical world recognized a masterpiece and paid enthusiastic tribute to the genius of its composer. Other operas by Ambroise Thomas are Hamlet, 1868, Le Cardinal de Venise, 1857, Raymond, 1851, etc. Tchaikovsky. Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky was born in Votkingst, 7th May 1840, died at St. Petersburg, 5th November 1905. He early showed his bent for music, and though trained for the law, abandoned that profession and, determining to study music alone, entered the Conservatoire at St. Petersburg, where he studied with Anton Rubinstein and Zaremba. After studying 3 years in St. Petersburg, Tchaikovsky was appointed a teacher at the new Moscow Conservatorium, established by Nicholas Rubinstein, where he produced a number of orchestral works and 3 operas. His first opera, The Voyevoda, produced in Moscow in 1869, was a failure, and of the list of 11 operas which he produced, but a few retained lasting popularity, with the exception of Vakula the Blacksmith and Eugene Onegin. The latter is the most famous of all his works, and is still extremely popular in Russia, being full of delightful melodies. Eugene Onegin was first produced in Moscow in 1879. Amongst his other operas are The Enchantress, The Queen of Spades, Joan of Arc, Mazeppa, Iolanthe, Undine, the Oprechinki. Besides these, Tchaikovsky wrote a great number of brilliant orchestral works, deservedly popular throughout Europe, being noted for their fine tone colouring, spirit, and beauty of melody, amongst the most celebrated of these being the rich Overture 1812, composed in memory of Nicholas Rubinstein, the 5th Symphony and the 6th Symphony, the Pathétique. Verdi. Giuseppe Verdi was born at Rancola in the Duchy of Parma, Italy, 10th October 1813. Died at Busseto in January 1901. He received his musical education at Busseto and Milan. He was appointed organist at Rancola at the age of 10 years, and when but 20 years old he became director of the Philharmonic Society at Busseto. He settled in Milan in 1838, and there his first opera, Oberto di San Bonifacio, was produced at La Scala in 1839. The opera that first brought him European fame was Ernani, 1844. Rigoletto was produced in 1851 and Il Trovatore in 1853, and these 2 operas, through all changes of taste and style, still continue to hold their own in popular favour. He wrote many other operas, the best known of which are La Traviata, 1853, Aida, 1871, Otello, 1877, Macbeth, 1847, Falstaff, 1893, I Lombardi, 1843, Un ballo in maschera, 1859, Simon Boccanegra, 1857, Les Vespres Siciliennes, 1855, etc. His other works include A Requiem Mass, 1847, and other sacred compositions, etc. Wagner. Richard Wagner was born at Leipzig on 22nd May 1813. He died at Venice 13th February 1883. He was educated at Dresden and Leipzig, where he also studied music. Poetry was a passion with him as a boy, and verse and playwriting occupied his mind until a great enthusiasm for Beethoven turned it into a musical direction. He was musical director at the Magdeburg Theatre from 1834 to 36, conductor at Königsberg in 1836, musical director at Riga in 1837 to 39, and lived in Paris in 1839 to 42, where he struggled in vain to obtain a footing. His opera Rienzi was produced at Dresden in 1842, with a success which obtained for him the post of Kapellmeister at the opera house there. The Flying Dutchman was produced the following year at Dresden, and marked a new epoch in his artistic history. Tannhäuser, the first of his creations from the German myth world, was also produced at Dresden in 1845. After this he got into pecuniary difficulties, and his sympathies also being with the revolutionary movement of 1849, he was proscribed and escaped to Paris. By the efforts of Liszt, Lohengrin was produced in 1850 at Weimar. After 10 years of exile, Wagner was pardoned and took up his residence at Munich, where King Ludwig of Bavaria became his enthusiastic and generous patron. Tristan and Isolde was produced at Munich in 1865, and this genuine music drama marked a new epoch in operatic art. Die Meistersinger followed in 1868. Wagner was now world famous, and his colossal genius began to receive the support it deserved. In 1872, his own great theatre at Bayreuth was founded, and upon its completion in 1876, his noble tetralogy, Der Ring des Nibelungen, was produced there. His last dramatic effort and crowning achievement, Parsifal, was produced at Bayreuth in 1882. Wagner's early years were full of struggle, opposition, and strife, but through all his disappointments he clung firmly to the new and great ideals of art he had formed, and in the end he conquered, his latter years being crowned with success and enthusiastic appreciation. Wallace. William Vincent Wallace was born at Waterford, Ireland, 1st July 1814, died at the Château of Bayonne in the Haute-Garonne, France, 12th October 1865. His father, a bandmaster, gave him his first instructions, and at an early age he could play most military instruments besides being very proficient on the violin. At the age of 15 he became director of the Philharmonic Society in Dublin. In 1835 he set forth on a professional tour through Australia, New Zealand, India, South America and the United States, meeting with enormous success as composer and performer. He was director of music at the Italian Theatre, Mexico, 1841-42. In 1845, Maritana was produced in London, and shares with Balfe's Bohemian Girl the highest popularity of any lyrical drama. Other well-known operas of Wallace's are Lurline, 1860, The Amber Witch, 1861, Matilda of Hungary, 1847, The Desert Flower, 1863, etc. Von Waltershausen. Hermann Wolfgang von Waltershausen was born in Göttingen in 1882 and was the son of a Strasbourg professor of national economics, E. Sartorius von Waltershausen, being descended from a well-known Göttingen family of scientists. He was the pupil of I. Erb in Strasbourg, Alsace, and Ludwig Thül, afterwards passing to the University of Munich, where he studied in particular the history of art, and also made a special study of the characteristics of the German peoples. His first musical work was the unpublished music drama Pellegrino, and his second effort was Else Klapperzähn, a musical comedy dealing with a farcical subject taken from the German Middle Ages, and which was produced in May 1909 by Ernst von Schuch at the Court Theatre Munich, with success. His third work, the musical tragedy Oberst Schabert, was given under the conductorship of Hans Schilling Ziemßens Leitung, 18th January 1912, and being immediately successful, found its way very quickly into all the more important theatres. In addition to these works, Herr von Waltershausen has also written purely literary works, amongst others the festival play Die Abschiedssymphonie, produced in Munich in 1908, the comedy in verse Heidhard Fuchs von Reuenthal, as well as portions of a translation of Horace in very modern form. Herr von Waltershausen resides in Munich. Wolf Ferrari. Ernani Wolf Ferrari was born 12th January 1876 at Venice. He studied under Reinberg at Munich from 1893 to 1895, and in 1902 he was appointed director of the Liceo Benedetto Marcello in Venice, from which position he resigned in 1909 as he desired to live in Germany. He produced his first opera, La Sulamita, at Venice in 1889 before he went to Munich, this work being the result of his own self-teaching. Other operas followed. Cenerentola, produced at Venice in 1902, Le Donne Curiose in 1903, this latter opera having been recently produced with success in America. His fine cantata, La Vita Nuova, dealing with the subject of Dante and Beatrice, was brought out in 1903. A light opera, The Secret of Susanna, followed this and was produced in England in 1911, and his dramatic opera, The Jewels of the Madonna, was given in England during the summer of 1912. End of section 55. Recording by Tom Denham. End of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson.